Chapter 1043. The ground was filled with cracks, and one could even reach in with one's hand. Large chunks of soil turned into sand, and the vegetation on the ground was sparse. It was difficult to see any greenery within 1,000 miles. There was also a sandstorm from afar. That was how Danny felt about the world after her consciousness sank into the Earth's core. The world was about to die, dry and die. At that moment, wisps of red mist rose from her body and merged into the earth fire. The Earth's core was shaking, and the world was singing. It was like a spring flowing into the dry earth. Spores sprouted, greenery was born, and the earth was nourished by clear water. The cracks slowly healed. The world gradually regained some vitality. The Earth's core, the heart of the Earth, was the source of the world's vitality. When the Earth's core began to recover, the magic of the underground fire immediately became condensed. Because the condensation of the earth fire gradually became orderly, the wounds of the entire world began to heal. The most direct manifestation was the sea of smoke thousands of miles above the Earth's core. In the 120-kilometer deep pit created by the first flame, the Earth's core restrained the fire magic, and the lava spewing out of the cracks gradually quieted down. Without the fire magic that continued to surge out from the ground, the lava gradually solidified into a thick layer of rock at the bottom of the pit. The seawater that slanted down was no longer evaporated, and the hemispherical pit, with a radius of 100 miles, was gradually filled up. The worlds will extracted the first flame from Danny's body to nourish the Earth's core, and also left behind what she needed according to her request. The sheep's egg was instantly devoured by the first flame. If she did not devour it, she would not be able to complete the top-notch fire wizard's constitution in Valeglia's prophecy. The first flame devoured the sheep's egg, and the worlds will help her absorb the first flame, which was of a higher level than the sheep's egg. The world was equal to the first flame, and the world's will was almost equal to the first flame's will. Moreover, this first flame belonged to Danny. With her and the world's will's combined efforts, the first flame burned away the impurities in the cells, allowing the genes of the fire element to evolve to a higher level. It was a bit similar to the evil god's reverse evolution. First, determine the goal, to give birth to a child with a bloodline evolution, and then use this goal to fine-tune one's genes to evolve oneself. In fact, Danny had learned this technique a long time ago. Back in Sasros, when she burned the Vajra ancestor's body in the Vajra's cave, she used the dragon's flame to burn herself. This was the most basic directed genetic evolution. Danny, who had burned in the King Kong cave abode once, had a higher level of genes than before she went to Soros. The will of the world exhausted all its resources to bestow the talent of fire creation to her and no one else, because she was the last Valeglia dragon king, and her bloodline was the pinnacle of the Valeglia civilization. Right now, her genes in the Song of Fire cultivation had become even more powerful, even higher than the prophesied evolution rate after absorbing the sheep egg. This was because she was modifying her body to adapt to the first flame. The first flame not only returned her the inheritance of her sheep eggs, but also bestowed her with many more things. What a powerful reaction of fire devil power. Deep in the Earth's core, a ball of flames formed the shape of a human face. It was the Light King Lalo. He did not participate in the hunt for the Dragon Queen at all. Therefore, when the first flame broke out, only Lalo the Shadow Demon was burned to death. The King of Light was in the depths of the earth fire and luckily escaped. Danny was worried that the first flame would burn through the core of the earth, so she changed the direction of the first flame. She's using the power of her first flame to nourish the dry core of the earth. Lalo sensed carefully and was surprised and suspicious. The falling speed of the world has stopped, but it's not rising. This is not right. The first flame should be able to bring the world to a higher level. Did we guess wrong before? No, the first flame must be able to pull the world to a higher level. Since it's only stopping the falling of the world, it means that what she created is not the first flame at all. Oh, that's not right either. This energy level is too high. The golden red fire cocoon in the distance made the old fire god tremble in fear. Lalo was born earlier and had experienced the high energy level dimension at the beginning of the world's fall. Even so, he had never seen such a vast power. It should be a high imitation of the first flame. She hasn't even finished chanting the Song of Fire. Lalo had a realization in his heart. Then he started to retreat because a crack appeared in the fire cocoon, and it started to peel off layer by layer. The Dragon Queen was coming out. He had to run away. The Justice League is finished and wiped out. But in the deepest part of the Dark World, there's still a group of ancient demon gods guarding the edge of the world. Let's ask them what plans they have, and the Frost God. Lalo was conflicted. As the Frost God's lifelong enemy, he thought, Lalo did not want to work with him. But the world was so difficult that he had to compromise with reality. The Frost God is still my mortal enemy. I'll only work with him to plot against Jon Snow and kill that bastard. I'll find a chance to stab the Frost God in the back. After finding a reason to comfort himself, Lalo gradually made a decision in his heart. The Shadow Demon was completely annihilated and not even ashes were left. Lalo's power was reduced by 60%. The Shadow Demon had the Song of Law, but the Light King did not. The destiny that was entrusted to Jon became more important. If he could devour Jon, he could at least split out another Shadow Lalo. Gotcha! The eggshell-like flame shattered and a bright red flame floated out. Someone seemed to be spying on me. Could it be Lalo? The flame muttered. Boom! The flames exploded, and Dani's body slowly condensed from nothing. There was a red light flowing under her white skin, and her silver hair seemed to be covered in a layer of boiling flames. She looked elegant and mysterious, and there were two dreamy fire circles in her big purple eyes, as if she had double pupils. Compared to before, her height did not change. She was about 173 centimeters, but her body was more in line with the golden ratio. She was beautiful, but did not lack power. She did not leave immediately. Instead, she gathered the remnants of the fire cocoon and set up a powerful seal. Lalo was right. Her first flame was an imitation. If it was the real first flame, she could use it to devour the world and spit out the world again. More directly, if the first flame devoured Asha and the Iron Seed hero spirit, Dani could easily extract them from the fire. It was like recording and playing a tape. Dani could not do it now, because this first flame was a shadow of the first flame 2,000 years in the future. Keeping this imitation first flame residue, Dani could sing the complete Song of Fire and control the real first flame in the future. Then, she could save the Iron Seed hero spirit in the residue. This included Grey, Sea King, and Garen, whose soul and bloodline were absorbed by the Inami demon sword. Dani felt that she should give them an explanation. Or rather, give herself an explanation. She wanted to clear her mind. She wondered if Asha would feel uncomfortable when she returned to the new world a few hundred years later. After doing all this, half a month had passed. Jumping out of the magma layer naked, Dani found her armor, great sword, and weirwood staff at the bottom of the sea before heading to the Hell's Gate. It was a black reef island at the entrance to the Smoke Sea from the Bay of Sorrows. Prime Minister Turtle led a group of Slaver's Bane Navy to the island to catch fish that swam to the Smoke Sea. The Hell's Gate was less than 300 kilometers away from the center of the battle. After the battle, Dani opened the dimension door and sent a few time in over. Your Majesty, are you okay? As soon as Dani landed, the giant crab Erisetiga led a group of fishermen to surround her. Even Prime Minister Turtle's 3-story turtle head emerged from the bottom of the sea. Because Dunstan and the others had arrived early, the soldiers and civilians of Hell Castle had a rough idea of what happened in the Smoke Sea. This saved Dani a lot of trouble. I'm fine. The Cthulhu Alliance is finished this time. Dani briefly explained the result of the battle. She did not mention much about the first flame. Next, we will focus on dealing with the deviants. After some time, when I've adjusted my condition, we will gather all the soldiers in Slaver's Bay and wipe out the deviants in Ursos. After comforting the civilians, Dani told Prime Minister Turtle about what happened in the Smoke Sea in detail. It's the first flame. No wonder. Prime Minister Turtle was shocked. He was also glad that he had not been stubborn back then and obeyed the Dragon Queen. He was so lucky to become a vassal god who had comprehended the first flame. His future was bright. After his excitement, Prime Minister Turtle asked expectantly, "Did you leave a bit of the first flame to deal with Frost God?" If she could deal with Frost God as well, Dragon Queen would be invincible and become the Divine King, without a doubt. "I wanna, but my level is not high enough. I can't split the first flame," Danny said regretfully. She could create the first flame that was the size of a soybean, not because of her high level. In fact, it was difficult for her to even control it, let alone split it. Splitting the first flame was like splitting the world into two, but it could ensure that each half of the world was independent and complete. The difficulty was second only to creating a new first flame. Danny even suspected that the real first flame could not be created out of thin air. "I don't need the first flame. I'm confident that I can deal with Frost God." Danny looked up at the dark sky and sneered. "That guy lost his position as true god of ice, but I gained countless insights from the first flame. Even my bloodline has evolved by at least 3 levels. Give me 3 more years. In 3 years, I'll be able to sing the complete Song of Fire." 3 years. Prime Minister Turtle pondered for a moment and asked, "Is Anami's life mark still there?" "No, nothing is left," Danny said helplessly. After the death of the drowning god, another celestial phenomenon of a true god's death appeared between heaven and earth. "I'm very worried." Prime Minister Turtle's tone turned serious. "Your Majesty, I've thought about it carefully. Although Frost God is a true god, he's an ES god from the outer realm. His support for the Sea of Laws is almost zero." Danny closed her eyes and sank her consciousness into the Sea of Laws. Countless laws flowed before her eyes as her consciousness went deeper. Finally, in the deepest part of the Sea of Laws, she saw a stone tablet. The stone tablet's essence was a complete Song of Laws. It was like the foundation of a house, supporting the entire Sea of Laws. That was why it looked like a solid stone tablet. The earthen yellow stone tablet was singing a song that was full of vigor and contained all things. "Earth God, Mother Earth." Danny opened her eyes with a complicated expression. Of the 4 elemental gods, only Mother Earth is left. Mother Earth's condition is not good. Old Turtle's eyes were blurred as he recalled. 30,000 years ago, Mother Earth predicted that she would not be able to hold on for long. To ensure that the Song of Earth was passed down, she even sent King Crab, who had the talent of earth and water, to the Jade Sea to be Mother Earth's subordinate god for 10,000 years. However, King Crab was ignorant and incompetent. He spent all his time with the evil gods in the neighboring land. In the end, he could not even sing the chorus of the Song of Earth. "Sigh, I thought that she was an evil god." "No wonder." Danny smiled awkwardly and said, "I'll go back to Slave Bay first, then go to Thunder Island to see Mother Earth. Even if I can't heal her injuries, I have to ensure her safety. Yes, I've taken in another vassal god in Sosros and let it be Mother Earth's bodyguard." Kaboom Kacha! Suddenly, the sky was filled with a blood-red sea of lightning. The wind howled like a ghost cry. The crisp sound of biscuits breaking came from the depths of the earth. The Sea of Laws collapsed in an instant. The last true god had fallen. Who? Who killed Mother Earth? Dragon Queen was furious. Chapter 1044. In the dark and empty stomach. The chewed food particles would move in a disorderly manner, but they would also move in an orderly manner along with the stomach's peristalsis. There were cakes, apples, and roasted meat in the stomach. The food particles would often collide with each other. Sometimes they would separate after a collision. Sometimes they would stick together after a collision. Sometimes they would merge together. Sometimes the apple particles would collide with the roasted meat particles. Sometimes the apple particles would collide with each other. Sometimes the food particles would meet the stomach acid. A part of it would melt and continue to be transported randomly. Then it would meet the stomach acid a second time, a third time, a fourth time. But finally, the food particles would completely melt in the stomach. In the dark and empty void, the broken worlds that had fallen from the higher dimensions were moving in a disorderly manner. They would also move in an orderly manner in accordance with some unknown laws of the universe. There were worlds in the shape of galaxies, planes, and worlds that existed in various ways. Broken worlds would often collide with each other. Sometimes they would stagger after a collision. Sometimes they would stick together after a collision. Sometimes one world would merge into another world. Sometimes the astral world would collide with the plane dimensional world. Sometimes the astral bodies would collide with the astral bodies. The broken worlds would encounter white frost. Every time they encountered it, the world's fire would dim a little. They would continue their celestial bodies' movements. Then they would encounter white frost a second time, a third time, a fourth time. But one day, the broken worlds would enter the end of the world in the ice of death. The world of the Song of Ice and Fire was not low-level or ordinary. It had its own characteristics. It allowed the birth of the supreme law of the universe, the Song of Ice and Fire in the world. Even Danny did not realize how precious this characteristic was at this time. However, the world of the Song of Ice and Fire was not the most special one. Every world, just like every person, had its own characteristics. There was once a world called Ainwudad. The fate of the world was very similar to that of Danny's world. They both had great potential, but before their potential could be transformed into strength, they began their journey of falling worlds. The characteristic of Ainwudad's world was space-time jump. To put it in simpler terms, it was planar travel. In some novels, plane travel was the protagonist's golden finger. But for Ainwudad's elves, plane travel was an inherited talent that was branded in their blood. This kind of bloodline was known as the ancient blood. If Danny collected all the songs of ice and fire in the future, her descendants would have a chance to awaken the Song of Ice, Song of Fire, or Song of Ice and Fire talents. The future Targaryen could also call his bloodline the ancient blood. Unfortunately, Ainwudad only had people like Danny, Rhys, and Jon, but there was no Holy Mother Danny who could change her fate. This world continued to fall until it finally entered the ultimate. After that, there were still people from the Ainwudad clan who had awakened their ancient blood, and there were quite a few of them. Thus, they had their differences and chose to travel to different worlds. Ainwudad was split into two, the Ainshitty clan and the Ainair clan. Although their clans were separated, they did not lose contact with each other due to the innate ability of the ancient blood. The Elven world, where the Ain-El clan settled. It was as beautiful as the Elven capital, Ternalia, which was blessed by the gods. Two suns hung in the sky, and in the lush green forest, the lake rippled. Under the sunlight, there were fragments of golden light, like fish scales, and the white marble buildings were perfectly embellished in the middle. Dawn, a beautiful girl with pointed ears, leaned on the railing, her eyebrows furrowed as she threw pine nuts into the lake. A graceful woman wearing a crown walked over and stroked the girl's head. She said softly, "Laura, as you can see, Avarak is a handsome, noble, and knowledgeable wise man. In Ternalia, who knows how many elven girls are infatuated with him?" The elven girl, Laura, pouted. "That guy's like a piece of wood. I don't have any feelings for wood." The woman sighed. "Your union is not only because of love, but also because of a more important responsibility. The Ainair clan has lost their ancient talent, but we don't know when the next white frost will come. We need your descendants to inherit the ancient blood. In this way, when this world is destroyed in the ice, the clan can migrate to a new world." Laura lowered her head and said sullenly, "Mother, I can open the world gate now. Otherwise, I can leave this world before I die of old age. Then I won't have to marry Avarak." The elegant queen smiled bitterly and shook her head. "But what will happen after you die? 10,000 years, 100,000 years, a million years later? Our descendants also need the ancient blood. It would be best if the ancient blood could be passed on from generation to generation, never ending." The girl's mood was depressed. She turned around and waved her hand. The space gate opened, and one could clearly see the mountains on the other side. This was not a space gate, but a higher-level world gate. On the other side of the gate was another planet. Since I have seen him, I should continue my journey. the girl said as she stepped out and arrived in another world. The wizard world. Before the world gate closed, the elven queen hurriedly reminded, Laura, your ancient blood needs more training. Don't be addicted to only one world. Although the universe is dark and cold, it is vast and boundless with bright stars. The sea of stars is your future. I know, Laura replied casually, and subconsciously raised her head to look at the starry sky. The sky was dark and snow was falling, but it could not block her sight. Hey, there's a big star in the sky. No, it is a shadow. It hasn't solidified yet. Laura rubbed her eyes and said in surprise, There are no stars in the sky now. I am seeing the future. For the elven sages who had awakened their ancient blood, seeing through the timeline and predicting the future was almost instinctive. It was easier than eating or drinking. However, they could not interfere with fate like the three-eyed crow. They were more like Jiujian's green dream. The new world is approaching us. The girl looked up at the sky again, and her eyes shone with a strange light. She was amazed. Oh my God, it is so bright. Then Laura turned to look at her hometown, Ainair. Among the fireflies, it was as dazzling as a bonfire on a summer night. However, the new world that was approaching was as bright as an erupting volcano. Even the powerful Ainair was just a bonfire, and the new world was as vast as a volcano. The female elf Laura was stunned. How can there be such a bright star? Perhaps it can become the new home of my people. No, I can't be reckless. Father said that the brighter the star, the more powerful the origin power. There must be powerful natives living in that world. Thinking about the history of the elven world and the sorcerer world, the girl's excited heart gradually calmed down. I will first use the astral projection to explore the path and see what races live there, what the geographical environment is like, and whether the people are friendly. Laura made a decision in her heart. She gave up on her plan to wander around and looked for a valley that was sheltered from the wind and snow. Her line of sight was locked on the supernova. Her spirit left her body and crossed an endless distance to arrive at the dark void. Then she leaped towards the shining star. Who killed Mother Earth? Dragon Queen was furious. Originally, after absorbing the high imitation first fire, the falling of the world had stopped. However, because the last true god had suddenly fallen, the broken three-wheeled motorcycle that was braking on the steep slope directly broke the brake and stepped on the accelerator. With a hysterical and unstoppable momentum, it rushed towards the abyss at the bottom of the slope. I was worried that someone had lost and attacked Mother Earth. I didn't expect them to be so crazy. Turtle Prime Minister said sadly. Danny pulled out the steel greatsword at her waist with clang. She said angrily, I swear, anyone who attacks Mother Earth, be it a god, don't even think about living. Even if I have to chase them to the ends of the earth, I will catch all of them, pull out their tendons, and skin them alive. Their souls will be suppressed in hell forever. 3,000 years ago, when Mother Earth was still alive, she said that Mother Earth could last for at least another 40,000 years. I didn't expect her fate to be broken. Turtle Prime Minister said helplessly, You continue fishing here. I will go to the Jade Sea. Maybe she would have to chase the culprit to the ends of the earth. Seeing that Danny was about to leave, Turtle Prime Minister hurriedly called out, Wait, Your Majesty. I have a few brothers and sisters who came from the Rhone River to seek refuge with you. They hope to become your servants. A group of little turtles? Danny stopped in her tracks and asked in confusion. No. Turtle Prime Minister moved towards the depths of the sea. His voice was long and heavy, spreading tens of kilometers away. Splash! The next moment, water splashed up high on the surface of the sea. A large creature swam towards the reef island. Your Majesty, I am Sea Dragon. A red-scaled carp that was as wide as a bed and 5 meters long bowed its head and wagged its tail respectfully. Judging from the voice, it was a female carp. Your Majesty, I am Hammer. A black fish that was as thick as a train carriage shouted. Danny gulped. She couldn't help but think of boiled fish. Your Majesty, Danny Alice, I am Water Caltrop. I am willing to serve you. This was a clamshell demon. She wasn't too big, only as wide as the door of the central room. Dani suddenly remembered that when she killed the Crab King, Turtle Prime Minister said that there were still a few sprouts in the Rhone River that survived the battle between Valeglia and Nuenar. When I accompanied the fleet back, the three of them helped to fish. Turtle Prime Minister explained. Turtle Prime Minister was the only one who could borrow the power of the wind god to change the direction of the wind. Therefore, every time the fleet went back and forth, they had to rely on him to escort them. Dani nodded. She left her god's mark in the minds of the three demons. From now on, they could also borrow her wind fire divine art. Your iron seed should be able to adapt to the environment here, right? Stay here for a few days. I have something to do in the Jade Sea. After that, she comforted Dunstan and the others. She disappeared and reappeared at. Why are you hiding here? Dani teleported to the top of King Kong's head. It had been more than 20 days since the meat boat strength. That guy crossed thousands of miles of sea and came to Old Gith. Roar. My lord, I saw the sky in the west was lit up. I was scared and didn't dare to go near. Then I came here. King Kong sat on the Great Pyramid. As it explained, it fearfully glanced in the direction of the land of long summer. Obviously, it was scared out of its wits. You idiot! Didn't you sense my presence in the fire? Dani landed on its shoulder and kicked its neck. King Kong was stunned for a moment. It immediately turned over and prostrated on the ground. It said in awe, My lord, you are so powerful. Dani's mood improved. Go to Slaver's Bay. Cooperate with the Megalosaurus and Fire Raven to resist the possible Frost God. At least hold on until I return. Chapter 1045. The Thunder Island in the south of the Barren Land was covered with dense forests. It was in between spring and summer all year round and was like a big piece of jade in a sea of jade. However, this was all a long time ago. Now it was covered in snow like countless other city-states. The whole world was only left with a monotonous grayish-white color. When Dani arrived at the Thunder Island Palace, it was less than half an hour since the fall of Mother Earth. The dark and gloomy sky was like a big pot covered with a thick layer of ashes that was placed on top of everyone's head. At this moment, the Thunder Island Queen's imperial city was exceptionally lively. Heads were moving and voices were chaotic. Torches came from all directions like a long dragon, shuttling between the palaces like greedy snakes. Finally, they gathered near an altar-like structure in the West Palace. Battle cries, the clashing of swords, the whistling of arrows, the thunderous roars of the gods, and the sound and light effects of large-scale divine spells. When the Dragon Queen arrived, she was just in time to see the battle between the gods and humans. Thousands of long-legged warriors of the Thunder Island were risking their lives to besiege the army formed by more than 30 demigods. The average height of the people of the Thunder Island was between 1 m and 2. For m, they had long legs and slim limbs. Their skin was brown like oiled teak. The altar was not a high platform. Instead, it was similar to the centaurs. The altar was built lower than the ground. It was 10 feet deep and had a radius of 200 meters. There were steps leading down to a huge pentagram at the bottom of the pit. In the center of the pentagram, a round hole with a diameter of 10 meters was opened. The evil gods rushed out from the hole, trying to escape. Under the command of the general, the guards of the Thunder Island attacked the evil gods who had intruded into the sacred land of the Thunder Island. The long-legged warriors were equipped with armor. The sword-shield soldiers were in front, the spear-wielding soldiers were in the middle, and the archers were 100 meters away from them. They stood on the higher steps and shot wildly at the center of the battlefield. Almost all of the evil gods were hit by arrows and were injured. However, they were also releasing acid, poisonous fire, and black smoke in a large area. The soldiers' eyes were blinded by the smoke. Their exposed skin was festering and rotting. Their battle robes and capes were ignited by the demonic flames. It was a horrible sight. An evil god with a chicken head and a human body was shot in his left eye. He howled in pain and said with resentment, Bastard, how dare you provoke the gods? I swear, the dynasty has come to an end. Another one-eyed black-scaled giant with one eye between his eyebrows smashed 3 or 4 armored warriors into meat paste with one swing of his stick. He shouted towards the outside of the altar, "Galoya, the ancient god is dead. The outcome has been decided. There is no point in stopping us. Let's go, and I'll let this go. Otherwise, or else what?" A female voice that could not suppress her anger appeared in his ears. "Otherwise, who are the Black Mountain and the Son of Heaven?" The Cyclops sensed that something was wrong and turned around abruptly, only to see a silver-haired woman in blue and white armor looking at him coldly. "Who are you?" The giant raised his wooden club in front of his chest and became vigilant. The person who came was naturally Dani. When she saw this scene in midair, how could she not understand who the murderer of Mother Earth was? Some of the soldiers outside didn't see Dani, and some saw Dani suddenly appear like a phantom, but they still didn't care. The attack didn't stop. The sky was filled with arrows and steel crossbow bolts, bringing with it a sharp whistling sound. Dani only stretched out her left hand slowly and clenched it in the air. Kacha, kacha, kacha. The arrows seemed to have hit an invisible turbine blade. Whether it was the hardwood arrows or the steel crossbow bolts, they all broke in the air. The steel was cut into several sections, and the wood and bamboo arrows were crushed into powder, as if they were biscuits in scallion oil in the hands of strongman. This time, everyone was intimidated. The battlefield seemed to have been paused by someone, and all eyes fell on the tall, silver-haired swordswoman. Who are you?" The giant swallowed his saliva and stepped back with a trembling voice, leaning against the sword and shield formation of the Thunder Island soldiers. "I don't like to be looked down upon." Dani looked at the giant's thick and long black legs and sighed. No one saw clearly what she did. It seemed like she didn't do anything. The giant's 3-meter-long thigh, which was as thick as a pillar, was cut off inch by inch from the ankle upwards, just like a whole steak. "Roar!" The giant wailed miserably, but it seemed to be bound by an invisible rope and nailed there, being cut into sections of steak. In the end, only a neck and a head were left on the spot. The giant was 5 meters in total, shorter than the Dragon Queen. There was a headless corpse beside it, a human figure that was reconstructed using pieces of steak like building blocks. The whole process seemed long, but in fact the steak was cut just as the Dragon Queen's voice fell. "Wind. It's a wind blade, an invisible wind blade, a wind blade with the ability to cut space." And this appearance, suddenly, a Cthulhu widened his eyes and pointed at the Dragon Queen with a distorted expression. "She's Dani Lilith." His voice was hoarse from shouting. "Ah, the king of Cthulhu, Dani Lilith? The demon that slaughters the gods is here, run." The Thunder Island soldiers were in an uproar. The Cthulhu howled and rushed out desperately, completely ignoring the mountains of swords and spears. "Run? Where do you think you're going?" Dani sneered. The invisible wind blades were like Shao Li's flying daggers, accurately locking onto every Cthulhu. TSK, 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 TSK. The remaining 29 Cthulhu were instantly sliced at the waist. Their upper bodies dragged their intestines as they crawled on the ice-cold altar, creating a long trail of blood. They kept wailing, "How tragic! Gods, this is the legendary Dragon Queen. She's so terrifying." At the edge of the altar, the Thunder Island Empress Galoya was shocked, as expected of the existence that destroyed the Righteous Alliance. Bo Wangfu's face was filled with reverence. She's already beyond the scope of humans. No matter how many armies there are, it's useless against her. The long-legged, square-faced Wangfu said with a complicated expression. The sound of armor clashing rang out. The Thunder Island soldiers shrank back in fear. The way they looked at the Dragon Queen was far more frightening than when they faced the 30 demon gods. "I want to know who planned this murder, and who are the murderers." Dani's indifferent voice spread everywhere. "King of Cthulhu, you slaughtered my master god. I will not live under the same sky as you." And Cthulhu shouted. "TSK, tisk, TSK." Dani glanced at him. Hundreds of wind blades slashed over, slicing back and forth. Within a few seconds, there was a pile of dark red, meat stuffing on the ground. Dragon Queen, I don't know TSK, 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 TSK. Another pile of meat stuffing. Your Majesty, please spare my life. I really don't know TSK, 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 TSK. The third pile of meat stuffing. Danny Leasy, fuck TSK, TSK, TSK. Fight it out with her TSK, TSK, TSK. I can't beat you. Can't I kill myself? TSK, TSK, TSK. I won't talk nonsense. I'll kill myself immediately. Is this good enough? TSK, 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 TSK. She didn't even let go of the corpse, and it was still a pile of meat stuffing. I'll talk tisk, tisk, TSK. Oh, sorry, I failed. Danny smiled without sincerity. She glanced at the remaining Cthulhu. Resist or confess? I'll confess. I'll tell you everything. The Cthulhu cried with snot and tears all over his face. Empress Galoya was in a daze. The great being in front of her did not seem to be a god. Instead, she seemed to have become a cowardly child. She and the people around her started to have a breakdown in their worldview. I am His Majesty Knight Lion's vassal god. He died in the smoke sea. The Son of Heaven brought me here to take revenge on you. However, I was only responsible for clearing the seal in the underground palace. I did not enter the residence of the ancient gods at the deepest part. I am Pale Holy Child's vassal god. Lord Black Mountain told me the cause of his death. I came here to guard the door for Lord Black Mountain and the others. I only know that the masterminds were Lord Black Mountain and Lord Dareem. I am the 36th son of Red Bull, Akuin. Father God left a will 20,000 years ago. If he were to fall one day, whoever could avenge him would be able to obtain his bull's head mountain in the dark world. Lord Black Mountain told me that killing the ancient gods would send you to hell, so I came. However, I was only responsible for breaking the seal and clearing the guards in the underground palace. They were all vassal gods or relatives of the big shots in the Alliance of Justice and Order. However, they were also cannon fodder. They could not even get close to the depths of the underground palace. They did not even know who had murdered the ancient gods. In reality, there were more than 30 evil gods who came to kill Mother Earth. Those who were proficient in flying and escaping had already escaped. They were unlucky. They could not fly and were stopped by the guards. The Son of Heaven is still alive? Danny frowned as she pondered. With a wave of her hand, thousands of wind blades appeared out of thin air. They rose and fell suddenly. At this moment, the Thunder Island Empress in an emerald green cape walked down the steps with two fully armed royal husbands. I am Galoya. Greetings, Your Majesty Danny Rise. She took the initiative to bow. It was also the first time in her life that she bowed to a living person. It could not be helped. 60 meat stuffing was still emitting white smoke. She had heard the Dragon Queen's words earlier. She did not like being looked down upon. Galoya, on the other hand, was a pure-blooded Thunder Island person. Just her pair of long legs was one. 3 meters tall. How many evil gods have escaped? Danny waved her hand casually, gesturing for Galoya and her royal husbands to rise. She was not very enthusiastic. The Thunder Island Empress's main wife was a Thunder Island person who controlled the Thunder Island army. The concubine was from the Barbarian Bow royal family, who commanded the fleet. The long-legged royal husband was the one who answered her. After the phenomenon of the true god's death appeared, we immediately noticed that the entrance to the underground palace at the center of the altar was occupied by outsiders. When the soldiers went in to check, a black shadow darted out. It was too fast. No one could see how many gods and devils there were. However, when the second wave of evil gods flew out, we counted them clearly. There were 7 demon gods in total. The ballista even shot down one. The long-legged royal husband pointed to the west. They landed below the wall. Although they resisted fiercely and caused hundreds of deaths, they were still chopped into pieces by the soldiers after their divine power was exhausted. The third wave was the one you saw. Danny nodded and said, almost all the evil gods said the same name. Black Mountain. Do you know him? The long-legged royal husband and Jialuoya shook their heads. But Wangfu thought for a moment and said uncertainly, I once heard from President Bution that in the depths of the dark world, some gods and devils rarely enter the light world. It's very likely that Black Mountain is one of them. Dark world. Danny looked to the east with a cold gaze. Do you know the true identity of the ancient god of the underground palace? She asked again. Gialuoya was puzzled. What true identity? Who do you think the ancient god of the underground palace is? Why did he build an altar at the entrance of the underground palace? Danny asked in a different way. The long-legged queen looked hesitant. My family is the descendant of the ancient god. Have you read Summary of the Jade Sea? Most of the content is ridiculous, but it also reveals part of the truth. The book says that your royal family will intercede with the ancient god of the underground palace. The ancient god even asked you to sacrifice the foreigners on the island. Danny frowned. Gialuoya was a little embarrassed. It's not intercourse as humans understand. The ancient god gave the ancient empress a divine seed. The empress gave birth to the pure-blooded, powerful Thunder Islanders. Basically, we Thunder Islanders are the descendants of the ancient god. Chapter 1046. Danny came to the secret chamber of the underground palace for the second time and saw the familiar exorcism circle. However, last time it was a spiritual projection, but this time it was the real person. Up, down, left, and right, there were stone walls on all sides, and the corners and the top were covered with a thick layer of withered moss. The floor was soaked with water, and now it had solidified into a hard and smooth ice-stone road. Danny felt like she had entered the intestines of a dark beast. The underground palace was dark and gloomy, without any light, but there was chaotic magic power seeping out from the stone walls, and strange sounds were constantly in her ears. It was illusory like catkins by the river. Once you try to listen carefully, the chaotic magic power would merge with your spiritual power like sugar and water, and then flow back into your mind through your spiritual power, and finally contaminate your soul. This was the terrifying plague of the ancient gods in the underground palace of Thunder Island, also known as Whisper of the Evil God. Long before the human civilization was established, the underground palace and the city ruins near it had already existed. In the recent 10,000 years, countless forces and adventurers had tried to explore the secret of the underground palace, but no one succeeded. They seemed to have become food in the stomach of a ferocious beast. Except for the ancient queen of Thunder Island, no one could return alive from the depths of the underground palace. But the queen of Thunder Island was also immersed in the whisper and lost her mind, and she often did horrible things like eating people alive. After they returned, they didn't know what they had done or who they had met. Powerful sorcerers like Kuei, Shi, and Bution, who set up the seal for the underground palace, only dared to build the sealed door on the periphery. At this time, Danny was listening carefully and collecting every strand of chaotic soul power in the passage. She felt that those voices were trying to tell her something. This was not an illusion, and she was not bewitched by the whisper of the evil god. Back then, she was only a dragon spirit, and she was not afraid of the magic power contamination of the true god level. Not to mention that she later obtained 80% of the Green Prophet's seal and washed her soul and body in the first fire. The stone door with the magic circle had been shattered by the evil god. Danny flew into the void, and like a fiery meteor, she quickly flew to the deepest part of the maze. About 5 minutes later, she was 40 kilometers underground and came to a huge cave full of gray stalagmites. In the center of the cave, there was a broken grave. The 10-meter-tall black mound looked like someone had stuffed a detonator on top of it and then detonated it. There was also a ring of radiating black soil around it. It looked more like a type of black flesh. Along the way, Danny condensed a grayish-yellow chaotic soul in the palm of her hand. After she entered the cave, the divine soul began to stir. She let go of her hand, and the chaotic energy flew into the grave. A deep voice sounded in the cave. "You're here, Danny Leasy." Danny knew that he was dead. His current state was similar to that of Dorgod. All that was left of them was a wisp of consciousness that lingered in their divine bodies. "Are you Mother Earth?" Danny asked despite knowing the answer. She wasn't asking the obvious. She really had a lot of questions about the ancient evil god. A long time ago, she had heard of the famous Thunder Island underground palace. In the beginning, it was through Kuei Shi that he first came into contact with the underground palace. After that, she flipped through books such as Overview of the Jade Sea and researched the history of Thunder Island and the underground palace. Later on, she came to the underground palace as a spiritual projection and personally experienced the mind-disturbing evil god's whispers. At that time, Danny even suggested to Kuei Shi with a smile, "Why don't I help you kill the evil god deep in the underground palace?" Thinking back, it was a little awkward. As you can see, I'm the Earth Demon who comprehended the Song of Earth. Because of the Song of Earth's special polarity, I'm also called Mother Earth. The consciousness said with difficulty. "I've never seen the Earth Demon," Danny said honestly. "That's not important. Hurry up and dig out my divine body. My Song of Earth has been taken away. With my divine body, you should be able to catch up to them," the Earth Demon said hurriedly. "You're not small. How do I get it?" Danny was puzzled. The Earth Demon thought for a while and said, "I originally had a soul core that contained a divine kingdom. Unfortunately, it was taken away by Black Mountain. So, use your method to devour the rest of my divine body. Then, through divine resonance, find the demon god who took away my divinity, divine power, soul core, and song of laws. All of my inheritance should belong to you. Thank you for your gift, but my method..." Danny had a strange expression. "After burning you into spiritual substance, you'll really be dead. 100,000 years ago, I should have rested. I've only been at death's door all these years. I still have a lot of questions," Danny said. The Earth Demon said helplessly, "Time waits for no one. I heard that group of ancient gods say that after this, they will wander outside the realm. You need my crystal core to stabilize the sea of laws. You must not let them take it away from this world." Danny thought for a while and said, "Let me see if I can let you take a few more breaths." Then, a flame ignited in her purple eyes. The Earth Demon's mud body was like an oily sponge, instantly igniting into a raging fire. There is indeed a trace of the characteristics of the first flame. If only it had appeared tens of thousands of years ago. The Earth Demon sighed with joy and regret. His mental waves gradually returned to nothingness. When the grave mound was ignited, Danny realized that the stalagmites protruding from the ground around the grave mound were actually the Earth Demon's tentacles. As the stalagmites at the entrance of the cave were burned to ashes, Danny saw countless skeletons in the deep pits left behind by the stalagmites. They were all explorers who had lost contact with the underground maze. These ancient gods, each and every one of them likes blood sacrifices so much, Danny sighed and searched around. She found a stone tablet with words so ancient that she could not recognize them at all. She casually recorded the inscriptions on the tablet and flew all the way back. The underground maze of Thunder Island was a maze with a radius of hundreds of kilometers. The whispers of evil God could be heard in all the passages. In other words, other than the passage she came from, Danny could also go to other passages to search for the Earth Demon's chaotic divine power. Divine power contained the power of the spirit. She was extremely fast. She circled around the underground maze. When she returned to the surface, she collected a mass of chaotic divine soul again and used the Earth Demon's own divine essence to endow it with a spirit. A new Earth Demon's remnant soul was born. "You're Danny Lilith. You're finally here. I think I've seen you before. But that's not right. I remember. The Earth Demon was a little stumped. "Forget it. That's not important. Danny Lilith, go." Danny took out a mass of divine essence with a wooden face. "Ah, you've already absorbed my divine body?" The Earth Demon was a little confused. However, he was no ordinary person. He quickly figured out the reason for this through his own state. "Good technique. Fire creation is too powerful. No wonder the gods covet it." The Earth Demon sighed. After fusing with a certain amount of the Earth Demon's divine essence, Danny could vaguely sense the location of her target. The waves emitted from it could slightly resonate with the Earth Demon's divine essence. However, This was the first time Danny tried this method of sensing. She could not lock onto the target's spatial location. She could only fly quickly in that direction while familiarizing herself with the divine essence's resonance. When you were in the underground maze, you seemed to have lost your mind. How did you know about the outside world? She was multitasking. The earth demon sighed. I was severely injured in the world pendant. My divine soul fell into a deep slumber, and my divine power leaked out. My divine body can only act on instinct. In order not to affect the survival of the creatures on the surface, I left the continent and came to the Thunder Island. I even built an underground maze to seal myself in. However, I didn't completely cut off my connection with the outside world. When you chant the Weirwood Song of Wind, you can listen to distant information from the wind. I have a song of earth. The earth can also bring me fresh information. What's your relationship with the Thunder Island Empress? Why do people call you Mother Earth? With all due respect, you seem to be very evil. You're like Mordor. The earth demon was not ashamed or embarrassed. Instead, he said calmly, I know what you're thinking, but I'm a demon god of the dark world. Everyone is like that. It's only because you're a human that you feel that our behavior is abnormal. If one day, the food that you humans eat, such as chickens, ducks, pigs, and cows, becomes a divine spirit with the same status as you, they will also feel uncomfortable with your behavior. Oh, that's true. Danny thought of the Turtle Prime Minister's group of followers. Letting the fish to catch their own kind for the humans to eat seemed very evil. Do you know Greenhand Garth? He's my priest. This was a bombshell. Danny was shocked for a moment. I see. The polarity of your Song of Earth must be related to the nurturing of all creatures. Yes, the polarity of my Song of Earth nourishes all creatures. The earth demon sighed and continued. I know the description of me and the Empress in the Human's Jade Sea overview. It said that I and the Thunder Island Empress had intercourse and gave birth to an evil baby. That's wrong. I only instinctively summoned the Thunder Island Empress into the underground maze and left the seed of divinity in her womb. When she leaves the underground maze and intercourse with her husband, she will give birth to a girl with my blessing. The girl will be the Thunder Island Empress and have the king's blood. When she dies, my divinity will bring her bloodline into the earth and be absorbed by me to extend my life. Very evil. As expected of a dark demon god, Danny said bluntly. The earth demon explained, I'm not afraid of death. It's simply torture and humiliation for me to live on like this. But I have to live. I have to live to wait for luck, for you to be born, or for the world to lose all hope. In the end, a group of demon gods came to assassinate me. I thought it was an old friend who came to visit me. Don't you have a sense of danger? Danny asked curiously. The earth demon said helplessly, I don't even have consciousness. My mind is muddled. Also, I'm not proficient in prophecies. For example, I once thought that Lalo would devour you and the Savior, master the power of ice and fire, and become the world's first divine king and the final Savior. Who knew that he was no match for you? To be honest, I've always seen you as Lalo's chess piece. If I knew you would have today's achievements, I would have chosen you as my successor earlier than Old Wood. Unfortunately, at that time, I even predicted that I would be able to live for at least a few thousand years. Who knew that I wouldn't even be able to see the sun of the next era? Danny's mouth twitched. She didn't know what to say. After a long time, she asked again, Who are the old friends who murdered you? What are their ultimate moves? How should I guard against them? That group of bastards. Old Demon was full of resentment as he introduced the several leaders of the group. Whoosh! The next moment, Danny locked onto a target and appeared in a palace in Asha. Boom! The shadowy Asha exploded into fireworks. Then, she ignored the many extraordinaires who were attracted by the flames and explosion. Without stopping, she came to the Daybreak Mountains after killing 7 evil gods who divided the Earth Demon's divinity of death. Danny stopped at the border of the Dark World. Chapter 10:47. A month after the fall of the Earth Demon, at the border between the Dark World and the Outer Realm, on the summit of the Lone Peak, there was a blazing fire, as if many suns were resting on it, dispelling the darkness and coldness within 100 kilometers. Looking from afar, one could vaguely see the shadow of a person in the fire, and there was also the sound of hammering coming from inside. What is she doing on the sacred mountain? 3 dark creatures hid in a crack in the ground, carefully peeping at the sun on the summit. Seems like she is forging a powerful artifact. I once saw the 5-colored light piercing through heaven and earth, the demon in human form said. Asia was the ideal home of all the dark wizards in the world. In the shadow of Asia, they could unscrupulously and openly carry out the most unethical, bloody, and cruel sacrifices and experiments. And the dark world was the final destination of countless dark wizards. Some dark wizards took the initiative to go to the dark world to seek power, while some were followers of evil gods, or had borrowed the power of evil gods when they were alive. After death, their souls returned to the kingdom of evil gods. There were also wizards who rushed to enter the dark world before death to accept the transformation of evil gods and dark rules, turning themselves into dark monsters. Therefore, there were many human-like monsters in the dark world. They used to be human wizards, and there were even descendants of gods from the last era. For example, the purple-black toad-skinned monster peeping at the Lone Peak was a necromancer who came from the barren land 10,000 years ago. Its companions were the Cerberus and the Blade Demon, who looked like a hunched old man and had arms made of bone blades. The Cerberus had a complicated expression on its face, and there was deep fear in its hatred. She is too savage. This is the dark world, but she lit up a big fireball. She purposely placed it on the Lone Peak. The Lone Peak is our sacred mountain. The Blade Demon said helplessly, not to mention the sacred mountain. Even the council of ancient gods on the sacred mountain was wiped out by her. She is ruthless and merciless. But what can we do? My ancestor was guarding the gate at the foot of the mountain. I know some of the situation on the sacred mountain. The ancient gods have all gone to join the alliance of justice and order, so the Lone Peak is empty, the Cerberus said. No matter how empty it is, there is still your ancestor. He is a powerful demon who has comprehended the law. So what? Isn't he burned to ashes? The necromancer sneered. The Cerberus bared its fangs in anger, but it was unable to retort. The old ancestor's cries for mercy spread out for dozens of li, and everyone heard it. The woman's disdainful snort of trash also spread far and wide in the quiet plains at the foot of the mountain. It's not like there are no powerful demon gods besieging her, the necromancer sighed and said. Not only do we dislike her arrogance, but some of the surviving ancient demon gods also can't stand such naked provocation. However, they were furious and attacked with torrential demonic flames. But after a series of mournful howls, they could no longer walk down the lonely peak. That woman is too scary, the necromancer said in awe. She's a living person from a world of sunlight. Why would she come to the world of darkness to cause trouble? Cerberus asked curiously. After the Righteous Alliance collapsed, Lalo was unwilling to admit defeat. He joined forces with Black Mountain, Tianzi, and a bunch of other reclusive demon gods to slaughter the last true god. The world was slipping uncontrollably into the abyss of destruction. The woman was furious and chased them all the way to the edge of the dark world. I heard that some big shots saw that they couldn't hide and directly fled to the outer realm. Blade Demon said. Cerberus said in disbelief, the outer realm is a void. It's easy to leave, but hard to come back. Is it necessary? The dark world is so big, where can't they hide? I'm not sure. It seems that the woman has a way to locate their tracks. Blade Demon shook his head. Those big shots from Black Mountain deserved it. What good would it do them to kill the only true god? Now, not only are there 10,000 years of cultivation gone up in smoke, but they also implicated us. Cerberus complained. The necromancer said, the Righteous Alliance was completely annihilated. So many big shots died. Every big shot is not alone. They have their own gods, friends, and children. Just like the son of Night Lion, the Tianzi of Dawn Kingdom. Shouldn't he take revenge for his father? The Tianzi also has sons and grandsons. They want revenge, but they can't beat her. Since that woman wants to save the world, they will destroy the world and let her feel pain and helplessness. In addition to some benefits, killing the last true god is simply a matter of course. Moreover, that woman is going to direct the long night of the gods. In the battle at the Yin Sea alone, one true god and more than 300 powerful demon gods died. What does that mean? It means that the prophecy of the gods was not wrong. That woman is the terminator of the gods. If we don't act now, after she passes the long night and summons the sun again, do you think she won't purge the big shots of the dark world? The demon gods must have sensed the danger, so they took the risk and directly pulled the world into the dark and cold abyss. But they still died. The gods wanted to avoid the long night of the gods, but in the end, they brought their own destruction. Does this count as the gods themselves pushing the long night of the gods to come? Blade Demon said awkwardly. Hearing this, the necromancer and Cerberus were also very embarrassed. Rustle. In the silence, the soil on the ground suddenly trembled. Under the vigilant gaze of the three demons, a tentacle that looked like a black tree root drilled out. Earth Demon? Who are you? Why are you here? Blade Demon asked. Brother Johnny, it's me, the tentacle said. It's Stone Whisker. Cerberus sighed in relief and explained to his two companions. I'm a friend. When we were young, we ate people under the sacred mountain together. I didn't know you were here. I just came down from the sacred mountain and heard Big Brother's voice when I passed by. The tentacle said, Came down from the sacred mountain? You joined that woman? The three demons exclaimed. No, Danny Lily Show. The Cerberus hurriedly rushed forward. One of its heads bit on the tentacle, while the other head looked around with fear and alarm. The third head cursed in a low voice. Are you looking for death? How dare you call out that Fear Demon King's name directly? If she senses it and comes over, we'll be dead for sure. Blade Demon also trembled. That woman's name must not be mentioned. Otherwise, this month, many big shots died without knowing why. Don't you know? That name is cursed. Whoever says it will die. Necromancer said with difficulty. Chi-Chi. Another black, root-like tentacle drilled out of the ground. Earth Demon Stone Whisker was displeased. What are you talking about? Those big shots were Cerberus leapt forward again and bit the tentacle, begging, Brother, Big Brother is begging you. Can you not say that name, I'm scared. Chi-Chi. A third tentacle drilled out and spoke helplessly. Brother Chong. Let me go. I won't mention Danny again. Oh, Cerberus had no mouth to speak, so he could only wink. Chi-Chi. A fourth tentacle drilled out and spoke. That woman, I understand that woman. Cerberus finally let go. There's no curse. That woman was able to find the big shots because they divided up my ancestors' divinity, divine power, soul core, and song of laws. In truth, she's gentle, kind, and polite, a good person. Stone Whisker sighed. So that's how it is. The three demon brats suddenly realized, then looked at Earth Demon in disbelief, exclaiming, You really joined her? I wanted to, but she didn't want to take me in. Earth Demon sighed in self-pity. Cerberus' face twisted. Do you even know what's right and wrong? Do you have any integrity? Big Brother, do you know why I immediately rushed over as soon as I heard your voice? Without waiting for Cerberus to answer, Earth Demon continued. Because you're my brother, I thought of you first when something good happened. What good thing? Cerberus asked curiously. I want to join that woman, but she thinks I'm not vigilant enough and wants a Cerberus to guard the door. Since you're not willing, I'll find someone else. Don't, brother. I'll go. I'm willing to guard the door for the Almighty Lord. The Cerberus took another step forward. One of its heads bit on the tentacle and shook it vigorously. The other two heads said excitedly, Good brother, you are my blood brother. I will remember this kindness for the rest of my life. Bastard, do you even know what's right and wrong? Do you have any integrity? Blade Demon cursed with righteous indignation. A wise man submits to circumstances. I want to be a wise man. Cerberus raised his head and said, That woman killed your ancestor. Do you want to be a traitor? Necromancer was full of resentment. If my ancestor knows that I've surpassed him, he'll definitely smile in the underworld. I'm afraid not. Earth Demon shook his head. Why? Your ancestors' blood, divinity, and 3 laws were drained by that woman. If you're willing to join her, she'll give you all those things. Your ancestor definitely won't be willing to be devoured by a junior. Earth Demon explained. Cerberus' 6 eyes were shining, his voice trembling. He prostrated himself on the ground facing the holy mountain and kowtowed again and again. Danny Lilith, my lord, thank you. I swear, I'll be your dog forever. Why did you call her by her name? Earth Demon was surprised. If I don't call her by her name, how could she feel my sincerity? Cerberus said matter-of-factly. Necromancer's face changed. He asked in a low voice, Brother Earth Demon, does the almighty lord need a butler? I was a wise and mighty king back then. Blade Demon's eyes widened. He pointed at his companion in disbelief. If possible, I also want to be a hero. Being a hero is better than hiding like a mouse. Necromancer said helplessly. Earth Demon shook his head. I only spoke a few words with that woman. I can't represent her, let alone help her recruit a butler. How did you meet her? Cerberus asked curiously. I was originally serving His Majesty Black Mountain on the Holy Mountain, then she came. Because of Earth Demon's identity, I was lucky enough to survive. Well, you may not know, but the true god who died before was Earth Demon's ancestor, Mother Earth. Oh, it's 9 feet tall and 8 feet long. Its fur is glossy, and it's even dyed with a strand of blood-red, demonic markings. Not bad. Its bell-sized eyes are filled with malevolence and malice. Good. Its teeth are sharp like daggers, and it can crush an iron sword with a single bite. On the peak of the lonely mountain, Dragon Queen threw her iron hammer aside, like an old farmer in a cowshed. She carefully looked at the guard dog who volunteered himself. Wong Kai, you're accepted. Cerberus was both happy and suspicious. Master, my name is Johnny. Now you're called Wong Kai. Is there a problem? Danny glanced at it. Cerberus immediately prostrated on the ground. Wong Kai is willing to serve you. I heard that the hell dog's sense of smell is the sharpest. It can even smell the fluctuations of divine sense. Danny said. Chapter 1048. Wong Kai said, Master, not all Cerberus have the same ability, just like how not all humans are as noble as you. I'm considered to be talented in the Cerberus race, but I can only smell and sense life aura. I can find any mortal within a few hundred miles through body odor, and I can also smell whether the other party is alive or undead. But to sense the fluctuation of divine soul power, other than my ancestor Balos, the guard dog you burned to death under the holy mountain, no one can do it. Sigh, I made a mistake. I shouldn't have burned him, Danny said regretfully. At that time, I thought that there were no good people on the lone peak, so I teleported over and saw his ferocious appearance, baring his teeth and opening his bloody mouth to pounce at me. I subconsciously ignited him. It's also his fault that he was too weak. He died before he could even struggle and beg for mercy. Wong Sai's face contorted. My ancestor is an ancient god who has comprehended 3 laws. Danny had killed Balos the same way she had killed the 3-eyed raven in Outerwall. There was a reason why the Lone Peak was called the Holy Mountain by the Dark Monsters. This was the border between the outer realm and the dark world. The Lone Peak blocked the door. The front mountain was the outer realm, and the back mountain was the dark world of the Song of Ice and Fire. A long time ago, when the demon gods in the dark world were still alive, they created the Dark Parliament. The main duty was to guard the Lone Peak and prevent life forms from the outer realm from entering. They also prevented life forms from leaving the world. Preventing outsiders from entering was easy to understand. If 7 or 8 ES gods like the Frost God entered, the world would have been destroyed long ago. Preventing people from leaving the world was to prevent assets from escaping. Just like now, Danny had chased him to the edge of the dark world, but she still let Tian Zi escape with the Earth Demon Core. Losing 1 or 2 ordinary people was almost no loss to the world. But losing a true god who could chant the Song of Laws, or losing people with special bloodlines like Danny and John, the world's loss was too great. The Lone Peak and the Dark Parliament were equivalent to the Sanctuary and the Three-Eyed Crow in the Far East. However, the times had changed, and the responsible demonic gods had all died. The Dark Parliament had changed its name to the Ancient Gods Parliament, and the responsibility of guarding the border had been completely forgotten. That Belos, in name, was the guard dog of the Holy Mountain, but in reality, he was a police dog at the border gate, guarding against evil beings from the outer realm. He also prevented the songs of laws, precious bloodlines, divinities, and other high-energy substances from flowing out. Danny didn't know about this at first, and at that time, Tianzi was running away. She was burning with anger, and the three-headed dog didn't know what was good for it and came over to bite her. And then, seeing that Dragon Queen's expression kept changing, Wong Kai said carefully, "My ancestor, Belos, comprehended a law of smell called God's nose. He can smell the difference in smell, mental power, divine power, and life aura. As for me, I'm just an ordinary three-headed hound. I can only sniff out sense and life auras, but I'll work hard. I believe that one day, I'll be able to awaken my ancestor's bloodline and inherit his songs of laws." Danny tilted her head and looked down at the three-headed dog onto the stone chair. After a long time, she said, "I can give you a chance, but if you can't even become a demigod, I can only extract your blood and refine your soul, and then look for the second generation Wong Kai. Extract my blood and refine my soul?" Wang Sai's hair stood on end, and it was puzzled. Danny flipped her wrist, and a sparkling red blood ball appeared in her palm. Wang Kai took a look, and its heart was filled with endless desire. "This is so." Danny flicked her finger, and the blood ball split into three, landing in between the eyebrows of Wang Sai's three heads. "Ah, this is the power of my ancestor. Thank you, Master, for your reward." Wang Kai howled and was wrapped in the blood cocoon, starting the evolution of its bloodline. Not long after, on the peak of the Lone Peak, there was a clanking sound. Another 7 days passed. Boom, caw, caw, caw. The sun that was as big as a house suddenly exploded, and hundreds of fire crows appeared in the splashing flames. As the sun turned into fire crows, the sky around the Lone Peak was covered in darkness again. At this time, Wang Kai dared to open its eyes and went to the forging table in the center of the sun. "Master, is the divine weapon you forged this water jar?" Disappointment flashed in its eyes. "This is a water jar?" Danny lifted one of the copper cauldron's legs and knocked on Wang Sai's head 3 times. "This is the three-legged, two-eared God King cauldron, an existence that will bear the lost sea. There is no divine weapon stronger than it in this world." Wang Kai was hit until it saw stars, and it lay on the ground for a long time before it could catch its breath. "It is indeed a good divine weapon. It has a soul attack, and it seems to be able to suppress the divinity in my consciousness. Have you mastered the soul search technique?" Danny asked. After obtaining all of Belos' divinity and the three-headed dog ancestor's blood essence, Wang Kai became a demigod as expected, and its height and size increased by more than 3 times. Standing on the ground, it was almost as big as a 3-story villa. After that, she even sealed a part of the law of the divine nose deep in its soul. At every moment, it was comprehending its ancestor's law, and at every moment, its dog nose was evolving. "It's a little difficult. If you give me another 100 years, I should be able to know. Not 100 years, not even a day." Danny carried the copper cauldron and jumped onto Wang Sai's back and said, "Go to the outer realm now and find traces of the Son of Heaven. I want the Earth Demon Crystal Core to complete the last step of forging the God King cauldron." Wang Kai was shocked. The outer realm is the outer realm, and the law is completely different from our world. What if we meet ES God or get lost in the outer realm? Cut the crap. Danny carried the 3-legged cauldron again and smashed it on Wang Sai's tofu waist. Oh, well, the 3-headed dog howled and ran down the mountain like a gust of wind. Endless darkness. Other than the darkness, even the lost sea was starting to thin. There was a wet swamp under their feet. There was no water, but the soil was very like a sponge. Danny and Wonkai had been in the outer realm for half a month. They had found the Son of Heaven's aura a few times, but the Son of Heaven was very vigilant. Every time, Wonkai would lose track of him in a distorted space. I heard from the ancestor that the law of the outer realm is different from the main world, and the characteristics of matter are also distorted. For example, the soil under our feet is not mud at all, but dark sediment. Wonkai was a dark creature, and it was not affected by its vision. It also got used to the land and air of the outer realm in the shortest time possible. Oh, there was no air, and the space was filled with chaotic, dark energy. I thought the outer realm was the universe outside the planet. I didn't expect this world to be so magical. This is also a universe formed by dark energy. Danny lay on Wonkai's furry back, and an ethereal flame gathered in her palm. She was enjoying this scenery of the outer realm. The scenery here was monotonous, and the natural scenery was zero. However, just the law of the outer realm was enough for her to feast her eyes. The east is the dark universe. What about the north, the universe of ice? And the west, the land of the far west, is full of oceans. The universe of water? I heard that the south of Sosros is the land of infinity. Danny fell into deep thought. If the four directions were connected to four different universes, then what universe was this world in? It was certain that the universe of the Song of Ice and Fire world was different from the four universes. There's the aura of a living person. Master, I smell a living person. Wonkai barked excitedly, interrupting Dragon Queen's reverie. A living person is not the Son of Heaven. Danny turned over and sat up. What a big three-headed dog. A clear and melodious female voice sounded in front of her. Danny could not understand her language, but she had added mental waves to her voice. Wonkai slammed on the brakes and shouted, "How could she be so fast? When I smelled her aura a moment ago, she was at least 200 kilometers away. How could she be here in the next moment?" You don't have a physical body. You can talk. You haven't lost your mind yet. You can communicate. That's great." It was a beautiful girl with pointy ears. Her face was delicate, and her silver hair was draped over her shoulders. Her tight, leather armor accentuated her curvy figure. When she smiled, there was a dimple on each of her cheeks. Not only can it talk, but it also has a master. Danny jumped on Wonkai's head and stomped her feet. Wonkai crawled on the ground. You're human too. You're so beautiful. Why didn't I sense you before?" The girl's expression changed several times. First, she was envious. Then, she came back to her senses and began to be alert. "You're immortal. It would be strange if you could sense me. By the way, are you an elf?" Danny sat on the dog's nose. The flame in her hand suddenly expanded. The elf girl's body was like a 3D projection that was disturbed. Ripples appeared on her body. The elf girl looked at the fireball floating in the air with longing. She hesitated and said, "I'm the elf princess of Air. You said mortal. Aren't you immortal?" Danny turned on her Holy Mother Danny mode and gave a smile that could warm anyone's heart. She explained sincerely, "I'm a mortal, a human. It's just that this is the dark universe. There are many powerful monsters with twisted minds. You're just a mental projection, but I came into this universe with my original body. In order to not attract attention like a torch, I deliberately used divine spells to hide my presence. Even God won't be able to discover me on the back of the Cerberus." The girl was indeed infected by her smile. Half of the alert on her face was gone. "Are there gods in your world? How do you define gods?" She asked a question that surprised Danny. There was a lot of information hidden in this sentence. Danny was not stupid. She quickly thought of something. "There are no gods in your world." "Have you never seen a god before?" The elf girl's eyes flashed. "My father lived for 500 years. In the eyes of mortals, he's a god." Danny smiled with a sense of superiority. "Wonkai, how old are you this year? 2,200 years old? 300 years old? I can't remember," Wonkai said in confusion. "Are you a god?" Danny asked again. "I'm just a minion. I was lucky to meet my master." The elf girl puffed up her cheeks and said with some dissatisfaction, My father didn't just live for a long time. Danny nodded. Living as long as the heavens is the most inconspicuous feature of a true god. What is a true god? The girl asked immediately. Danny was a little hesitant. Obviously, this female elf came from an alien world. She might be preparing to explore the world of ice and fire because this place was very close to the lone peak, only a few 100,000 kilometers. Don't think that a few 100,000 kilometers is very far. Think about the distance between Earth and the moon. If an alien came to the moon, wouldn't you feel nervous? Now, the alien was asking, what is the strongest weapon on Earth? How should Danny answer? Chapter 1049. The universe is made up of laws and energy. Laws are like the skeleton of a house, and energy is the brick walls, the floor, and the furniture in the house. When one begins to comprehend the laws, the essence of life will sublimate for the first time, and one will become a demigod. Only by fully grasping a law will one be qualified to become a true god. The existence of a true god is like a beam or load-bearing pillar that strengthens a building. In theory, a true god has an unlimited lifespan and can live and die with the world. The oldest true god has existed for hundreds of millions of years. After thinking for a while, Dan and I still decided to be sincere. First, she was sure that there were no true gods in the other party's world. A world without gods would definitely not be as powerful as the Song of Ice and Fire world. Oh, she had subconsciously overlooked one thing. In her world, there were no longer any true gods. The key was that she felt that true gods should be afraid of her, not the other way around. Secondly, the elf girl was not a god and showed no signs of comprehending the laws. She was younger than her, but she was able to project her mind across worlds. What did this mean? It meant that the elf girl's bloodline was so powerful that it would make anyone drool. Danny was not a saint. She was greedy. Of course, she did not want to learn from Lalo and other evil gods and devour the elf girl. Compared to an egg, she was more curious about the hen that laid the egg the world where the elf girl was born. Well, Danny was thinking too much. It was not the world that was special, but the elf race. Actually, I don't know much about the world I'm in. Perhaps there are ancient and powerful demigods, but the history of our world civilization is not as long as yours. Hearing Danny's explanation of the laws and true gods, the elf girl's face was solemn, and there was a hint of desire in it. Don't think that the elf girl was a fool just because she was young and had a pretty and sweet appearance. The elf kingdom ruled the entire world, and as the only heir of the kingdom, she had received a complete royal education since she was young. After she became an adult, she often opened the world gate and ran around. Her wisdom and experience were not much lower than Danny's. Therefore, she understood the significance of the laws and true gods to individuals and the world. The elf girl's ears twitched as she suddenly said, "The true gods in your world should all be dead, right?" Danny was stunned. Then, she suddenly realized something and said, "You're from the lower universe?" "Lower universe." The elf girl thought about it carefully and nodded. "That's right. It's very likely that our universe is even lower. Your world is falling from the gap between energy levels to a low-level universe. About 30 years later, your world and our world will be in the same universe. About 100 years later, your world will be parallel to the world I'm in now, and there might be a convergence of celestial spheres." Celestial sphere convergence? Danny was puzzled. When two or more worlds collide with each other, the people of your world will fall into our world, and the people of our world can also migrate into your world. Other than the exchange of species, it could also change the topography of the world and even laws. The elf girl hesitantly uttered the last word. After listening to Danny's explanation of the laws, she wasn't sure if the world they were in still had complete laws. "My name is Danny Liz. Danny Liz Targaryen, human," Danny said. The elf girl was stunned. She smiled and said, "Hello, Danny. My name is Laura. Laura Doran, elf." "Laura, your talent is really powerful. I'm also proficient in spatial teleportation and mental projection, but in this dark universe, the spatial door can't be opened at all. But you can cross worlds and even universes and perform extra-dimensional spatial projection. Amazing, Danny praised with a smile. Danny, your strength is also shocking. Laura pointed at the flame above her head and exclaimed, I was attracted by this flame. In the entire dark universe, only this place has fire and light. If I'm not wrong, only the law of fire can suppress the origin of darkness here to ignite the flame. Even your flame can interfere with my extra-dimensional projection. You can control such a powerful flame so easily. This shows that your understanding of flame has reached a terrifying level. Also, there's a special aura in the flame that makes me yearn for it, but also fear it. The two girls looked at each other and seemed to see something in each other's eyes. They both laughed. Wonkai was baffled. It had two heads, one looking at its master and the other at the pointy-eared girl. Laura, come and sit with me. Danny warmly invited the elf girl. Wonkai was very tactful and lowered its middle head even more. Laura excitedly jumped onto Wongsai's nose and then climbed onto the back of the blanket with Dragon Queen. They sat opposite each other. The two chatted as Wonkai continued to move forward. My world is in danger. Dragon Queen's face was full of worry. She told her about the cold god's invasion. She didn't hide her own experience in the past few years. Laura's face turned pale. She said in horror, the cold god can casually release white frost that can freeze the world. White frost. Danny was stunned. She did not expect that the female elf would only be sensitive to the unremarkable forbidden spell, white frost, after all the legendary stories she had told her. The cold god can only gather the power of ice from other areas. It can't freeze the entire world. If there is white frost here, the temperature of other places will increase. Overall, it can only move the power of ice. What if the cold god can move the infinite power of ice from the universe? Laura asked. It can't, Danny said with certainty. Laura's expression was dignified. It couldn't before, but it doesn't mean it can't in the future. In our universe, there is an infinite gap between the worlds. In this empty void, there are infinitely small particles that absorb warmth like a sponge absorbing water. Countless particles gather together to form a storm, which is the white frost. It has already destroyed countless worlds. In fact, in the lower universe, the destruction of all worlds originated from the white frost. As long as the white frost approaches a star system or plane, in just a few decades, the entire planet or plane will turn into a lifeless ice lump. The world's fire has been taken away by the white frost. Laura pointed at the fireball in front of her and emphasized with a complicated expression. Danny was shocked. She muttered, every time a world falls, the cold air from beyond the Great Wall is the white frost? In your world, how often does the cold wave that freezes the world appear? Laura asked. The last time it appeared was 8,000 years ago. The last time was at least 50,000 years ago. Laura smiled bitterly. Take a guess. How long has the history of the wizard world that I'm currently in? The recorded history is only a little more than 1,000 years. It is said that civilization began 3,000 years ago, but it is only a legend. No one can be sure. Danny's heart moved. Because of the white frost and the sky sphere converge. The white frost can destroy civilization, and so can the sky sphere. It is like two carriages meeting at a crossroads and then colliding. Wood shavings fly, and the carriages are damaged. In the upper universe where you were before, the white frost should be rare. But as the world falls, the lower the level of the universe, the higher the density of the white frost. When we reach the lower universe, the void is full of white frost, and the sky sphere converges often appear. Catastrophes are too frequent. What can be done in 1,000 years? Danny said with a dignified expression. What do you want to do? Lead the world to ascend and break away from the lower universe. The so-called lower universe is likely to be the graveyard of the world, the stomach of the universe, Danny said in a deep voice. Graveyard of the world. It is really appropriate. Just 1,000 years ago, the wizard world had a sky sphere converge. About 100 years later, it will appear again, and the white frost may descend. I don't know if the world has successfully ascended, but we elves will open the door of the world before the white frost arrives and migrate to a new world, Laura said faintly. You are here to find a new world? You have your eyes on our world? Lauren lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, Your world is very advanced. It is the brightest star in the night sky. Everyone can see it. The humans in this world are very cruel. Many powerful races were destroyed by the humans. Even the gods were ended by the humans, Danny said strangely. Wonkai resisted the urge to bark and ran with its head down. Laura smiled awkwardly. No matter how cruel they can't compare to the white frost. We elves, the Air clan, is also very cruel. They slaughtered most of the native humans, and the rest became slaves of the elven kingdom. However, I am different from my ancestors. I firmly believe that the day will come when elves and humans live in peace will come. Speaking of this, the elven girl became excited and said in an impassioned voice, Danny, let me tell you. I have traveled to many cities and found that there is no essential difference between humans and elves. There is nobility and lowliness, and there is also courage and cowardice. If a bond of love and trust can be established between humans and elves, peace is not a delusion. Danny's mouth twitched a few times. She asked, Laura, how old are you this year? 17 years old. Almost 18, Laura said doubtfully. I'm 20 years old this year. I'm older than you, so I will call you sister. Dragon Queen patted Laura's shoulder and said with emotion, Listen to your elder sister's advice. Never believe in love and trust. Those luxuries do not exist between races. But you call me sister while saying that there is no love and trust between races. What is this hinting at? Danny waved her hand. I and humans are two different concepts. Between humans and elves, there can be love and trust. However, a race represents countless people. Everyone cannot have the same hobby, but they can have the same goal, which is survival. Survival information is limited. There are many elves and few humans. Therefore, there will inevitably be competition between races. Unless one day, you are like me, suppressing the world, and your personal will and ability surpass the entire race. Only then will you be qualified to resolve the grievances between races with great love. It doesn't matter if you fail, because you can suppress the world and no one can hurt you. Although I don't understand, I believe that elder sister Danny is doing it for my own good. I will keep it in mind. Lauren smiled perfunctorily. Danny saw the disapproval in her eyes. She sighed secretly and changed the topic. Why did you choose to enter our world from the dark universe? The dark dimension is the gate to your world. You can only take this path. Laura said, When you go to other worlds, do you use the gate? Danny asked. No. At present, I only see the gate in your world. Danny said thoughtfully. Actually, our world should have 4 gates. Laura frowned and thought for a moment. She said tentatively, Perhaps after entering the inner part of the world, I can sense other entrances. I can even use your world as a springboard to find a higher level universe and world. Your talent. Danny was itching and said tentatively, Blacksmiths teach carpenters how to forge, and carpenters teach blacksmiths how to do carpentry. Blacksmiths and carpenters don't lose anything. Instead, they gain a unique skill. Blacksmiths and carpenters are not in the same city, so they won't compete for business. Laura, what do you think? Chapter 10:50. Sister Danny, do you want to learn my space-time travel technique? Hearing Dragon Queen's explicit words, Lauren didn't play dumb and directly asked. Danny first fiddled with a fireball that was suspended between the two of them, making it brighter and warmer. The fire of creation was recklessly manifested, causing Laura's eyes to shine with splendor. She then nodded and said, Yes, I want to exchange witchcraft with you. Laura looked at the fireball and fell into contemplation. After a long time, she asked, Sister, what is the foundation of your spatial teleportation technique? Wind. When the law of wind is comprehended to the limit, one can comprehend the polarity of space. Danny said, Our world doesn't seem to be able to cultivate the law. My innate talent is branded in my bloodline, so I can only develop my bloodline witchcraft. I can't teach others how to travel. Laura shook her head. So it's like this. Danny thought for a while and said, actually, my witchcraft also has a bloodline requirement, so I can't let you learn it directly. Perhaps we can use another method to exchange witchcraft. Laura looked at her doubtfully. Danny clenched her teeth, clenched her fist, and then opened it in front of Laura. Bang! Red light flashed, and Little Mist appeared. Wow, so beautiful! The beautiful little fairy with dragonfly wings immediately captured Laura's heart. Your ears are pointy, they're also very beautiful. Little Mist flew in front of Laura and curiously touched her pointy ears with her small hands. Laura also touched Little Mist's face and hair, and excitedly said, Sister Danny, is this the legendary flower fairy? She's called Little Mist. She used to be a fire crow, then became the fire spirit king, and now. Danny thought for a moment, then smiled slyly and said, she has now evolved into a Neru, the representative of holy light and fire. After saying that, she quietly poured her own fire and light divinity into Little Mist's sea of consciousness, directly condensing it into a divine title seal. It was similar to the godhood that could be found everywhere in fantasy novels. In the Eastern Xinxiao world, the divine title seal was also called God Summon, with a god's gift or a god summon condensed by heaven and earth. A mortal could ascend to godhood in one step. Little Mist was a fake demigod. Little Mist, show Laura your strength. Buzz, in the next moment, Xiao Wu's entire body ignited like a ball of red and scorching lava. The red light gradually faded, and the temperature dropped. In the dark universe, the light seemed to have solidified into a solid substance, quickly pushing the nearby darkness in all directions. In the end, the area within a radius of a few kilometers was transformed into a world of golden holy light. Dynamita, this. Laura was shocked. Not only did she feel warmth and tranquility in the holy light, she also felt a strange healing power. This is the purest Guan Hui I've ever seen, just like Dynamita's eyes. She exclaimed in fascination. Is Dynamita the god of the elves? Danny asked. Yes. Dynamita has 3 forms, a carefree young girl, a mature pregnant woman, and a hunchbacked old woman. Not only the elves, even the humans believe in Merit Lay, and the dwarves believe in Blom Magda, which is another name for Dynamita. Danny asked with a strange expression, have you seen Dynamita? Does she often show miracles? Does her priest know divine magic? The 3 questions made Laura's expression change several times. After a while, she shook her head hesitantly and said, No, but we believe in Dynamita's teachings, not a real god. Even Meritlay's priest made it clear that Meritlay symbolizes the mother of all people. She represents birth, love, labor, and the stove. In Meritlay's temple, the nuns learn about herbs, medicine, and biology. They will become herbalists, doctors, and midwives in the future. Laura explained Dynamita's teachings, the church, and the range of its spread. Generally speaking, Dynamita was a feminist version of the 7 gods. In the teachings, the 3 men, the father, the warrior, and the blacksmith, were deleted, keeping the female faith. But in function, Dynamita's priestesses were a combination of medical scholars and monks. So to say, our world also has a Dynamita. Danny also explained the teachings of the 7 gods. What a coincidence! Well, it's not a coincidence. Every world has women and children. Every woman will also experience the 3 stages of life: a young girl, a mother, and an old woman. Laura said thoughtfully, the 7 gods don't just have faith. Look at this Neru. She is the source of holy light. Danny pointed to the little sun. Laura's expression was complicated. There was expectation and hesitation. Does Sister Danny want to give Little Mist to me? Let Little Mist be your soul partner. Through the soul link, you can feel the laws of light and fire. At the same time, you can also borrow the power of your soul partner to use holy light and fire divine magic. Danny smiled. This, Laura was happy at first, but then she frowned and asked doubtfully, "What can sister get?" Little Mist is your soul partner. You can feel her laws of light and fire, and she can also learn your planar travel technique. If Little Mist has some achievements, she can pass on her insights to me, Danny said. When Laura heard this, she looked hesitant. My talent comes from the ancient blood. The ancient blood is the greatest secret of the elves. It is related to the future of the elves. Danny thought for a moment and said, "First, let Little Mist form a soul contract with you. Then you can take her to see your parents and explain the reason to them. If they firmly oppose, you can immediately cancel the contract with Little Mist and leave her in the sorcerer world. After 100 years, I will take her home. If your clansmen agree to exchange their law insights with me, the soul contract will automatically take effect and be upgraded to a holy oath. After 100 years, I will invite the elves to my world. You can choose to settle here or use my world as a springboard to ascend to a higher dimension." Right? Do you pay attention to holy oaths? Danny suddenly reacted. Every world had different traditions. The holy oath that they regarded as the highest law might be worthless in the sorcerer world. Of course, we understand the sanctity of oaths. Laura said affirmatively. Danny said, "In our world, oaths are recorded in the river of fate. No one dares to break an oath. Those who break an oath will be punished by the heavens. Dinamida will bear witness to our oath," Laura said with a serious expression. All right. Danny was stunned. She reluctantly accepted and asked, "What do you think of my proposal?" "I don't know much about soul contracts," Laura said awkwardly. "It's very simple. You give Little Mist a part of your soul, and she will give you a part of her soul. Then you will integrate each other's soul into your own. Isn't that too simple and crude?" Laura's mouth twitched. "This is just the basic principle. The optimization of the details will be very complicated. I just learned it from an ancient god. If your relationship with Little Mist gets better, your souls will be more compatible. The compatibility between your souls will promote the fusion of your bloodline. With this virtuous cycle, one day, you will be able to truly grasp the power of light and fire." Danny said seriously. "Let me think about it." Laura hesitated. "Right, Sister Danny, what are you doing in the dark universe?" she asked curiously. Danny said, "I'm chasing a devil. The reason why our world fell into the lower universe was because it joined forces with other devils to murder the last true god." "Ah, doesn't it know the danger of a falling world?" Laura said in disbelief. "It did it on purpose." Danny then explained her conflict with the Justice League. However, she didn't explain in detail how strong the evil god was. She also didn't explain the first flame and the engraved boat sword after 1,000 years. I didn't expect Sister Danny to be so strong. Even so, the elf girl was very shocked. She looked at Danny with eyes full of admiration. "Master, I found that guy's aura again." Suddenly, Wonkai howled and began to madly accelerate. Danny immediately waved her hand and collected Little Mist. The fireball floating in the air was also extinguished. Cerberus's sense of smell is far beyond the area affected by the flames, but once you get close, it will alert him. Seeing Laura's puzzled expression, she casually explained, "Bastard, get lost." After running for another 200 kilometers, Danny heard the man's angry shout. The next moment, a circle of dazzling white light suddenly exploded in the darkness ahead. It was as if 10,000 flash bombs had exploded at the same time. This light, Laura was shocked. To be able to explode with such dazzling light in the dark universe. This is the power of law. Danny nodded with a strange expression. It is indeed the law of light and darkness. But the black shadow that looked like a standing wolf howled in pain and turned into nothingness in the explosion of light. "Laura, wait for me for a moment." Laura heard this and subconsciously looked back. However, she had lost track of Dragon Queen. She quickly turned her head and looked forward. The dazzling white light had disappeared. After blinking a few times, Dragon Queen's voice came from behind her. "Are you the son of heaven or the night lion?" Laura looked back blankly. She didn't know when the Dragon Queen had returned. Under her tall silver boots, She was stepping on a handsome young man who looked like a prince in a girl's dream. Just as she turned back, Sister Danny had finished fighting and stopped. Laura was somewhat at a loss. But then, her attention was attracted by the pitiful prince under Sister Danny's feet. His figure was taller than the male elves. Compared to humans, he had a more dignified appearance and was extraordinary. His face was as bright as the rosy moonlight, without a trace of flaw. Just a glance was enough to make people intoxicated. His body also had the aura of a king who had lived for a long time. He was more domineering and dignified than his father, the Elf King. But at this time, his skin was sickly pale, making people feel pity for him. Boom. Oh, the godlike man's head exploded. His dignified body was set on fire, and his illusory soul twisted and howled. Laura, who was blushing and feeling hot, shuddered. The romantic thoughts in her mind were frozen by the white frost. "Sister Danny, why did you kill him?" she cried. "I came to kill him," Danny said strangely. Saying this, she pinched the Son of Heaven's soul in her hand in front of the female elf and forcibly pulled out a yellow crystal from it. During this time, the Son of Heaven's handsome face twisted into an evil spirit's appearance. His mouth let out the most hysterical howls. "He looks like an elegant prince. Is there some misunderstanding?" Laura couldn't bear it. This body is indeed the king, but his soul has long been refined by his father. Laura didn't understand, but Cerberus exclaimed, "So the legend is true. The Son of Heaven is actually a clone of the Night Lion." Chapter 1051. At first, I was prepared to decline, but then I met the Son of Heaven. It is said that he was the founding emperor of a powerful empire and ruled the world for 10,000 years. The key is that the Son of Heaven can also light a fire in the dark universe. Father, sages, you should understand what this means, right? Under an old oak tree covered in wisteria, Laura stroked little Mist in her arms as she spoke to the king and the sages behind the pine table. The sun shone through the dense branches and leaves, casting spots of light on the elven girl's bright and charming cheeks, quiet and beautiful. Law cultivation is normal in that world, and more than one creature can control the power of law. It is a terrible world, and we should avoid it. Elven King Oberon said with a dignified expression. Laura frowned. "Father, you are right, but you still haven't grasped the main point. Princess Laura, you want to say that the human called Danny Rise didn't lie, and that even without the Targaryen bloodline, the power of fire and light can be controlled by others?" A young sage with slicked-back hair whispered, "Yes." Laura looked at her fiancé with a complicated expression and said in a deep voice, "We all know that even if the elven witchcraft is completely open to humans, they can't master the technology of plane travel, because the ability to open the world gate comes from the ancient blood." At first, I was hesitant about Danny Rise's suggestion of an exchange, because I suspected that she was lying. I thought that her power of fire also came from the ancient bloodline. But that Son of Heaven certainly doesn't have any blood relationship with her. But the two of them have mastered similar powers of fire and light. Laura's perception was too sharp. The similarity she spoke of wasn't the powerful law of fire that Dragon Queen and Son of Heaven had mastered, which could suppress dark energy, but the aura of the supreme law of the Song of Ice and Fire. There must be similarities between the counterfeit and the original. What moved her was not ordinary fire. In the sorcerer world, there were warlocks who played with fire, but it was the first time Laura had encountered a high-level fire involving the Song of Ice and Fire. She had encountered it twice in a day. After Laura explained her feelings about fire, she concluded, "Since Son of Heaven can do it, why can't we?" The elven sages gently nodded, satisfied with her rational analysis. "You let this Nair, right?" The elven king pointed to Little Mist. Laura nodded. "Let this Nalu display the strange flame you speak of," the king of elves said. Little Mist glanced at Laura, and after getting the hint, it immediately jumped high into the sky and exploded into a fireball. It was Dragon Queen's first flame divinity. Buzz, the thin void began to distort. "Ah, a third sun has appeared in the sky. Oh my God, the sun is so close to us. It's so hot. The leaves are burning. The elves of Tirnalia clamored in fear. Clang! The elven sage's teacup fell on the table, but he didn't notice it. He looked at the small sun in shock and excitedly said, "Princess Laura was right. This isn't an ordinary fire. It's the legendary eternal fire." The Elf King's eyes were filled with fervor. According to the ancient records, the eternal fire will never be extinguished. It can dispel the cold and darkness and lead the world to hope and new life. Nera's fire is not the eternal fire. We have never seen the eternal fire, but it does have a trace of aura that surpasses all the flames in the world. Avarak also lost his usual calmness and said with a trembling voice, "There is no flame more noble and powerful than this." After the excitement, an old sage hesitated and said, "Neru is very good, but do we really want to reveal the secret of the ancient blood to outsiders?" "What do you mean?" Laura frowned. The Elf King slowly said, "Laura, you have been to the wizard world. You know how our cousins, the elves of Einshitty, live? In the beginning, they were like us, ruling the entire world. When the humans began to grasp the magic knowledge of the elves, and when the human warlocks rose, the elven empire was immediately destroyed and the elves were wantonly massacred. Now, only a small number of elves are left. They are like lowly beggars, struggling at death's door in the most desolate corners of the world." Oberon's tone was heavy. "Father, this is a fair trade. We also have the opportunity to control the eternal fire." Laura looked at the sages around her and said, "If you don't agree, I can cancel the soul contract with Little Mist." "That's not necessary." Whoosh, Little Mist turned into a small spirit and flew back. The elven sages looked at each other and gradually reached a consensus in secret. In the end, the Elf King said, "We need the law of fire. It is very possible that Danny Liz's flame is related to the first flame of the ancient legends." "You also know about the first flame?" Little Mist asked curiously. The Elf King looked at Little Mist with surprise. "I didn't expect your world to call it the first flame. What do you call it?" "The humans call it the eternal fire." The Elf King explained, "Many civilizations that have lost their inheritance only know some general descriptions of the first flame, but they have forgotten its original name. However, our elven race has existed for millions of years. Our world has ancient gods that have lived for tens of millions of years. They have always been pursuing the power of the first flame." Little Mist said, "Are you really the first flame?" The elves were startled. Little Mist shook her head. "Of course not. I only have a trace of the first flame's characteristics. It is very, very small. Can you help Laura control the power of the first flame, even if it is only a trace of its characteristics?" The Elf King eagerly asked. "I will continue to transform Laura's bloodline and guarantee that she will become a demigod of fire. However, whether she can comprehend the law of fire or not depends on her comprehension of fire magic. The law of fire is only the starting point. It is still very far from the first flame." Little Mist honestly said, "That is very reasonable." The Elf King's expression dimmed for a moment. Then he looked strangely at Little Mist and said, "I thought that you would try your best to facilitate this transaction and then say that Laura will definitely be able to comprehend the power of the first flame." "I made a sacred oath that I would never deceive Laura." "Sacred oath?" The Elf King didn't understand. The people of that world attach great importance to oaths. As long as one goes back on an oath, they will never have good end. Laura explained, "You also made a sacred oath to Danny Liz?" Backcomb suddenly asked. "Of course, the oath is mutual." Backcomb frowned as he looked at the Elf King. The Elf King also frowned as he looked at his daughter and slowly said, "I'm afraid that you won't be able to fulfill your oath for the time being." Laura's heart thumped as she hugged Little Mist and asked, "What do you want to do?" The Elf King slowly said, "We aren't natives of this world. I don't even know how many worlds the elves have migrated to. In the world where we were first born, our ancestors were extremely fanatical about obtaining the power of the first flame. Therefore, Laura, we can't give up this opportunity, but..." Seeing the Elf King's ugly expression, an elf sage spoke for him. "But the ancient blood is the foundation of the elves' existence. We can't let others get it. We will seal this Naru and let you extract its power to obtain its comprehension of the law of fire. However, its power and comprehension will only be released. It won't be able to come in contact with the secrets of the ancient blood. Ah, you want to break your oath? Little Mist covered her mouth with her small hand. Her apple-like face was full of shock. Laura patted her little head to appease her and sternly said, "Father, sages, are you sure you understand the consequences of offending Danny Liz? We can leave this world ahead of time. The universe is so big. Where'd she find us?" A sage asked. Auburn raised his hand to stop his daughter's angry words and said, "We won't completely break our oath." "What?" A sage was shocked. We need the first flame, but this Naru also said that Laura might not be able to comprehend the law of fire. We might have to deal with Danny Liz in the future, so we can't go too far. Auburn helplessly said, if the Naru itself was a first flame, they would certainly snatch it and run. The Elf King stood up and said to the Fire Elf, "Little Mist, I will seal you for 10 or 20 years until Laura becomes a demigod. Don't blame me. Laura is just a mortal. The difference between your realms is too big. It's like an elephant and a mouse. Each person gets a bite, a big piece of cake. It's obviously unfair to the mouse. I believe that even if Danny Liz knows about this, she would understand the difficulties of the elves. Little Mist has been sealed. What a powerful sealing technique, completely isolating me from her." In the dark world, on the summit of a lonely mountain, Danny suddenly stopped what she was doing and closed her eyes to meditate. After a long time, she opened her eyes. "Laura, that little bitch, dares to break her oath." Wonkai bared its teeth, its eyes revealing an ominous glint. "Master, wait for the sky sphere to converge. Then I will go to that world and help you kill all the pointy ears." Danny glanced at it indifferently. A dog trying to catch a mouse, meddling in other people's business. Remember, your task is to guard hell forever. Wonkai looked at the doghouse left behind by its ancestor with some reluctance, a short but wide cave. "Master, I'm willing to go to the 7th layer of hell to guard the gate, but this sacred mountain, don't you care about it? As a small boss of hell's first level, it's too difficult for the dog to bear the burden of guarding the world." Dragon Queen sighed. "What do you mean?" Wonkai was puzzled. "Previously in the Dark Universe, we encountered 7 or 8 waves of dark, evil creatures, but you were beaten to a pulp every time. Even fighting one-on-one was difficult. Isn't letting you guard the gate the same as giving a hot dog to the evil creatures?" Danny said helplessly. "If you recruit a group of warriors in the dark world in your name, I should be able to guard the sacred mountain." Wonkai said. "Can you fly?" Danny asked. Wonkai shook its head. "I can run fast." Hiss, a loud and clear dragon's cry, suddenly spread throughout the lonely mountain. "Megalosaurus?" Wonkai was surprised to see an emerald-green dragon flying from the west. "It's Danny, I'm here." Little Green landed on the summit and took the initiative to stretch its head to let Mother Dragon stroke it. It spoke Chinese. You've recuperated well." Sensing Little Green's vigorous breath and vigorous vitality, Danny couldn't help but be very happy. That time in the Smoke Sea, she used 5 overclocking, and the 5 Megalosaurus souls were injured, and their blood essence was greatly damaged. But at that time, she was busy dealing with the first flame and didn't have time to personally endow them with spirituality and recuperate. She could only let the Megalosaurus learn to be priests of the 7 gods, and use the dragon spirit to replace the line of faith and borrow the divine spell slots of the main gods to heal themselves. This process involved the complicated application of divine spells, and humans needed more practice to master it. Megalosaurus. Maybe they weren't so stupid that they couldn't even learn divine spells, but they were too young, only 6 years old. Divine spells were much harder to learn than talking, and now among the 5 dragons, only Blackie had obtained a primary school diploma. Chapter 1052. Edu, South City, Wizard Legion's encampment. In the courtyard of the Royal Wizard Legion's leader, Master Koei Shi. "Why is the potion's effect getting worse?" At first, it could last for 5 minutes, but since a month ago, it's been 4.5 minutes, for minutes, 3.5 minutes. Last night, at Green Fragrance Pavilion, it only took 30 seconds, just... The dwarf's face flushed red. He waved his hands around unconsciously, and his expression was extremely embarrassed. Today, when I was walking on the street, there was a bastard who called me Prime Minister for half a minute. I slapped him a few times, and this matter spread throughout Edu. Everyone started calling me that behind my back. Kuei focused on the work of configuring the wildfire in his hands and said lightly, "Since you can't use it anymore, then don't use it anymore. I think you can learn the white bone meditation method from Master Qizong, completely abstain from lust, and convert to the Holy Mother with peace of mind." The dwarf rolled up his wide, long sleeves and pulled Kuei-shi's arm, begging, "No, Master Kuei-shi, I'm still young. I can't stop using it so early. You're the number one of the young generation in the transcendent world. You can definitely make a more powerful potion." Kuei-shi's body stiffened slightly for a moment and said, "You're the Prime Minister of Edu, the great general of the empire. Don't just think about visiting brothels all day long. If you pay more attention to the wizards in the Wizard Legion, you'll know that the same witchcraft is getting worse and worse recently. With you in the Wizard Legion, I'm completely at ease." The dwarf first complimented, and then asked doubtfully, "Why is the witchcraft's effect getting worse?" Kuei said helplessly, "In the past 6 months, there have been 3 celestial phenomena of the fall of the true gods. You should know what this means, right?" "I know, my sister won, and the evil gods were wiped out." The dwarf became excited. "I didn't misjudge her. She's scheming and cunning, far better than the alliance of gods. The gods are all dead, and the Targaryen family is the strongest. The first divine king and the first great emperor are both my sister. 7 gods above, our good days. Sigh, a beautiful future is clearly waving at me, but the heavens are unfair, letting me get this disease." The dwarf suddenly deflated like a deflated balloon. His face was filled with sorrow as he wailed, "I only wanted to try out the exotic scenery. Why did I encounter a demonic woman who plucked flowers?" She coughed a few times, interrupting the dwarf's howl, and said sternly, "After the last divine meteorite phenomenon appeared, the sea of laws crumbled, like a wooden bucket filled with water, shattering into dregs. And the sea of laws was also called the demonic sea by ordinary transcendents. The demonic sea was just an appearance. The materialization of the world's laws was its true essence. It's just like how the sun looks like it's glowing, but it's actually a fireball." The dwarf gradually calmed down and asked with a frown, "You mean without the sea of law, the magic power of extraordinaires is constantly weakening?" Kuei-shi's expression was solemn. "When the bucket is broken, the water will flow out. The people who drink it will slowly dry up and die. And the significance of the sea of laws to transcendence far surpassed the wooden bucket. It could be said that the foundation of all transcendence was the sea of laws. Therefore, with the destruction of the sea of laws, the effects of the transcendent potions concocted by transcendence would be greatly reduced. For example, your ego-redeeming potion. The composition of the potion and the incantation used to concoct the potion did not change, but without the support of the sea of laws, the potion and incantation became rootless trees." The dwarf was puzzled. "But I did not lose my magic power. And there's also that bald donkey Qizong. He's having a lot of fun being a sage master. The number of sacred healing techniques he gives out to others every day did not decrease, but instead increased. There's also Hound, Alia, and Varys. After the Battle of Smoke Sea, they all felt that their power was increasing crazily." "That's not your power," Kuei said solemnly. "My sister? Yes, all of you are borrowing her power." At this point, Kuei paused for a moment, sized up the dwarf, and said, "Other than priests who rely on gods, warlocks can also retain most of their power. You're a warlock who relies on your bloodline. I retained all of my power. I did not even notice the collapse of the sea of laws." The dwarf said. Kuei shook her head. "Your power is also weakening, but your bloodline rank is increasing, rising and falling, and it remains the same. I don't know what Danny Rise experienced in the Smoke Sea, but her realm has increased by several levels. Perhaps the time it takes for her to chant the Song of Fire will be shorter than the expected 10 years. I see. The dwarf pondered for a moment and asked curiously, the destruction of the Sea of Laws did not affect her at all? In theory, it should have an effect. However, looking at all of you, she seems to have broken common sense again. Kuei, she said with a complicated tone. The dwarf had a thought and asked again, will the deviant ghost become weaker? I've checked the samples in the laboratory. The power of the frost magic has weakened. But because the world has fallen, the magic power in the deviant ghost bodies is more vigorous than before. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? The dwarf was a little agitated and also a little angry. If I told you, would you be able to solve it? Kuei, she said lightly. No, but I can ask my sister for help. The dwarf puffed out his chest and said with his head held high. Kuei, she nodded. I've looked for her. She told me to calm down. The dwarf was stunned and laughed awkwardly. You should have told me earlier. Asterisk boom. Asterisk suddenly. A 3-foot-tall green flame exploded on the experiment table in front of Kuei Shi. The intense heat wave forced the dwarf to cover his face and take 3 steps back. Holy Mother, you can encounter a wildfire explosion as well, he shouted in disbelief. When creating wildfire, a wildfire sorcerer needed to precisely control every strand of magic power. If there was a large magic wave, or if there was a mistake in the operation, it would cause the wildfire to burn and explode. Some unlucky people might even lose their lives on the spot. However, Kuei, she had always been Tyrion's #1 transcendent and had never encountered any problems before. Do you need my help? Seeing that Kuei, she was not set on fire, the dwarf heaved a sigh of relief. Kuei, she ignored him and quickly chanted an incantation, trying her best to control the scattered wildfire to gather at the clay water trough beside her. Did you sense it? When the fire was under control, the Shadowbind sorcerer asked in an uncertain tone. What? The dwarf was confused. The Sea of Laws suddenly surged, causing my magic power to go out of control. The dwarf imitated Kuei Shi and increased his mental energy infinitely. The chaotic sea of magic power has reappeared. Strange, there seems to be an additional layer of cover outside the sea of magic power, and my mental energy is blocked outside. It went in. The dwarf was shocked and bewildered. Behind the redwood lacquered armor, Kuei Shi's expression changed several times. What's going on? The dwarf was about to ask when a familiar voice rang in his ears. As you can see, the true gods have all fallen, and the Sea of Laws has been destroyed. To prevent the loss of the world's origin power, I used my Song of Laws and the crystal core of Mother Earth as materials to create a divine king cauldron that contains 10,000 laws and origin power. From today onwards, I am the king of gods. Demigods and heavenly gods who are still alive immediately report to Slave Bay and submit to me. If anyone objects, come and find me, and we will discuss it face to face. From today onwards, until the end of the following week, all gods who are not registered will be excluded from the Divine King Cauldron and will not be able to extract a drop of origin power from the Sea of Laws. Extraordinaires who have not become demigods can continue to use the magic power of the Sea of Laws, but from now on, every time you cast magic, you must recite Holy Mother of Mercy, Long Live the Queen, Chinese, as the secret key to enter the Sea of Laws. The Prime Minister looked at the shadow binding knight. This isn't a hallucination, right? Kuei, she shook her head lightly and said strangely, anyone who enters the Sea of Laws for the first time will hear this notice, and it's engraved on the Divine King Cauldron. The dwarf's mouth gradually cracked open, and he laughed foolishly. Too shameless, too domineering, too powerful, too awesome. My sister is invincible. Very invincible, but the price to pay is a little high. Without any warning, Danny's figure suddenly appeared in the room. The dwarf exclaimed, rubbed his eyes, and asked, Are you a real person or a mental projection? I just finished my business in the dark world and went to the underground palace of Thunder Island, so I wanted to visit you on my way back. As Danny spoke, she sized up the strange-looking dwarf. He wore a golden crown, a purple python robe, and a belt with a piccio head inlaid with gold and jade around his waist. He actually gave off a sense of suaveness. All right, Tyrion had to thank her for changing his plump face and even adjusting his deformed leg bones. You're doing well. The dwarf also lowered his head to look at his court attire and sighed in satisfaction. Today, I finally know how noble the Prime Minister is. Prince Beau is far more obedient than Joffrey, and the court officials all respect and trust me. Without Littlefinger and old Rose plotting outside, and without someone like Cersei holding me back, it's too comfortable. Is there really a true god sealed in the underground palace of Thunder Island? Koichi asked. The Mother Earth who sings the Song of Earth. I thought it was an evil god, Danny nodded. Is an evil god. His main consciousness is asleep, and he only acts on instinct. He can't control the high-energy, chaotic Earth god power, so he's no different from an evil god. What's with the cauldron of the King of Gods? Danny waved her right hand lightly, and a three-legged cauldron with two ears appeared out of thin air and smashed it on the ground. That's it. You're using this thing to store the Sea of Laws. Tyrion was dumbfounded. The cauldron was made of red copper, and its entire body was red with a tinge of yellow. It was thicker than an ordinary water bucket and looked round and chubby. Including the ears, it was about the same height as a dwarf, about 3 meters. There were simple lines carved on the surface of the cauldron. That's it. It was a very ordinary bronze artifact. She circled the bronze cauldron and said with a complicated tone, "You're really arrogant." There were a total of 8 paintings on the surface of the bronze cauldron, and they recorded 8 glorious moments of the Dragon Queen. Purgatory Wasteland hatching a dragon in the fire, Apasta's uprising, poplar slopes sweeping through the enemy camp, Slaver's Bay, Meereen's drowning of the 7 armies, Winterfell's resistance against the white frost, and sea of smoke burning the gods. There were only 7 paintings, 7 scenes. The key was in the last painting. The Dragon Queen was sitting high in the clouds, with 5 dragons circling around her and the sun rising from behind her throne. The gods in the sky were worshipping her, and the countless citizens on the ground were cheering for her. In the future, you will be one of these people. Danny pointed to the citizens on the ground in the last painting. It's pitch black, I can't see anything. The dwarf tiptoed and tried his best to look inside the cauldron. Koichi also went over and asked suspiciously, "Is there a different space inside the cauldron?" Danny laughed without saying a word and only flicked her finger on the cauldron. Dong. The sound was melodious, like the chime of a bell. It spread out far outside the house, and even spread along the ground for a few hundred kilometers, a few thousand kilometers. At this moment, as long as one's consciousness was in the Sea of Laws, they would be able to hear the sound of the cauldron being knocked. Boom! In the next moment, the cauldron spewed out a 3-meter-tall flame pillar, as though a turbine engine had been activated. The dwarf wailed, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Chapter 10:53. Tyrion howled. His body twitched a few times as if he had been electrocuted. He fell to the ground with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices and stopped breathing. What happened to him? Koichi was shocked. Although the dwarf was close to the godly king's cauldron, he had already retracted his head. He wasn't affected by the fire. He shouldn't have touched the godly king's cauldron. The cauldron contains the Sea of Laws. Touching the cauldron is equivalent to touching countless laws. His soul will shatter. Danny narrowed her eyes. She activated Soul Subduing Strike and sent her thoughts into the dwarf's mind. She spent some effort to repair his soul core that was on the verge of collapse. It's not a big deal. He'll wake up in half an hour. He'll be fine after resting for half a month. Dong! Danny knocked on the cauldron again. The flames retracted into the cauldron, but the cauldron projected a myriad of colors on the roof. It was like a dreamy radiance. Take a look again. Danny smiled. She raised her head and gestured. She only hesitated for a moment before carefully stretching her head over. Endless flames entered her eyes. The next moment, boom! It was as if a volcano had erupted in her mind. Countless fire-type insights surged into her mind. She felt dizzy. Her body swayed as if she was drunk. Ugh, she had a splitting headache. She held her forehead and groaned. However, she felt as if she had chewed a bunch of peppercorns in her mouth. She couldn't utter a single word. After a long time, the shadow-binding warrior finally recovered from the feeling of fullness in her mind. A dazzling flame lit up on her shadowy meditation foundation. She was probably at the same level as John a few months ago before he started cultivating the Song of Ice. She realized the shadow-binding warrior's dream of cultivating both fire and shadow at the same time. She was no longer afraid of light. Her deathly pale face became normal. She could control the flames more easily. She looked at the smiling dragon queen with a complicated expression. She said softly, "Thank you." Danny shrugged. She said casually, "Your level is too low. If you cultivate normally, you won't have any hope of becoming a demigod. I don't want to lose a friend like you in a mere 100 years. That's not what you said back then." She was touched and upset. Back then, the Dragon Queen had leaned over and called her big boss. Sigh, how many years has it been since then? Danny lamented. For example, she was already a prodigy of the generation, but it was still extremely difficult for her to become a demigod. Not even 1 out of 100 geniuses would succeed. The Shadow-Binding Knight's talent wasn't bad. It was just that his luck wasn't good enough. Danny herself didn't need to be mentioned. She had cheated all the way, so much so that she felt embarrassed as if John, the dwarf, Arya, and even Chizong were all hacks. Since she lacked opportunities, Danny would give her opportunities. Although she was not old now, she was stronger than any white-bearded grandpa. Opportunities and whatnot were given out casually. There seems to be a world of fire inside the cauldron? She asked doubtfully. You're not mistaken. It's the Fire Divine Kingdom. Apart from the Divine Kingdom of Fire, there was also the Divine Kingdom of Wind, the Divine Kingdom of Light based on the complete Song of Light, and the Divine Kingdom of Earth inherited from Mother Earth. The Divine Kingdom of Earth is the foundation. The Divine Kingdom of Wind is the 4 walls. The Divine Kingdom of Fire is the ceiling, and the Divine Kingdom of Light is the insulation layer. How extravagant! She was shocked. Then, she asked doubtfully, how did you think of creating a divine cauldron and collecting the lost sea? Danny flipped her wrist, and a ball of purplish-yellow smoke appeared in her palm. This is... She sensed it for a moment and said in surprise, the evil god's aura in the underground palace? Good knowledge. Danny praised sincerely and explained, this is a strand of divine soul that escaped from Mother Earth. To others, it's just a chaotic magic power that pollutes the divine soul, but I can extract a true god soul from it. When the Lost Sea collapsed, I had the thought of rebuilding it, but I didn't know how to do it. Coincidentally, this senior also had plans to pass down all of her inheritance to me and teach me how to rebuild the Lost Sea. She had mixed feelings. Why did the ancient gods give their inheritance to you? Mother Earth has never seen you before. I stayed in the underground palace for a few years, but I didn't know the true identity of the evil god. I did so much hard work, but I didn't get any benefits at all. Why is there such a huge difference between people's encounters? Because they and I are like-minded fellow travelers. The reason was simple and hard to refute. She was silent for a while and asked doubtfully, why did you use bronze to create the cauldron? Isn't steel stronger? A steel cauldron is not as good as a bronze cauldron. Also, do you know about the magic metal dragon steel from the last era? Dragon steel is a bronze that is infused with magic power. Danny patted the 3-legged cauldron and said proudly, this bronze cauldron of mine is made from the bronze peak at the edge of the world, fused with the bodies of Mother Earth and dozens of dark demon gods, and forged with the remains of the first flame for 49 days. It is 5 levels higher than the level 4 Earth Fire Energy level tile steel. A normal true god with an energy level of 5. 0 can't do anything to it, and can't break its defense. This time, the way Kuei she looked at the bronze cauldron changed. This is a true divine artifact. A weak, fanatical voice came from the ground. It was the dwarf. He had woken up from his sleep and crawled up from the ground while trembling. The ground is so cold, and you let me lie down? He wiped the blood from his nostrils, mouth, and eyelids, and said resentfully. No one bothered with him. Tyrion mumbled a few more words, and then looked at Dragon Queen shamelessly. There will be a day when the Sea of Law is restored, right? The King of God's cauldron is very strong, but is not enough to defend itself. The types of laws and the total amount of origin energy cannot satisfy the demands of too many extraordinaires. When the long night ends and the population recovers, I'm afraid the supply will be limited on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Dany looked helpless. Only when a new true god is born, only when they leave the bottom level of the universe, can the Sea of Law be truly restored. And the restoration of the Sea of Law is a necessary condition for a demigod to become a true god. The dwarf did not care about Dragon Queen's entanglement, nor did he care about the problem she encountered, and said excitedly, "If the Sea of Law is restored, will this cauldron be useless? You want it? Try your best to live until the day the Sea of Law is restored, at least a few hundred years later," Dany said with a cold smile. "I traveled east to spread sutras, and the road was bumpy. I came to barren land, saved millions of people, and presided over the investiture of the gods. These merits should be enough for me to enter the top ranks of the investiture of the gods, and become a god with my body, right?" The dwarf shouted, "You can only enter the list after becoming a god, not after entering the list, and also, if you meet people on the investiture of the gods, they will kill too much, and their luck will be shallow. They can enjoy a lifetime of riches, but their immortal path will be cut off. This is the fate of an investiture of the gods. Oh no, the investiture of the gods is Mazia, and the dwarf can barely be considered as Heishui River Erlang." Throwing away the random thoughts in her mind, Dany cut open the space again, threw the cauldron into the depths of the void, and said, "I came to barren land mainly to repair the Holy Light Shelter, Crabclaw Peninsula's Dany Lilithgirdle." Tyrion said in surprise, "The alliance of evil gods has been broken. I will keep an eye on the Frost God, and no one will be able to destroy the girdle." "How many shelters do you plan to build?" Kuei asked. "One in the Jade Sea, one in Slaver's Bay, one in the Land of Strife where the Queen's Horn is, and 4 in the Westeros. Slaver's Bay has 3 cities, and there are 4 in the Westeros." The dwarf looked doubtful. 10 cherries and a ripe watermelon. Which one will you choose?" 20 wind giants formed a circle of plains with a diameter of more than 10 kilometers on Crabclaw Peninsula. There were 50 divine wind crows, which were 100 times stronger than the wind giants. They circled a piece of land with a diameter of 40 kilometers, which was more than 1,000 square kilometers on the edge of barren land. 20 fire crows remained in the sky, and 10 fire spirits held hands and spun at high speed to form a sun that illuminated a radius of 50 kilometers. The sunlight gradually shrank, and only the land within the girdle was covered. Yes, 20 fire crows took turns. "Ah, the snow is melting. I see black soil again." The barren land farmers who were lucky enough to witness the miracle kneeled on the ground and dug out a lump of wet soil with their hands, moved to tears. "I thought I would never see the sun again in my life." The fat, white-haired son of heaven looked at the sun in the sky with fascination. Even if the sunlight made him cry, he was still unwilling to lower his head. "This is a miracle. The Dragon Queen is really going to become the divine king." Great God Lion Strength, who had lost his god, had an extremely complicated expression. "Supreme 7 gods, Holy Mother of Mercy, long live the Queen." Under the lead of Saint Master Qizong, the new believers of the 7 gods kneeled on the ground and shouted, "Long live the Queen! Supreme 7 gods, Holy Mother of Mercy, long live the Queen!" All the barren people who entered the Dany Lilithgirdle, whether of their own accord, 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 of their own accord. No matter who they were, no matter what they thought in their hearts, at this moment, in the face of this scene, all of them kneeled on the ground and offered their knees and praises to the Dragon Queen who was holding up the sun in the sky. The believers of the seven gods will be given the best land and will live in the first ring in the center. Ordinary people will live in the second ring. The other believers will move to the edge of the girdle and live in the third ring and guard the fourth ring. No one is allowed to build a mansion that occupies a large area, including Prince Beau and yourself. If you want to pay attention to grandeur, you can go to the royal palace outside the girdle and dig an underground tunnel between the royal palace and the girdle. Are there any cloudy days, thunderstorms, storms, and other weather? Tyrion asked. This small world is a nearly complete ecosystem. The sun works for 16 hours, and the night lasts for 8 hours. There are dusk and dawn, as well as rain and thunder. Why do we have to guard the fourth ring? Can other ghosts enter? Kueishi asked. A small number of other ghosts and ghouls will be sliced into pieces by the high-energy wind blades in the wind wall. However, the number of wind spirits within the wind wall is limited. In order to ensure that the heat does not dissipate, the defensive power it can provide is very limited. Hence, it is best to build another ring of fortresses outside the wind ring. All right, Danny waved at Qizong. Some elemental spirits have already developed divinity and can absorb the power of faith to grow. I will revise the Seven Stars Bible and stipulate that all elemental spirits are the dependents of the Holy Light Maiden, which means they are subordinate to the gods. From now on, all statues of the Holy Light Maiden will have a green and red ribbon. At the same time, a statue of the Wind Fire Spirit will be set up in the side hall. The main hall will consecrate the seven gods, while the side hall will consecrate the subordinate gods of the seven gods. This can be considered as a rule. Oh, other than the Wind Fire Spirit, we have to add a turtle. Dragon Queen finally thought of the turtle prime minister. What does the turtle represent? Qizong asked in confusion. The old man in the river. He has long been a subordinate of the seven gods. It is time for him to enjoy the incense of the mortal world. After giving Qizong some instructions, Danny prepared to leave. Hey, wait. The dwarf had a thought and hurriedly called out to her. What is it? This. Tyrion glanced at the crowd beside him bashfully. He approached the Dragon Queen and said softly, I was seduced by a few evil cult witches, causing me to. Master Kuei, she said that I have lost my source and spent a lot of effort to concoct a medicine for me. However, I'm getting worse by the day. You are powerful. Can you save me? If news of this spreads in the barbarian capital, it will be bad for the reputation of Targaryen and the Church of the Seven Gods. You are Lon Lister, but everyone knows who my father is. Danny looked at Kuei and found that she was looking at her as well. She even had a wandering gaze. She asked curiously, Tyrion seems to be full of energy. His bloodline power is abundant. Which source did he lose? With the cauldron of the King of Gods, the potion has regained its effects. If you hand him over to me, I promise to cure him. Kuei said vaguely. All right, I'll leave him to you. I have confidence in your potion skills. Danny nodded. Her figure disappeared from the spot. Hey, the dwarf reached out his hand, but all he got was air. Don't you trust me? Kuei said coldly. I trust you. Of course I trust you. Let's go concoct the medicine now. Chapter 1054. Seven gods above this. What kind of monster is this? In Astapor, in the square in front of the pyramid, old Yemont looked at Wonkai, who stepped out of the spatial door, his face pale. It was fortunate that the Dragon Queen had told him Wonkai's identity in advance, or else the old man would have been scared stiff. Old man, my name is Wonkai, your family's watchdog. Wonkai lowered its head that was bigger than a bus and said in a muffled voice, Watchdog. Old Yemont was in a daze again. You are the legendary Cerberus, he said in disbelief. It is the greatest honor of the Cerberus to be able to guard the gate for Targaryen, Wonkai said proudly. This, The old man turned his eyes to King Kong, who was squatting by the bay and taking a bath. Whose honor is this? First, the invincible King Kong took the initiative to help guard the city. Then a 3-story tall Cerberus came to guard the gate. Reality was too magical. The old man's blood pressure was a little high, and his head was a little dizzy. Don't be an eyesore here. Go squat outside the city. Dragon Queen kicked the Cerberus and scolded. If you dare to let a deviant ghost in, I will skin you alive. Master, don't worry. Wang Sai's divine nose skill has reached a small level. I guarantee that not a single corpse ghost can come close within 50 kilometers. The fierce Cerberus was as obedient as a little Pekingese, nodding and bowing. It crossed the city walls of Astapor amidst the exclamations of countless people. Seeing that the Dragon Queen really scolded the Cerberus like a dog, old Yimont finally came back to his senses. After he calmed down, he asked doubtfully, Danny, where did you find these two godlike magical beasts? You don't know King Kong? I told you a few years ago that I met a gorilla in Sosros that wanted to ambush me and Blackie. It was burnt bald by Blackie and then shamelessly wanted to be my servant. Yimont muttered, I thought you were bragging. Then he asked doubtfully, but isn't this King Kong a little too big and too strong? A month ago, the evil god of ice led millions of ghouls to besiege the city. The King Kong roared and held a huge ice sword in his hand. He slaughtered the gods like he was slaughtering chickens. It was too terrifying. Could Blackie defeat him? Yimont was still shocked when he recalled the scene that day. If the beast didn't suffer, would it be so obedient? Danny casually tossed a handful of green beans into the air. They exploded one by one in midair, turning into whistling hurricanes. The largest wind giant stood across the sky and roared angrily. I'm the great wind calamity. Shut up, you idiot. Hurry up and prepare to build a wind wall. Dragon Queen shouted. Oh, master, don't be angry. I'll go now. The Storm King humbly replied before exploding into a formless and infinite belt of wind. Visible to the naked eye, half a circle of wind wall appeared outside Astapor. The Storm King, hundreds of wind giants, and 300 wind spirits covered an area of 100 kilometers. Astapor was near the sea, at the edge of the belt. Only a part of the wind wall could be seen. Beyond that, it was already out of sight. Caw, 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 36 crows flew into the sky, forming a huge sun. In an instant, the sky above Astapor was filled with light. The city covered in ice crystals reflected a dazzling light under the sun. The blue sky, the white clouds, the golden sun, and the green waves of the bay. All of this was as beautiful as a fairy tale. 7 gods above, I never thought that the long night could be so beautiful. I thought the seawater was black, and so was the sky. So, nothing has changed. The only thing missing is the sun. The people in the People's Square were shocked and shouted excitedly. It's like I've suddenly come from a mortal world to a fantasy world. Old Yimont smiled bitterly. You've always been in a fantasy world. It's just that you've only seen the wonders of the world now. Squeak, Little White leaped and flew under the blue sky, screeching happily. Roar, roar, roar. King Kong walked out of the bay step by step, beating his chest like a huge leather drum. A woo outside the city gate. Wonkai could not stand the loneliness. Its 3 heads let out a long howl that shook the city walls. Hee! Danny laughed. The city that had been frozen for a long time had not seen such a lively scene in a long time. Today, the prohibition on alcohol is lifted. Take out wine barrels and bacon from the pyramid warehouse. Everyone has a share. Everyone has a pound of roasted meat, 2 pounds of bacon, and 5 oranges or apples. The Dragon Queen waved her hand and announced loudly to her officials and subjects, the long night is coming to an end. Today, we'll have fun. Tomorrow, we'll go out of the city and start a big production. From now on, the cold and hunger will not trouble anyone in Slaver's Bay. Long live the Queen! Before the Battle of Myrene, a large number of ordinary people in Slaver's Bay had flowed into Astapor. When the long night fell, especially after the faceless demons broke out, Myrene and Yuan Kai lost almost all of their civilians. Only tens of thousands of Mother of Dragons guards and militia were left guarding the pyramids. Until now, there was still a large number of living dead in the streets and alleys of Myrene and Yuan-Kai. So, before the celebration, Danny had to clean up Slaver's Bay. That night, there was no night. It was right to bring Yuan-Kai to Slaver's Bay. That guy's nose is too sharp. Without its help, it would take 1 or 2 years to clean up the living dead in the deep mountains and forests. The People's Square was crowded with people. The people were singing and dancing. The Dragon Queen was sitting on the second floor of the pyramid. She was drinking wine and chatting with the officials beside her. Hearing that the Hellhounds were the natives of the Dark World, Messai, who was sitting below the Queen, asked curiously, "Legend has it that Stara Mizine once saw 2 Hellhounds fighting in the Long Night Fortress. Where did those 2 Hellhounds come from? The Dark World is tens of thousands of years away from the Great Wall." Danny glanced at Simba, who was pouring wine for her, and said casually, "Maybe it's a space crack." The laws of the Dark World are not complete. In terms of space stability, it is far inferior to our material world. Simba grew 3 years older. He was now 9 years old. He was 6 meters tall. Other than his childish face, his temperament, eyes, and body shape were all like a young man's. His once chubby face had started to elongate. One could vaguely see her shadow. In fact, if he did not have a pair of almond-shaped eyes that were unique to centaurs, he would look more like her. Beside Simba, there was a silver-haired maid who looked a little silly. She was his sister in name. She was short and chubby. She was wrapped in a thick sheepskin jacket and looked like a furball. Her face was as thin as 2 pieces of pancakes. She clumsily knocked over the wine pot on the Queen's table. Her 2 big blue eyes were staring at the grapes on the plate and drooling. The Dragon Queen placed the porcelain plate in front of her. She was stunned. When she saw the Queen nodding, she grinned and quickly took the plate. She squatted by the table and started eating. She looked like a silly girl. "Are all hellhounds as big as Yuan-Kai? What kind of food do we need to feed it?" Yaman also noticed the maid's rudeness. He had an awkward expression. Messiah was in charge of the etiquette in the palace. However, Simba and his sister were her students. Yuan-Kai can grow even bigger. It doesn't need to eat. Demigods don't need to eat every day. After the banquet, they returned to the Queen's study. The 2 talked about Simba and his sister for a while. The old man then mentioned Messiah. He reminded the Dragon Queen, "Danny, Messiah is already 16 years old. It's time for her to get married." She was sent to Slave Bay as a hostage. According to the traditions of the 7 kingdoms, she is also your adopted daughter. Danny was speechless. "I'm only in my early 20s. Tyrion is her uncle. Logically speaking, you are also a generation older than her. You want me to find a husband for her?" Danny asked. Old Yimont nodded and sighed. "Messiah is a good girl. She's more than qualified to be the mother of a kingdom. If it wasn't for the fact that Simba is too young, I would want the 2 of them to be a couple. However, a grown girl can't be kept at home. Little Rose is a classic example." Danny pondered and said, "Messiah was once engaged to Prince Daolong's youngest son. Cersei wanted to break off the engagement. However, before she could do so, Tyrion sent him to me. I will find an opportunity to ask Messiah if she has anyone she likes in Slave Bay. If she doesn't, I will bring that boy here to stay for 2 years. If Messiah still has feelings for him, we will continue with the engagement. If that boy becomes ugly, I will help her reject the engagement." "That works too." Old Yimont nodded and asked about her recent experiences. Danny did not hide anything. She told Old Yimont everything that happened in the past few days. "After killing so many gods and demons, you have also become a god?" The old man was so shocked that he was at a loss. Danny did not think much of it. "The 5 Megalosaurus, King Kong, Yuan-Kai, they're all demigods. Even John has become a demigod. I am the emperor of the mortal world and also the king of gods, the divine king," she declared solemnly. Old Yimont opened his eyes wide and mumbled, "You are the divine king. Then what about the Holy Mother? You want to give up the faith of the 7 gods?" Danny thought for a moment and said, "Even Tyrion knows about this. I will not hide it from you. The Holy Mother is me, plop." Before she could finish her explanation, The old man's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Danny hurriedly waved a gust of wind and helped the old man to a chair. Then, she used the soul-subduing spell to help him stabilize his scattered soul. Finally, she used the saint healing spell to perform a large-scale, comprehensive examination on the old man's body. This is too exaggerated. It's like a dream. Even a dream is not as crazy as this. The old man stared at the Dragon Queen carefully, as if he was seeing her for the first time. What's so exaggerated about this? Someone has to save the world. Someone has to defeat the Frost God. Someone has to be the Divine King. Why can't it be me? Aemon took out a crumpled atonement scroll from his bosom and said with a bitter smile, I was thinking that after Simba grows up and gets married, I can go to heaven in peace. What should I do now? Heaven is not fake. When the long night is over, Wonkai will go north. The entrance to the seven hells is there. If you're interested, you can go take a look. Ymont shook his head and said sadly, I thought I could see Aegon in heaven, see my family and friends. But since there is nothing there, what hope do I have? Aegon is in heaven. Your great-grandfather? Ymont was stunned. My cheap nephew. I am. The old man smacked his lips a few times, and his expression was a little strange. You don't have to worry about being bored in heaven. When you die, I will arrange a divine position for you. You can freely travel between the human world, heaven, and hell. You can play in the human world, fight for justice, and help those who believe in heaven and hell. I guarantee that your future life will be colorful and you'll never be lonely. Danny smiled. All right, now that you mention it, I'm looking forward to heaven again. Old Aemon carefully folded the scroll and put it away in his bosom. Since you have wiped out the gods, shouldn't you restore Simba's identity? Danny frowned and thought for a long time before shaking her head. Let him grow up as a normal person. When he grows up, I will give him a chance to make a name for himself and let him rise step by step. When he becomes a duke, I will reveal his identity and let him become king. What about you? Of course I am the empress. I thought you were going to abdicate. The son of heaven has been the emperor for 10,000 years. God Sorrow Durin has also ruled the Stormlands for 1,000 years. With my achievements, 500 years as empress isn't too much, right? Then shouldn't you teach Simba witchcraft? Otherwise, he won't be able to live past 500 years. The old man mumbled. Let's wait for him to grow up. Grasping extraordinary power too early will affect the shaping of his worldview. Hum hum hum. The obsidian magic mirror against the wall suddenly flashed with a dark red light. Danny casually opened it, and a jaw-dropping message popped out. In the past month, the other ghosts had launched a frenzy of attacks. The King's Landing was the most affected area and was besieged by hundreds of thousands of other ghosts. Stannis summoned Jon Stark to lead reinforcements. For some reason, there was news that Stannis was burned to ashes by the Duke of the Northern Territory. Chapter 1055. Are you kidding me? Why would Jon kill Stannis and burn him to ashes? How cruel! Old Ymont said in disbelief. The message came for Dragonstone Island, but it was not specifically reported to the Dragon Queen. Black Girl and Marwyn, who controlled the Mage Tower on Dragonstone Island, did not know that the Dragon Queen had returned from the east. The message on the magic mirror explained the cause and effect of the incident in detail, but it did not make too much of a subjective comment on Jon's actions. Maybe he had no other choice. Danny pondered. Then, she contacted Dragonstone Island and the Cathedral of Baelor in front of old Ymont and ordered them to take action immediately. They had to ensure Jon's safety at all costs. She also told them that he was the illegitimate son of Rhaegar and Lyanna. I'll return to Dragonstone Island now. Before returning to Dragonstone Island, she also went to Hell's Gate Island and asked the Turtle Chancellor to lead all the fishermen back to Astapor. She then opened a portal and teleported to Dragonstone Island with Dunstan and the others. After 3 to 4 hours, Danny finally returned to Westeros, which she had been away from for many days. The situation in King's Landing was very tense. The Red Lalo believers and the Grey believers of the Seven Gods were confronting each other on Aegon Hill. A conflict could break out at any moment. John is Dragon Queen's nephew. Whoever dares to touch him will suffer the wrath of the Megalosaurus. As soon as Danny teleported over, she heard the red-haired girl yelling at the top of her lungs. Release the King of the North. Release the King of the North immediately. The gray man from the north squeezed forward with a twisted face. Ingrate Stark murdered the king. He deserves death. Even if the Megalosaurus burns me to ashes, I will take revenge for King Stannis. The Red Heart Knight's eyes were red as he roared hysterically. Don't hurt Duke Stark for now. Wait for Dragon Queen to return. Then we will conduct a fair and just trial. I believe that she will definitely give justice to the innocent. Rando Tali said in a deep voice. Beside him, there were 30 to 40 warriors' sons with rainbow-striped capes, but most of them were gray-robed beggars. Jon Stark has betrayed his vows and plotted to murder the Emperor. He has committed a heinous crime, and the evidence is conclusive. What is there to judge him for? The flame-cloaked, black-armored, strong-looking girl said in grief. She was Erlu's niece and the crown prince, Mia Baratheon. Danny ignored this group of people. Her body was like an illusory shadow. She floated through the crowd and arrived at the Red Castle at the top of Aegon Hill. The front yard of the Red Castle was blown into a huge crater, which was later transformed into a glass dome by Erlu. There were no vegetables, but there were a lot of wood that grew fungus and mushrooms. In order to heat the shelter, they even built a fire pit that was 40 to 50 square meters at the bottom of the crater. At this time, there were 2 wooden stakes erected in the center of the fire pit. Jon and Big John were tied up on top of them. John's nose was bruised and his eyes were swollen. He was beaten into a pig's head, but he did not make a sound. Big John's hairy face, leather armor, and cape were all covered in blood. He had been stabbed countless times, but he was still full of energy and cursing. There were 7 or 8 red-robed monks who were busy piling firewood at the feet of the 2. A knight pulled a red-robed monk aside and hurriedly dissuaded him. We can't burn Stark without permission. This is against the rules. Murdering the king is a heinous crime, but we must go through a public trial. We must at least inform Dragonstone Island and let the Dragon Queen know about this. Sir Marseille, you are the captain of the Holy Sun's Kingsguard, and also a believer of our Lord Lalo. Whether it is to avenge the king or to complete the Light King's oracle, you should not stop us. The red-robed monk whose fair skin was covered in flame runes said, Benello, I did not give you an oracle to burn anyone. Danny joked. Who? The supreme priest of Volantis suddenly turned his head, and then his expression changed. Why are you here? Seeing that you once praised me, I will not kill you today. Take the red monk and leave. Danny waved her hand. I cannot go against the Light King's oracle. Benello said bitterly. Danny pointed at her chest and said, I will be the Light King if I can sing the complete Song of Light. Blasphemy, Benello said angrily. Lalo using the name of the Light King is blasphemy against justice and truth. Priestess, we cannot do this. Let's retreat. Justin smiled apologetically at the Dragon Queen and began to pull Benello away. The supreme priest could not do anything. 2 streams of tears flowed down his face as he was pulled away by the knights. The remaining red-robed monks quickly threw away the firewood in their hands and ran out of the pit while avoiding the Dragon Queen. Your Majesty, why don't you kill them? Big John said loudly. That Benello has praised me for 3 to 4 years. I am too embarrassed to kill him. Danny waved her hand, and 2 wind blades cut open the ropes on the wooden poles. In the Song of Ice and Fire, there were many first places. If there was a vote for the first dragon boast, the supreme priest Benello would definitely win. The Dragon Queen's early reputation among the people in the western continent of Ursus was all built by Benello. There was evening prayer every day in Volantis, and every time Benello appeared, he would definitely perform it. Danny Rise's rise had fulfilled the ancient prophecy. She was born from the land of smoke and salt, and will reshape this world in the future. She is the reincarnation of Yesor Ahai. She will defeat the darkness and bring an endless summer to the world. Even the Grim Reaper will submit to her. Those who shed blood for her cause will be reborn, with the flow of people in Volantis, and considering the influence of the supreme priest of the Red God among the people. Even the cities thousands of miles away knew about this prophecy. Therefore, the people and nobles of Ursus who had been warmed up easily accepted the Dragon Queen's rapid rise in the past 2 years. Are you going to take them away just like that? A hoarse and venomous female voice came from the entrance of the tunnel. Danny's action of opening the dimensional door paused. Turning around, she saw a sloppy old woman with a face full of wrinkles and white hair stumbling over. Under the yellow oil lamp, one could see the hatred and viciousness in her eyes. "You are Queen Celis?" Danny looked at her carefully for a while before recognizing her through her protruding ears and the beard on her upper lip. "What do you want?" Her voice was cold and her eyes were cold. She had no sympathy for this woman at all. "John Stark killed my husband, my only support," Celis roared. "Madam, please listen to me." John broke free from Senior John's support and said sadly, "Things are not as simple as you think. A long time ago, King Stannis was controlled by Lalo and tried to attack me many times. You should have helped him complete Lalo's prophecy." Celis interrupted him with a twisted face. "You let the deviant ghost chicken tip your Lalo." Senior John spat. John patted Senior John's shoulder and smiled bitterly. "Madam Celis, if you are here for Lalo's prophecy, I have nothing to say. If you are here for revenge because of your husband's death, I want to tell you that I did not kill him. I burned the pitiful puppet controlled by Lalo." "You're lying." Celis pounced on John and scratched his face, leaving a row of bloody marks. "This woman is crazy." Senior John was furious. He lifted his thick leg and kicked Celis in the stomach. Plop! Celis' body bent in half in the air and flew 4 to 5 meters before landing heavily on the pile of firewood. Senior John, John and the Onion Knight exclaimed at the same time. The Onion Knight looked like he had aged more than 10 years. He looked like an old man in his 70s. His face was filled with sorrow, and his hair was all white. Even his steps as he ran towards Celis were shaky. He was no longer as steady and powerful as he was a few years ago. "Senior John, you are offending your superior." Looking at the queen who was bleeding from the corner of her mouth and looking pale, the old knight was heartbroken. He glanced at the 2 Johns and the Dragon Queen's eyes, full of accusation and anger. "She's just a pitiful woman who lost her family. I hate that I don't have a sword with me so that I can kill her." Senior John glared at him fiercely. "She is a crazy woman. Your King Stannis is a crazy king. The Red Robe Monk and the Red Heart Knight are all crazy people who were brainwashed by Lalo." "Shut up," John shouted and staggered toward Celis. Seeing that she was still glaring at him, he heaved a sigh of relief and sighed. "Madam, your husband's soul and body were controlled by Lalo. At that time, the person I was facing was not Stannis, but Lalo. If you don't believe me, you can ask Sir Richard and Sir Sanche. They were also in the study at the White Sword Tower. If not for their help, I would not have been able to kill Stannis, who was sent by Lalo." "Sir Sanche and Sir Richard killed themselves," the Onion Knight said. "How is that possible?" John was shocked. Danny sank her consciousness into the faith space. As expected, she found a Saint Seiya who was chatting with a few knights in heaven. "Of course they killed themselves. If the red-robed monks knew that we helped Stark to murder King Stannis, wouldn't we be burned and sacrificed to Lalo?" On the beach, a banquet was being held. Demon Hunter Richard was wearing a loose silk shirt and pants. He was lying comfortably on a soft couch and drinking wine. "Sigh, another king has fallen. Is the Iron Throne really cursed?" Xena Lonlister said with a complicated expression. "King Stannis did not sit on the Iron Throne. After that thing was moved back from the cesspool, it was locked in a warehouse and rusted. If anyone really sat on it and cut their buttocks, they would definitely get tetanus." Sir Sange laughed. Sir Quincy said regretfully, "I have always envied you. Becoming a glorious Saint Seiya, wearing the golden sacred robe, making contributions in the long night, and making a name for yourself. Wouldn't that be great? If it were me, I would not kill myself." Since when did the King's Landing allow the Red God believers to be so arrogant? Richard shook his head and sighed. Although it is glorious to be the demon hunter personally appointed by the Dragon Queen, the long night is really hard to endure. Especially when we can't join the great cathedral. Instead, we have to face a bunch of weird red-robed monks every day. Don't doubt it. It seems like all the red-robed monks in the world have come to the King's Landing. Yes. Sir Songun nodded with deep emotions. If I could serve under the Dragon Queen, I would rather die than commit suicide, but, Sai, we were loyal to King Stannis until the last moment of his life. Buzz. Suddenly, two beams of golden light descended from the sky and landed on the two Saint Seiya who had killed themselves. Oh no, I'm going to be resurrected again. Richard wailed as if he had broken down. Under the envious and jealous gazes of the lords, the two figures faded along with the golden light and finally disappeared. The Holy Mother really thinks highly of them, Sir Quincy said sourly. Chapter 10:56. This is too much. This is too much. Sir Richard angrily tore off the tattered straw mat that was wrapped around him and yelled at the stunned Onion Knight. I am a noble and a king's guard of His Majesty Stannis. I have served His Majesty for almost 10 years. Do you think I'm not even worthy of a good coffin after my death? Also, where are my armor and sword? Why aren't they buried with me? Damn it, which bastard did this? Even my new boots and socks were taken away. Sir Songu was barefoot and his face was pale. You guys revived again? The Onion Knight was in a daze. Just now, no one knew what the Dragon Queen did. She reached out and grabbed two corpses wrapped in straw mats, revealing two pairs of large feet that were blue and purple from the cold. She threw them on the ground, and hoarse groans came from under the straw mats. While he was still in a daze, the corpses seemed to understand their condition and did not scream in panic after being revived. They only mumbled a few words and crawled out of the straw mats. When they saw what happened to them, the two knights were furious. You killed yourselves for fear of punishment, and you still want a good coffin? The Onion Knight had seen too many revivals in the past few years. He quickly came back to his senses and scolded the two knights for failing in their duties. You still have the face to call yourselves King's Guards. You colluded with criminals to kill your sworn brother and the king. You are the shame of the King's Guard forever. His Majesty begged us to help him end his pathetic life. I could not refuse, Richard shouted. Nonsense. The king's hand was furious and pointed at Jon and Richard. You should have told each other before lying. Stark said that His Majesty's body and soul were controlled by Lalo. You said that His Majesty asked you to free him. Isn't this contradictory? Jon frowned and said, Lalo did descend on His Majesty Stannis' body, but he did not say anything about freeing him. Sir Richard, you have only to tell the truth of the matter. I am not lying. Richard said seriously, I don't know much about God's descent, but I have been by His Majesty's side for more than 10 years. I can easily see through his eyes. When the conflict broke out, His Majesty suddenly attacked Duke Stark and let out a terrifying laugh. I didn't know what to do. I just subconsciously shouted, Mighty Heavenly Dragon, and activated the golden cloth. I jumped forward and hugged His Majesty tightly. His Majesty called me a traitor and called the guard to chop my head. Luckily, Sir Song immediately used Mighty Heavenly Dragon and guarded the study room door. I did not dare to use my sword at His Majesty's head. At this point, Sir Richard paused with a sad look on his face. His Majesty has always been as tough as steel in my heart. I never thought that he would show such a weak and pleading look. Just one glance was like 1,000 words, and I instantly understood what he meant. He asked me to kill him, to use the holy light to end his tragic fate. My heart skipped a beat, and tears began to flow from my eyes. I did not have the heart to kill him. I felt that His Majesty had a chance to turn back. As long as I took him to the great cathedral of Baelor, there was nothing that could not be done with the help of the Holy Mother. So, I only pulled out my sword and cut off his hands. He glanced at Jon. You know what happened after that? After losing his hands, His Majesty did not stop attacking. His blood turned into poisonous fire and corrosive acid, burning the study room. I barely managed to resist with the golden cloth. I don't know what Duke Stark did, but a layer of ice formed on the ground. His Majesty's legs were frozen and he could not move. Duke Stark slid to his side and pulled out the Dark Sisters. He swung his sword like lightning and cut off His Majesty's head. While I was still in shock, he summoned flames and burned His Majesty until he screamed. That's right. His Majesty's head was cut off, but he could still speak and curse. Richard's expression was horrified. His Majesty called Duke Stark an ingrate. He was the one who made him, but he took away his destiny. See, this is the evidence. The person who cursed me was Lalo. How could His Majesty Stannis say something like that? Jon said agitatedly. Do not slander the Light King and His Majesty. Kingsguard Penny said angrily. Was it not His Majesty Stannis who made you? Was it not you who was rumored to be the reincarnation of Yasur and Ahai? By now, the guards in the Red Keep knew that the Dragon Queen had come to the execution ground. The Crown Princess and Erlu's ministers were all here. But with the Dragon Queen standing there, none of them dared to do anything. They could only suppress their anger and listen to the traitor's excuses. Jon's face turned red. I never said that I was the reincarnation of Yasur and Ahai. Ask the Big Jon if he's mentioned it. I said it. First Jon held his head high and said confidently, the King of the North told us long ago that Lalo wanted to use Stannis to take away his destiny as the savior. Now that it has come true, it means that Jon Stark is the reincarnation of Yasur and Ahai. Jon was embarrassed and angry. He also felt that he could not explain himself. He had indeed said something similar to the vassals of the North and the Valley. In order to avoid Erlu, he had decided to lead the people of the North away from the prosperous King's Landing and go to the dangerous outside of the city to clean up the other ghosts. He had to be honest to unify everyone's opinions. At the same time, he had to let his subordinates be wary of the Red God forces in King's Landing. Your Majesty Dany Rise, you should know the truth of the matter, right? Helpless, he began to ask the Dragon Queen for help. I know, but they won't believe me even if I tell them. Jon Stark is the illegitimate son of Rhaegar and Lyanna. He is your nephew, Crown Princess Mia emphasized. You see, Dany shrugged at Jon. You've revealed my identity? Jon was moved. He was a little excited. The Dragon Queen was not there. How could she testify for you? Also, regardless of whether Her Majesty was confused or not, when you had the ability to subdue him but chose to kill him, the crime of regicide is irrefutable. The Onion Knight said coldly. Then, he turned to the Dragon Queen and said in a low voice, or Your Majesty Dany Rise is willing to give up your honor and faith for your nephew? I know Jon is innocent, but I won't force you to believe me. I will find evidence, Dany said calmly. What evidence? Mia was surprised. In a few years, after I settle the Frost God, I will capture the suspect Lalo and bring him to justice. Stannis' soul is most likely still in his God kingdom. Let the two of them confront Jon face to face. I guarantee that you will be convinced. Dany's expression was calm, as if she was talking about capturing a King's Landing hooligan. Whether it was Stark's people or Mia's people, they were all in a daze. Their mouths were agape as they looked at the Dragon Queen. Their minds were in a mess. Blasphemy, this is blasphemy. Queen Celis screamed at the top of her lungs. Mia came back to her senses and suppressed her anger. You publicly slandered the great Light King. You are insulting all of the Light King's believers. Call your Light King out. As long as I press my finger, he will still be alive. I will apologize to all of you. Arrogant. The Red God priests were all trembling with anger. However, they were afraid of the Dragon Queen's power and did not dare to act up. Wong Tain's face turned green and red. She gritted her teeth and said, Dragon Queen, you are insulting a great true God who saved the world. I can't be bothered with you bunch of idiots. Where is Melisandre? Ask her to come out and talk. Dany looked around, but could not find the red-robed woman nearby. She waved her hand impatiently and said, I am taking Jon Stark away. You can hold a public trial on him after the long night. Or, if any of the red-robed monks can contact Lalo and let his god descend on the priests, We can immediately hold a trial on John. With the 7 vassals as witnesses, I swear that I will not escape the final trial." John solemnly promised Mia before he left. Mia's face was pale, the onion knight was helpless, the red-robed monk's eyes flickered, and the red-heart knight gritted his teeth. However, no one pulled out their sword to stop him. Randall Tarley and the other onlookers had complicated expressions as they followed the Northerners and left. However, Dany did not leave with John. In the eyes of others, she was right in front of them one step and disappeared the next. What's wrong? Has his faith collapsed? In the dark and sealed basement, Melisandre hugged her knees and sat by the fire. She stared blankly at the flickering orange flames, as helpless as an orphan who had lost her parents. A divine king actually has the time to laugh at a mere mortal like me. She did not turn around, and her eyes were still numb. Stannis is dead. You have betrayed his trust. You must feel guilty, right? I can help you. Light King Lalo is my master, the red-robed woman said calmly. Dany smiled and said to herself, if you are willing to cooperate, it is not difficult to locate Lalo's divine kingdom. You know that raiding the divine kingdoms of gods is my specialty. You are a demigod, and you still have a long way to go. Save Stannis and Renly's souls, and you will be redeemed. Then, you can start a new life with a clear conscience. If you still have the ambition, you can read the 7 Stars Bible and strive to become a glorious priestess of the 7 gods. You don't know anything, Melisandre said. Once you have made up your mind, send me a message. The two of them were like a chicken talking to a duck. You talk about you, I talk about mine. After that, Dany disappeared, leaving Aunt May in a daze. Where is Bran? Where'd he go? Previously, Maylock kept sending me letters asking when Bran would wake up. Little Adu kept asking for his father. When he saw Dany again in the west of the city, there was no one else around. Jon suddenly remembered their relationship, and his expression became unnatural. He's half dead. What do you mean half dead? When he heard the word dead, he immediately cast aside his messy thoughts and focused all his attention on his brother. His soul is like a handful of ashes. From 2 months ago, it was scattered evenly all the way until 2,000 years later. However, he is a 3-eyed crow, and his soul can recover even if it turns into ashes. However, the river of fate has yet to be set. I can't go with the flow and head to the future to collect his soul ashes. Hence, I can only wait. As time passes, I can collect the soul ashes slowly and recover slowly. 2 months have passed, and I've collected about. Dany muttered softly. 2,000 years, 24,000 months. 2 months have passed. Now I've collected 1,000th of the entire soul. Jon roughly understood his second brother's condition. He said worriedly, but Bran's body is mortal. He can't live for 2,000 years. He's absorbed about 10% of the Green Prophet seal. The volume of his soul is much larger than a mortal's. He should wake up in 2 or 3 years. He's already been unconscious for 2 years. Can his body take it if he sleeps for another 2 or 3 years? Bran is still a child. He's still growing, Jon said worriedly. His child is already. Dany counted silently. She said in surprise, Adu is only 4 years old, but he's already bigger than Bran. Don't worry. I promise that Bran's body won't have any major problems. You, on the other hand, know that Lalo has ill intentions. Why did you come to King's Landing? Chapter 1057. I've been avoiding meeting Stannis face to face. I even left King's Landing on purpose. But in the 2 months you were away, especially in the last half a month, the other ghost army attacked like crazy. After the 100 Legion War, the volunteer army didn't let up on eliminating the other ghosts. The number of ghouls in Westeros wasn't enough to make all the castles red. But here's the weird part. The ghouls even went around Hejien and the castles in the king's territory to attack King's Landing. The other places weren't in danger. But there was an army of 1 million ghouls outside King's Landing. What could I do? I could only lead the Northerners to help the king defend the city. Even when I came to King's Landing, I tried my best to guard the city walls and not go to the Red Keep. But yesterday, Big John and a red-robed monk. John's expression became unnatural. They got into an argument over a prostitute at Eel Alley. Big John accidentally killed someone and was captured by the Golden Robes to the Red Keep. I couldn't just leave him be, right? Then Stannis invited me to the White Sword Tower to discuss the matter. But when I entered the door, he suddenly changed his attitude. Looks like the Frost God and Lalo are working together. Dany looked up. She seemed to see the tree root monster lying in the dark sky and peeking down. Screech, the loud cry of a pterosaur, came from the sky. Soon, soldiers in the barracks shouted, "Lady Sansa." "John, are you okay?" Sansa came in a hurry. The scarf around her face was covered in a thick layer of frost. She didn't have time to untie it before she ran in with her big belly. "I'm fine. Just some flesh wounds." Sansa looked at John from head to toe. Seeing that he was fine, she untied the Shadow Lynx fur coat and pulled out a silver-haired little girl from her chest. Dany thought that her niece-in-law was pregnant again. "This is Uncle and this is Grandaunt. Little Dany, greet them." Sansa patted the child's head and smiled gently. He was 2 or 3 years old and was wearing a fluffy fox fur coat. His skin was fair and clear, and his round face had 2 red cheeks. His big blue eyes were looking around. He was very clever and also very festive. The little girl had seen John a few times and wasn't afraid of strangers at all. She directly greeted him. When it came to the Dragon Queen, she was a little shy. She lowered her head and poked her fingers for a while before calling out, "Grandaunt." Dany's smile was a little stiff. After greeting Aunt Dany, Sansa smiled and said, "I hope she can be as strong and beautiful as Aunt Dany. So, I'll name her Dany Alice." Dany felt embarrassed, but this was the custom of Westeros. Naming the child Dany Leezy was not only to make her happy, but also to please her. Just like John. I didn't give his son the name foster father because he wanted his foster father to call him father. She's a good child. Dany searched her body, but only found a few atonement scrolls. In the past, she would have made sure to have 1 or 2 steel daggers with her to protect herself. But her strength had increased too quickly in the past few years. Even the steel sword gradually became useless, and the dagger was almost useless. However, even if she had a dagger, she couldn't give it away. She was a 2 or 3-year-old girl. What was the point of giving her a dagger? Her true dragon bloodline is thin, Dany said. Sansa's mind spun. In an instant, she analyzed the Dragon Queen's unspoken words hundreds of times. Is she hinting that Aegon's bloodline is far inferior to Jon's? In terms of bloodline, Jon is also a true Legiazi. So she doesn't want me to fight with Jon for the Iron Throne? Her expression changed several times. She decided that she couldn't resist, so she could only pretend to be pitiful. She said sadly, "She's Aegon's only child." Dany didn't have such complicated thoughts. She didn't have the time to guess Sansa's thoughts. She said straightforwardly, "Valeglia has a blood witchcraft that can purify bloodlines. It can use the blood essence of a megalosaurus to raise the thin bloodline of a direct descendant of the 14th Fire Peak to the level of a progenitor." Sansa immediately guessed Dragon Queen's thoughts. Her voice began to tremble. "Is it the witchcraft that can turn Tyrion into a dragon worm? You want to help little Dany cleanse her bloodline? The witchcraft has been improved, and it uses Blackie's blood. Are you willing?" "Thank you, Aunt Dany." Sansa nodded. She was so excited that she cried. Dany waved her hand and pulled out a 3-legged, 2-eared cauldron from thin air. "The King of God's cauldron!" Jon and Sansa exclaimed at the same time. They were shocked. They sensed something the moment they saw the cauldron. They then thought of the voice in the Sea of Laws. Dany walked out of the door. Blackie just happened to stretch its head over. She tapped the cauldron with her finger and took a scoop of hot dragon blood from Blackie's jaw. She used the King of God's cauldron to receive it. After a moment of hesitation, she even pricked her thumb and dripped 7 or 8 drops of blood into the cauldron. She then went back into the house and picked up little Dany, who was crawling around on the bed. She didn't even need to take off her clothes. She just stuffed her into the cauldron. It was like a clay ox entering the sea. She lost track of the little girl in an instant. Ah! Sansa shouted in panic. Aunt Dany, why did you throw Dany into the King of God's cauldron? That's the Sea of Laws. The Sea of Laws contains thousands of laws. Naturally, it also contains the laws of bloodline fusion. That is why there is no better place to perform this blood witchcraft than the King of God's cauldron. With that, Dany slapped the cauldron. Boom! Flames soared into the sky, causing the entire hall of the garrison to be dyed red. Wah, it's so hot. Mommy, I'm so hot. Little Dany wailed in the cauldron. Hearing her daughter's wails, Sansa stopped wailing. If she didn't die from the fire, it meant that Aunt Dany wasn't lying. Be good, don't cry. You'll be fine in a while. She comforted her loudly. I won't be fine in a while. Dany laughed. It had been burning for 3 to 4 hours. If it was beef tendons, they would have been cooked to mush by now. The child had stopped crying long ago. She was burping from crying, but when she was tired, she fell asleep. Let's go. Dany lightly slapped the cauldron. With a bang, smoke and fire flew everywhere. A fat baby that looked like a snowball exploded out. Jon's uncle immediately went forward and scooped his niece into his arms. She's asleep. She's even snoring. He said weirdly, You're not really burning her? Dany rolled her eyes. Sansa happily took her daughter and asked tentatively, Aunt Dany, can little Dany learn the great wizard meditation technique? We'll test her when she's an adult. Do you want to help her take a bath? Theon brought in a pot of hot water. Theon, your sister. Dany glanced at his crotch and was stunned. It wasn't that she had X-ray vision and saw something that would make a lady cross her eyes. She was just about to ask Theon if he had any close relatives other than Victarion. But when she thought of Greyjoy's direct bloodline, she instinctively activated the three-eyed crow's omniscient eye. Then, she saw one of Theon's sons, P.S. Theon, you have an illegitimate son. Did you know that? She asked weirdly. You must be joking. Theon looked bitterly at his lower body. I can't make a woman pregnant. Back then, Robb led his army south and won a great battle in Babel Forest. Then, you left and said that you wanted to persuade your father to form an alliance with the Northerners. At that time, I really wanted to help Robb. I thought that I was someone important in the Iron Islands. After all, I was my father's only son. Theon looked sadly at Jon and Sansa and said pitifully, but I was nothing in Tyrine's eyes. They treated me like Stark. I wanted to prove that I wasn't, and then, I'm sorry. Jon patted his shoulder and said in a low voice, Theon, you are Ed Stark's son. Thank you. Theon lowered his head and quietly wiped away the tears in his eyes. The past is the past. Let's focus on the present, Sansa said as she bathed her daughter in the wooden tub. Who did I have an illegitimate son with? Theon's eyes were filled with cautious anticipation. How did you get to the Iron Islands? The past quickly flashed through Theon's mind like a painting. Suddenly, a look of surprise appeared on his face. He said excitedly, I took the merchant ship Mirahan to the Iron Islands. The captain had a daughter. She and I, during that half a month at sea, I was with her every day. Before she met me, she was still a virgin. If she was pregnant during that time, it could have been my child. Dany nodded. Jenny gave birth to a son for you. Jenny? Theon was stunned. She served you for half a month, and you don't even remember her name? Dany looked at him with disdain. Theon's expression was awkward. Dany sighed. She cut open the void and stuffed the God King's cauldron into it. Then, she extended her consciousness to the old town. A light blue spatial door appeared out of thin air and enveloped the mother and son who were eating tree roots and dough balls on the stove. Plop! A blue opening appeared above the Duke of the Northern Territories stove. A tattered quilt wrapped around 2 sticks of reeds fell down. Ah, father, don't hit me, the woman under the quilt shouted with a hoarse voice. Jenny. Theon trembled as he tried to pull the quilt away. The next moment, tears streamed down his face. A middle-aged woman with unkempt hair and a dirty face was hugging a black-haired boy who looked about 3 or 4 years old like an old hen protecting her chicks. You. The woman raised her head, her dull and lifeless eyes opened wide. You're young Master Theon? Am I dreaming? Theon sighed. He caressed the face that was filled with pain and sorrow. It's me. You're not dreaming. Jenny, I'm sorry. I was such a bastard back then. This isn't my home, Jenny said blankly. That's not important. Tell me, this boy is my son, Theon said agitatedly. His name is Cuttlefishball. He's 7 years old this year. He's your son. Jenny's eyes were wet. 7 years old. Looking at the sallow and emaciated boy who was even smaller than little Danny, Theon felt as if a knife was being twisted in his heart. He felt terrible. Slap, slap, slap. He slapped himself more than 10 times. His face was swollen. He only stopped when John pulled him back. I should have made you my salt concubine back then, he said sadly to Jenny with blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Theon, your sister, Asha. At this moment, Danny explained what happened to Asha. Theon hugged the illegitimate child. He paused for a moment and said sadly, It's been a few hundred years. I won't be able to see her again. That's not for sure. One day, she'll die a natural death and reunite with you in heaven or hell. The flowing water palace is completely gone. Even Inami is gone. Chapter 1058. Originally, after returning to the Westeros, Danny should have opened a spatial door and sent Dunstan and the others back to the Iron Islands. However, in order to publicize her great achievement in the battle against the 300 demon gods in the Smoke Sea, she purposely made Tywin stay on Tidehead Island for half a month. In public, she did not mention a single word about her experience in the Smoke Sea. Even if she was asked, she would humbly and subtly say, I had no choice but to go to Liangshan. Then, she would praise Dunstan and the Grey Sea King for their bravery and wisdom, indirectly hinting to the crowd to ask Dunstan and the others. They were there and knew most of the truth. When they heard the sensitive terms like the Grey Sea King, Inami, countless mermaids, and 300 demon gods, the crowd became excited and reached a climax. However, the Dragon Queen was so humble and subdued. Hence, they went to look for Dunstan. Countless nobles from the Seven Kingdoms and merchant princes from the free cities who came to Tide City to seek refuge heard Tywin talk about his own experiences. It was not exaggerated at all, because the reality was too exaggerated. The Dragon Queen's benevolence and greatness in saving the world, and the gods' despicable and cruel actions in dragging the world down with them. The knights were enraged. They wanted to draw their swords and fight against the demon gods, but they also wanted to kneel before the Dragon Queen and cry, You are the manifestation of the Holy Mother in the human world. Dunstan and his son, the 2 Tywin warriors, and the old scholar Bruno, who had 0 combat strength, became legendary heroes worshipped by the nobles. Even Tywin's reputation improved a lot. In just half a month, hundreds of poems praising Dunstan, the Grey Sea King, and other Iron Seed heroes spread throughout the world. As for the poets and scholars who praised the Dragon Queen, let's put it this way. All the writers in the world who could write poems and make up stories had written works praising the Dragon Queen. It could not be helped. The story was too legendary and too realistic. Even the craziest and worst novelist would not dare to write a story like the War of the Gods in the Smoke Sea. Just like how Perez Dan, a history doctor in the future, described the incident in his own biography of the Dragon Lady. Before the Dragon Queen, there were many legends and legendary heroes, but all of their stories added together could not compare to a fragment of the Dragon Queen's life experience. Her whole life was a legend. The Dragon Queen, who possessed the ability of omniscience in the Westeros, hid in her own bedroom on Dragonstone Island and smiled. All right, it wasn't that exaggerated. At first, she was secretly happy for a few days, but not long after, she didn't feel anything. Numb, feeling bored, she called Dunstan and the others over to send these tool heroes back to Old Wake Island. So fast, old Count Dunstan blurted out when he received the news. You've been away from home for almost 4 months, Danny reminded. Is there such a long time? I don't feel anything. Dunstan's face was full of reluctance. Even on the dullest Hell's Gate Island, as legendary heroes, They were surrounded by the fishermen of Slave Bay every day. Returning to Tidehead Island was like returning to heaven. Dragon Queen built a small shelter with a radius of more than 10 kilometers on the plains below the cliff. Under the sun, by the beach, every time they told the story of how they followed the Dragon Queen into the flowing water palace, they would receive the admiring gazes of the men and the uncontrollable exclamations of the women. In the end, they would end with good wine, cheers, and messing around. These days of showing off every day were too wonderful. Tai Min and the others didn't want to leave, but they couldn't refuse. They could not go home, right? It had been almost 4 months, as if guessing their thoughts. The Dragon Queen thought for a while and said, "The Iron Islands don't have any suitable plains for farming, so we can't build a shelter. But it's not realistic to move all the people on the island to the land. So the wheat and fruits produced by the River Bay and riverside shelters will be transported to the western region regularly, and then transported from Lannisterport to the Iron Islands. You'll be in charge of this." Dunstan's eyes lit up. Didn't this mean that he could show off in Riverside, River Bay, Western Region, and back to the Iron Islands? He could even take turns to show off on each island? Half of the Westeros had traces of him. "Your Majesty is merciful. I thank you on behalf of the 100,000 Tai Min." The old count prostrated himself on the ground and kowtowed sincerely. No one knew if he was thanking the Dragon Queen for using food to relieve the Tai Min, or if he was just excited that he could show off everywhere. Walking out of the dimensional door, the biting cold wind made the 5 Tai Min shiver. Being stimulated by the cold wind and seeing his family members excitedly welcoming him, Dunstan suddenly remembered something. "Wait, Your Majesty, don't close the door yet." He hurriedly shouted to the other side of the bright and beautiful spring. "What's the matter?" The Dragon Queen poked her head out. "Where's Priest Thale? He shouldn't be dead yet." Dany was stunned for a moment before she remembered the 3 drownings that she had sealed into a soul ball. When the overclocking of the 5 dragon souls ended, she seemed to have handed the soul ball to Blackie. Dany hurriedly sank her consciousness into the faith space and sensed around. Finally, in a corner of hell, she found the old priest who was holding a drowning ceremony with a group of Tai Min. Well, since the flowing water palace had been destroyed, the Iron Seed could only go to heaven or hell. According to the Iron Seed's past actions, almost no one could go to heaven. Everyone would go to hell. Moreover, Dany had no intention of fighting with the flowing water palace, so she didn't send atonement scrolls to the Iron Islands. Other than a few nobles who bought a few atonement scrolls from merchants, ordinary Tai Min didn't even know that atonement scrolls existed. In just a few short months, there were already hundreds of old and weak Tai Min in hell. The 7 layers of hell were gradually becoming semi-materialized, merging with the prime material world to form water, forests, mountains, and other landforms. Those who committed the same crime would go to the same area of hell after they died. At this moment, more than 300 Iron Seed were gathered beside a saline alkali soil, singing the song of the Anami. Meanwhile, the 3 drownings were holding Tai Min in a pit that was half a man deep in bitter and salty yellow water. The dead are not dead, and will rise again. As long as we are sincere, we can definitely return to the world of the living. The 3 drownings, Thale shouted. Ugh, this guy was crushed into a soul ball too early and didn't know much about what happened after. Moreover, the Anami hadn't given him any divine spells, so he wouldn't know that a god had fallen after he lost his divine spells. Buzz. Just as he finished speaking, a beam of golden light fell on Thale's body. Through the golden light, one could vaguely see the scene of Old Wake Island. Ah, the Anami has appeared. Priest Thale has come back to life. The dead are indeed not dead. The Iron Seed were excited. That's not right. Why isn't it me? Tai Min, who was half submerged, climbed up from the muddy puddle. He waved his arms and jumped up, shouting, "Drowning God, you're mistaken. I'm the one who's submerged. The Anami is getting more and more unreliable. She sent us to the 7 layers of hell by mistake, and now she's picking up the wrong person." Sigh. An old Tai Min shook his head and sighed. Well, Not long after, when Dunstan and the others take turns showing off on the Iron Islands and another iron seed dies, they will know the truth. I'm back. The old priest looked around blankly. When he saw Dragon Queen and Dunstan, he sighed in relief and said, "Everyone's back. Has Her Majesty, Inami, changed her mind?" The others couldn't see the soul, so they naturally couldn't respond. Danny only said, "Calm down." Then she started calling for the drowned people on the island. "Where's Priest Thale's body? Who put Priest Thale's body away?" A bearded man wearing a gray, green, and blue robe walked forward, bowed, and replied, "Your Majesty, Priest Thale's body has been burned to ashes and scattered into the sea." Danny recognized him as the one who helped Thale drown, Priest Norkin. "Before I left, I specifically told you not to touch Thale's body. Did you forget?" she said angrily. Norkin looked at the red-faced Dunstan and the others in surprise and said awkwardly, "Your Majesty, not long after you left, Priest Thale's body completely froze into a block of ice. He's completely dead. Also, you didn't come back, and even Madame Mandy held a funeral for Count Dunstan and Sir Tanner. She even remarried." "What?" Dunstan was originally calm, but when he heard that his wife had remarried, he couldn't stay calm anymore. He stepped forward, grabbed his butler, and shouted, "Tell me, what's going on? Where's Mandy?" The old butler said awkwardly, "After the news of you appearing alive on Tidehead Island reached Old Wake Island, Madame Mandy took a boat back to Great Wake Island. Madame Mandy waited for you for more than a month, and even asked Dragonstone Island about you many times. When we saw that Priest Thale was completely dead, we thought that you and young Master were dead. Madame Mandy had no one to rely on, so Mandy was also the daughter of a noble, and her father was a count on the neighboring Great Wake Island." Tanner hurriedly stepped forward and said softly, "Father, don't be angry. You're a legendary hero now, so you don't have to worry about not having a wife." But Dunstan looked at the Dragon Queen, and then remembered how warm the noble women were to him when he was on Tidehead Island. He sighed helplessly and didn't say anything else. "Young Master, Madame Lena also remarried," the butler said bitterly. "What?" That bitch. Tanner's face contorted in anger. "She's pregnant with my son. It's a daughter. She gave birth 2 months ago," the butler said. "Don't be angry." Dunstan patted his son's shoulder and comforted him. "Madame Elisa from Pintos, isn't she close to you? I think she's young and beautiful, and has a net worth of 100,000. She seems to be better than Lena." "Butler Mendez, did my wife remarry?" The other 2-time-in heroes asked expectantly. "No," sigh, a long, disappointed sigh. "Your Majesty, my body was burned." "What should I do?" Thale said agitatedly. "Why don't I send you to heaven?" Danny suggested. "Is there any other way? Timon can't go to heaven, and I'm not familiar with the place there. I don't even know anyone there." Thale was troubled. "Why don't we go back, yeah?" Danny suddenly turned her head and looked in the direction of Great Wake Island. Just now, someone had died there. She was just about to suggest that the old priest convert to the 7 gods, and then arrange a position for him in hell, where he would be in charge of managing Tiamin's undead. Suddenly, she felt something. Another time in had entered the world of the dead, and even entered heaven with the atonement scroll. Instinctively, she used omniscience, and found that the deceased was Dunstan's wife. The woman was afraid that she would meet her husband in the flowing water palace in the future, so she begged her father to get her an atonement scroll. She didn't do any good in her life, but she didn't do any great evil either. She went to heaven with an atonement scroll. Even more coincidentally, although Madame Mandy was a muggle, she had a powerful supernatural talent. She didn't have the chance to come into contact with supernatural knowledge, and her supernatural bloodline couldn't be developed. Danny's expression changed several times. After a long time, she looked at Sinyama with a strange expression and said slowly, "Priest Thale, I met an otherworlder outside the dark domain, and she told me a story. Legend has it that in a world called Huaxia, there was a wizard named Li Hongshui. Just like you, his soul left his body to wander around, but his body was burned by his disciple. Chapter 1059. Are you willing to imitate the leader of the 8 gods, Tai Guai? Danny asked. Reincarnating in someone else's body is too evil. Are there many wizards in the world who can transfer their souls into other people's bodies before they die? Thale asked in fright. Tai Guai is from another world, and the rules are different. Our world doesn't allow the undead to take over other people's bodies. Danny shook her head and sighed. Generally speaking, those who can open a second life in other people's bodies are all shapeshifters, but they can only take over living people's bodies, and the backlash is very strong. Isn't taking over a living person's body even more evil? Senyanto's face was filled with disgust. It's indeed very evil, but with the supervision of the three-eyed crow, it's very difficult for such a thing to happen. Then what's the deal with that demon Tai Guai? Doesn't this world have a supervisor like the three-eyed crow? Not only did the heavens not eliminate him, but they even made him the leader of the 8 gods. Tai Guai isn't a demon, Danny said stupidly. Taking over other people's bodies isn't a demon? Danny glared at him and said indifferently, You threw away your shoes, and another person picked them up and put them on. What's wrong with that? Is picking up shoes the same as picking up corpses? The world is different, and the customs are different. Even in the barren land, necromancers play with other people's corpses, but the Necromancer Association is much more disciplined than evil cults. I won't force you, but if you don't want to reincarnate, I will send you back to hell, and you can continue to be Qiamin's undead priest. At the end of her sentence, there was a hint of impatience in her tone. If he couldn't let her do the reincarnation experiment, then he would lose his position as a civil servant of hell. That otherworlder didn't lie, and Tai Guai really became a god? Putting aside the psychological burden of reincarnating in someone else's body, Thale was actually quite tempted. She didn't even see you, so why would she lie? That's true. Thale became excited. Well, he didn't think that the otherworlder didn't lie, but the Dragon Queen, who never lied, was trying to trick him. But you said that the laws of the 2 worlds are different. Can I be like Tai Guai and possess the bloodline of other people's corpses? Tower asked worriedly. I'm not sure either. In our world, the physical body alone can't represent all of the bloodline. This time, Danny spoke the truth. If her words could be verified by others, she would not lie. Only in this way could she achieve the reputation of never lying. However, Dragon Queen's frank words made Talarong look forward to it even more. I'm willing to give it a try. If I can be revived and have a chance to obtain an extraordinary talent, even if I lose a leg, I'll accept it, he said firmly. Danny squeezed him into a soul ball before calling over Taimin, who was arguing over who to choose as his wife. Count Dunstan, your wife is dead. Didn't she return to Great Wake Island? The old Count was puzzled. Madame Mandy has been sending messages to Dragonstone Island asking about you and Sir Tanner. So, when you returned, Professor Marwin took the initiative to tell her the good news. However, she had already remarried and felt that she couldn't face you and Sir Tanner. Because of fear and shame, she fell ill. Plus, she wasn't young anymore. Now that it's a long night, she's cold and malnourished. Just a while ago, she went to heaven with a scroll of atonement. Oh, Dunstan nodded without a hint of sadness. Priest Tower's physical body was burned. Coincidentally, your wife left behind a body. Tower hopes to use her body to revive. What do you think? What? Dunstan's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his ears. Tower wants to revive in your wife's physical body. How can that be? Dunstan, Tanner, and even the drowned person at the side shouted. Danny frowned. It seemed like the family of the corpse didn't agree. Suddenly, she had a thought. She pointed her right finger at the void. Rings of golden ripples appeared in the air. Gradually, a woman's face appeared in the center of the ripples. Ah, Mother. Mandy. Madam Mandy? My lady, Tanner, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were still alive. Mandy's face was full of guilt, but her complexion looked good. Mother, are you in heaven? Tanner asked with concern. Yes, I just saw the fake crown Prince Aegon. He was the one who received us at the gates of heaven. Mandy was excited. Many people came with me. There were black people, milkmen, centaurs, zebras, barbarians. Believers from all over the world came. It was so lively. "Mandy, do you know about merit?" Danny asked. "Yes, Aegon told us from the beginning. Merit can make me young, and I can exchange it for a big house and a beautiful manor." Speaking of this, Mandy hurriedly turned her head and instructed her son, "Tanner, for the sake of me raising you up, remember to burn incense for me during the festive season. I know that Time Inn is full of sin and has no merit, but you can't lack incense offerings." "Incense, right? I'll remember," Tanner agreed with a strange expression. "Mandy, it's like this." Danny told her about Thale needing her body. "If this is done, you too will have karma. He used your body and needs to repay you, such as merit points." Mandy was a little unhappy at first, but when she heard about merit, she quickly asked, "How much merit can I get?" "Immeasurable merit." "How much is immeasurable?" Mandy asked. "No matter how much merit he earns in the future, he will give you 30% until 10,000 years later. If he can live for 10,000 years. Danny didn't plan to let the soul live in heaven until the end of time. Ordinary souls could live for 10,000 years at most, and after 10,000 years, they would be forcibly sent to reincarnation. She was confident that after 10,000 years, she would be able to master the real reincarnation technique. "Isn't 30% too little?" Mandy hesitated. "The physical store was destroyed by greedy landlords like you." Danny complained in her heart and shook her head. "You should know how hard it is to get merit. You're just sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor, but he's the one who's working hard." Mandy thought, "It's because I know merit is hard to get that I want more." Seeing her reluctant expression, Danny was a little disheartened. "If you don't want to, then burn the body." "Hey, wait." Mandy stopped the Dragon Queen and probed. "You said that my physical body has a powerful, extraordinary talent and is very valuable. Then, is there anyone else who wants it?" "You think Thale is a man?" Mandy said seriously. "I think he's poor. The Holy Sparrow's 30% merit is definitely different from Thale's 30% merit." "Damn, that makes sense." Even the Holy Mother couldn't refute it. Danny was stupefied. "Also, I know what kind of person Timon is. He's full of sin, so how can he have any merit? Let alone 10,000 years. I probably won't get any merit from Thale even in 100,000 years," Mandy said. "Stupid woman, what did you say?" Dunstan angrily rebuked. "Do you know how brave we Iron Seed were during the Battle of Smoke Sea?" Drowned-Man Norkin was also dissatisfied. "Priest Thale is the leader of the drowned. If you humiliate him, then you're humiliating all the drowned." "Mother, I'm also a Time-In. You, Grandpa, and Uncle are all drowned," Dunstan said in a low voice. "But I'm telling the truth." Mandy said, "I'm the only Time-In in heaven. The rest are all in hell." "Ignorant fool, do you know how many Iron Seed spirits are in Flowing Water Palace?" "Hundreds of thousands, millions," Dunstan said with disdain. "You're the ignorant one. You need merit to go to heaven, but you only need sin to go to Flowing Water Palace. Who gave you the courage to talk back to me?" Dunstan's eyes became dangerous, and he habitually raised his clenched fist. Mandy shrank back out of habit. "Ahem." Danny coughed softly, reminding everyone of her presence. "The Holy Mother gave me the courage." "Dunstan, you bastard, you deserve to go to hell." "Bitch." Dunstan's face was red with anger. He looked around and shouted, "Where's the ladder? Give me a ladder." "Why do you need a ladder?" Danny asked curiously. "Your Majesty, this is a family matter. Don't worry about it. Today, I'm going to beat this bitch up." Dunstan pointed at the portrait in the air. "You want to climb the wooden ladder to heaven?" Danny asked with a wooden face. "I'm not going in. I'm going to lie on the window and give her a few slaps." Danny didn't want to play with this family of idiots anymore. She said to Mandy, "Inami is dead. From now on, all the drowned will become 7 gods. Thale will be the Archbishop of the Iron Islands. His future won't be any worse than Sparrow's. If you agree, prepare to sit on the ground and collect rent. If you don't, your father is lighting a fire and preparing to burn your body. As for me, I'll go somewhere else to find another body for Thale. Like you said, there are many people who will go to heaven with you. Milk people, black people, horse people, zebra people. Hey, don't. I agree. Mandy panicked. Did you all hear that? Danny glanced at the people around her. She waved her hand, and a blue halo flashed. A wooden coffin fell on the beach. Vaguely, everyone seemed to hear an old man's panicked wail. It wasn't easy to resurrect in someone else's body. Danny first used Type B active spirit with fire magic to warm up Mandy's body. After it recovered to normal, she began to collect the remaining soul power in her mind. She hoped to use the remnant soul as a complete soul to simulate the process of a shapeshifter replacing a living person. But this method failed. A normal person's soul was roughly divided into two parts: the soul core in the center and the scattered consciousness in the form of a nebula outside the soul core. If it was an extraordinaire, the soul core would condense into different forms according to the meditation technique. For example, the shadow and fire of a shadow binding night. The scattered consciousness would also condense like strands of steel wire, or they could be seen as thoughts. After a person died, the soul core would reincarnate or go to the divine kingdom, leaving behind scattered consciousness that would slowly dissipate into the world along with the corpse. Now, Danny realized that for a shapeshifter to start a second life, they had to fuse with the other party's soul core. Dead people didn't have soul cores. She researched on Old Wake Island for 3 days before coming up with a solution. Learn from deviant ghosts. The essence of deviant ghost resurrection of the dead was to use the law of death to condense the scattered consciousness into a virtual soul core and recover the vitality of when they were alive. After another 3 days of slowly experimenting, Mandy finally opened her eyes. Oh gods, Mandy has become a corpse ghost. Dunstan cried out in fear when he met his wife's cold eyes that were emitting red light. The feeling was too similar to a corpse ghost. Mandy moved her body slowly like a zombie. She opened her mouth and could only make hissing sounds. I don't know if it will work. Danny wasn't sure either. Right now, Mandy was a fake corpse ghost that was driven by the fire of creation. Fail. Dunstan called out carefully. Did the reincarnation fail? We still have to wait. After spending another day to condense the fire corpse ghost Mandy's virtual soul core, Danny took out a wisp of green spring water to wrap Thale's soul sphere and stuff it into Mandy's mind. Plop, plop. Mandy's eyes rolled back. The red light between her eyebrows flickered and her limbs twitched crazily. The scene was abnormally horrifying. It's really fusing. Danny was pleasantly surprised. I have flesh and blood. Am I really resurrected? 2 hours later, Mandy's eyes had a trace of confusion. Is this a miracle or an evil spell? Dunstan swallowed his saliva. My voice. Thale touched his face, then his chest, and then his lower body with trembling hands. Oh no, sigh. We're all old people. What's the difference between a man and a woman? Since you've resurrected, my mission is complete. I'll take my leave first. After comforting him, the Dragon Queen's figure flashed and disappeared from Old Wake Island. Sob, your majesty, we agreed before. Iron Crutchley is missing a leg. Thale covered his face and cried. The queen didn't lie. You're indeed only missing a leg. Looking at his new wife, Dunstan was a little restless. Chapter 1060. North Ice King, North Ice King, North Ice King. Starting from the Gate of All Gods, the cheers of the crowd were like ink splashed into a clear pool, spreading from west to east at the speed of sound, spreading across half of the King's Landing. There were countless people, including normal citizens, the beggar army in gray robes, the sons of warriors with colorful capes, the nobles and merchants. They were all cheering loudly, as if they were welcoming a legendary hero. A group of people entered through the gate amidst the cheers and applause. There was a gray direwolf flag on the left of the group and a gray three-headed dragon flag on the right. In the middle, there was a tall man with a full beard. The man wasn't riding a normal war horse, but a gray unicorn with blood-red fur. There was also a direwolf with red eyes and white fur by his side. The unicorn was 2 meters tall and 5 meters long. It looked like a long-horned yak, but compared to the cumbersome yak, the unicorn was more agile and powerful. On the horn, that looked like a demon god spear, there was a female corpse with butterfly wings strung on it. The woman's skin was as pale as a corpse, and there were strange ice blue runes on it. Her wings that were like thin ice were torn apart by swords and spears, and her limbs were pierced through. A tall knight walked out from the group and pointed at the corpse of the butterfly on the horn and roared at the King's Landing citizens. North Ice King has killed the ice butterfly demon. North Ice King is brave. Long live North Ice King. The crowd became more and more excited, and their faces turned red as they screamed at the top of their lungs. Incredible! 7 days ago, the ice butterfly demon led 100,000 ghouls to massacre the Deerhorn Castle, and today, the corpse is hanging on the King's Landing. North Ice King, you live up to your name. A black man wearing a red and green feather cape exclaimed. You're not dead yet. A mocking voice suddenly came from the side. The black man turned around and saw a handsome short man wearing a black wool cape looking at him with a smile. You are. The black man tried to recall, but he didn't seem to have seen this person before, but his voice suddenly, he thought of someone. Tyrion, it's you. You're back. Don't shout too loudly. I don't want to steal my good nephew's limelight. Tyrion leaned over and tiptoed. His body actually rose slowly as if he was in an elevator. Is this your child? The black man was surprised to see the midget holding a sky-blue brocade swaddle in his arms. I do want a son. A daughter will be fine too. But Tyrion shook his head with a gloomy expression. He removed the brocade on the outside and the white lion skin on the inside. He raised the child and looked at the unicorn knight in the middle of the crowd. Little Tywin, look at the Northern Ice King, who killed a deity in anger. Look at how impressive and popular he is. In the future, learn more from this uncle. Don't learn from your own uncle. Tywin, my uncle. The black man's pupils shrunk. He carefully looked at the iconic golden hair and blue eyes. With a trembling voice, he said, Messiah is still alive? Is he the son of Messiah? Why do you think Messiah is dead? Tyrion asked curiously. Cersei kept saying that her daughter was tortured to death by the Dragon Queen. The black man said embarrassedly. Tyrion said strangely, Jaraba, back then, you were framed by my sister as Little Rose's secret lover. Do you still believe her words? Jaraba's expression was awkward. No way. Tyrion looked at the man beside him in horror. He was close to 40 years old, and his skin was as dark as the night. I never thought that Little Rose would have such a strong taste. No wonder she could crawl all over the place. Don't misunderstand. I only had eyes. I didn't have a chance to do it. There are too many people in the palace. Jaraba waved his hand regretfully. Fuck, that's even more disgusting. The midget's expression was disgusted. I thought she was just thirsty and took a fancy to your strong and dark body. I didn't expect her to have feelings. A hint of anger flashed in Jaraba's eyes. No matter what, I'm still Prince. How did I make you feel disgusted? Back then at King's Landing, you and I sparred many times. Why don't you feel disgusted? Don't be agitated. I'm not targeting you. You're targeting all black people. No, Jaraba, I like black girls too. Have you forgotten? Tyrion waved his hand. It's just that your looks. Brother, you should know your place. Jaraba touched his square face with protruding cheekbones and said in dissatisfaction, In the Midsummer Islands, the popularity of my appearance won't lose to yours. All right, we have different tastes. I apologize. The midget shrugged insincerely and asked curiously, I thought you died in the Midsummer Islands. Did you not go back after the other ghosts broke out? The black man's full name was Jaraba Thor. He was the prince of the Red Flower Valley in the Midsummer Islands. He had failed his quest for power and was exiled. He had been living in King's Landing for more than 10 years and was Robert's guest. There were many islands in the Midsummer Islands, and the Red Flower Valley was only a river valley on one of them. Therefore, Jaraba's identity as a prince was worthless. The midget thought that he was dead because when the other ghosts broke out in the north, the foreigners in the Seven Nations fled the Westeros and returned to their homes. I was exiled, not on a vacation. How would I dare to go back? However, When the news of the Great Wall's collapse reached King's Landing, I did leave the Westeros and went to Pentos. Then, Jaraba shrugged and said helplessly, "The legends are right. The Long Night is a crisis for the entire world. No one can escape it. When millions of other ghosts surrounded the city, the evil god of ice broke through the two walls on the north and west. I stayed in Prince Haven's mansion in the north. When the ghouls came and knocked on my door, I was so scared that I peed my pants. I hid in the cupboard and shivered. Fortunately, the Dragon Queen descended from the sky like a deity. After that, I left Pentos with countless nobles and merchants and took a boat to Tidehead Island. However, the housing prices on Tidehead Island were too high. Those property speculators who deserved to be eaten by the other ghosts were too crazy. I, a prince, couldn't even afford to live in a 2-bedroom apartment of 50 square meters. I swear that even if those people had atonement scrolls, they would still go to hell after death. Isn't Valerian afraid of angering the public? There are so many nobles who are related, Tyrion said in confusion. It's not Valerian. In fact, Count Monterey is still a child. Then who's speculating in real estate? The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. The nobles of the King's Landing, Hajian, and Stormlands. They bought land on Tidehead Island in advance, built castles, and stockpiled food. They're all rich now. No one cares. The nobles didn't break the law. They even paid taxes. How would they care? Who would care? That's not right. I remember that the Dragon Queen settled hundreds of thousands of refugees on Tidehead Island, Tyrion said. They can get houses for free based on their household registration. At this moment, the North Ice King Jon's team had left. The crowd also dispersed. Jaraba looked around and asked, "Do you want to go to the Great Cathedral? The North Ice King will publicly sacrifice the evil god's corpse on the podium. If you want to go, then go. I've been sick of seeing evil god for the past few years." Tyrion stuffed the child back into his cloak. His body slowly shrunk from 9 meters to 4 meters with a pair of high-heeled shoes. Jaraba turned pale with fright. "Didn't you step on a brick?" "Step on a brick?" The dwarf sneered and took a few steps back to let him see clearly. "If you didn't have some tricks up your sleeve, how could you spread the scriptures to the east and become the Deer Cauldron King?" The dwarf said proudly. Jaraba was surprised. "You became a king?" "My nephew was crowned the North Ice King by the Dragon Queen. As his uncle, what's wrong with me becoming the Deer Cauldron King?" Jaraba looked at the eastern hills with reverence and sighed. Jon Stark earned the title of North Ice King himself, just based on his superb ice witchcraft, and the evil god of ice that died at the hands of the Dark Sisters in the past 5 years, who in King's Descent City doesn't sincerely praise him as the Northern Ice King with unparalleled bravery. The dwarf glared. "Did you pick up my Deer Cauldron King? The ghouls I killed in the Barren Land could fill up the streets of King's Landing." With that, he carried the child and walked down the city walls. "Where are you going?" "We haven't seen each other in a long time. Let me treat you to a drink." Jaraba chased after him. "Do you think I can drink with a child?" The dwarf didn't stop walking. "I have something I need your help with." Jaraba gave him a fawning smile. The dwarf glanced down at his old friend's leather boots and sighed. "I have an appointment with Jamie at Tarek's restaurant. Come along." "Tarek of Lion's Gate." "Yes. Why don't you two brothers go to Casterly Rock City?" Jaraba asked curiously. "Looks like you're not doing well in Mia's court. You don't even know such a secret." The dwarf sighed. "Queen Mia comes from a humble background. Elegant people like me aren't very popular." Jaraba said awkwardly. "What secret?" he asked curiously. "King Ghoul has appeared. The vassals are preparing to hold a ghoul slaughter assembly at King's Landing. Then they will work together to head north and kill King Ghoul," Tyrion said. 4 years ago, when Dragon Queen gradually disappeared, it appeared. Jaraba was confused. It didn't appear in public before, but this time, Tyrion's expression became serious. "Since 2 years ago, the Night Watchmen of Eastwatch have sent news that ghouls have arrived in the north on icebergs. Just last month, the Night Watchmen risked their lives to sneak into the fallen area and found that ghouls were gathering on a large scale. Rough estimates suggest that there are more than 20,000 ghouls." 20,000 ghouls? Even the North Ice King can't handle them. Jaraba's mouth was wide open, his eyes filled with fear. That's why we need the vassals to form an alliance. What's the use of vassals? Jaraba shook his head vigorously and complained. Where's the three-eyed crow, Bran? Why didn't he sound the alarm earlier? Since the ghouls are coming in batches, we can also eliminate them batch by batch. The ghouls are all in the fallen area. Even the Dragon Queen can't see that place. Otherwise, how do you think King Ghoul has survived until now? Why is there a fallen area? You fool, I'm talking to you about the will of the world. Do you understand? Tell me, Jaraba said. It's been almost 8 years since the long night descent. Do you think the world still belongs to humans? Does it belong to the ghouls? Half each. Take barren land, for example. It was such a large piece of land that once had tens of millions of people. Now, there are only 500,000 people left. It's all thanks to the Danny ribbons that the Dragon Queen made that we could survive these 5 years. Think about it. Humans only occupy 1,000th of the land. The rest belongs to the ghouls, and those ghouls are still reproducing. Who do you think barren land belongs to now? And so on. Who does this world belong to? Is the situation that bad? I thought the long night was almost over. There are only 2 years left until the 10-year-long night that the Dragon Queen promised, Jaraba said blankly. Tyrion smiled. The long night is indeed almost over. The purpose of this vassal meeting is to end King Ghoul. Once it's dead, humans will win. What about the Dragon Queen? 5 years ago, she left Slaver's Bay with 200,000 centaurs and spent a year sweeping through Ursos from south to north, east to west, and back again. We haven't heard anything about her since then, Jaraba said, puzzled. Chapter 1061. In the middle of the hall of Tarek's restaurant, a handsome bard was holding a harp in his arms. He was playing a melodious tune while he sang a story that everyone was familiar with in his mellow voice. The darkness was dispelled by hundreds of suns. The Cow King's little silver horse was as swift as the wind. The Khalasar behind her covered the entire land of ice. Countless, the Iraq scimitars in the hands of the warriors were as sharp as grass. The Cow King and her roaring warriors were as ferocious as a storm. The living dead were like wheat in a paddy field, easily harvested by the blazing scimitars, leaving behind piles of black blood and burning corpses on the white snow. Even the emotionless other ghosts trembled under the tsunami-like hooves. The evil god of ice was as weak as a sparrow under the arrows of the Cow King, falling from the sky with a sorrowful cry. A head full of bells braided in her silver hair, praising her arrival. The trading city-states that never allowed centaurs to enter, Volantis, Pintos, Mir and Bravos, their princes or grand dukes opened the city gates on their own accord, leading their civil and military officials to kneel on both sides of the street, paying the highest respect to the Cow King. The ladies sang and danced. The citizens brought out hot water and bread, offering them to the Knight of the Night, who saved them. The sword-wielding mercenaries and warriors fought to join the ranks of the Cow King. Her army grew larger and larger. She could conjure fresh grass and fruits out of thin air. Her army didn't need rations. Her warriors could be reborn from death. She shouted loudly, inviting the Frost God to battle. But even the terrifying Frost God, who brought the long night to the world, was afraid of her name and trembled at her roar. The song ended. The handsome singer smiled and bowed to everyone. Immediately, a patron threw a bronze star over, praising loudly, as expected of the famous golden voice Simone of the Narrow Sea. Even an old song that you have heard a few hundred times can be sung so beautifully. To the Dragon Queen, to the Cow King, to the golden voice Simone. Another patron stood up, raising his wine glass and toasting loudly. To the Dragon Queen, to the golden voice Simone. The hall immediately became noisy. In a private room on the second floor, Jaraba also turned his head and tossed a handful of copper coins over the railing before asking in confusion, "What has Dragon Queen been busy with these past few years?" He hadn't heard any news about her. If she was here, wouldn't King Igue be killed in one strike? Haven't you noticed that Frost God hasn't appeared in recent years? Dragon Queen went to sky beyond heaven, and while cultivating, she controlled the operation of the Sea of Law, and also blocked Frost God outside the world. The dwarf turned to Jamie, who was holding his grandson, and giggling. In other words, when you face the king of strange ghosts, you don't have to worry about a forbidden spell suddenly falling from the sky. I see. Jaraba was enlightened. I'm not interested in the Iron Throne. I don't plan to risk my life this time, Jamie said indifferently. The dwarf glanced at the giggling little Tywin and sighed his heart. If I didn't bring this kid here and make you worry, I'm afraid you wouldn't be like this. Simone, one more song. Simone, one more song. Suddenly, a deafening shout came from downstairs. Even Jamie raised little Tywin and roared down. Is this pretty boy very famous? The second dwarf tilted his head and looked down. Almost everyone was shouting excitedly. You don't even know Simone? Jamie glared. Why should the Prime Minister of Barren Land know about a singer from a small place? The dwarf said unhappily. Since Long Night, Simone has focused on creating songs and plays about the Dragon Queen. Too many popular songs came from his pen. Even the westernmost Casterly Rock City has heard of his works. For example, this song, Riding the Steed of the World, was written by him. It is said that in order to obtain first-hand information, he even joined the Knights of the Night. The prophecy of riding the steed of the world was also heard from the old woman Doshkalen when he personally went to the sacred mountain. Jamie explained, only you guys. The dwarf's gaze swept across his brother and Brother Black's face, his eyes full of contempt. You can ask any centaur who doesn't know about the prophecy of riding the steed of the world. Jamie rolled his eyes and said lightly, You were once a scholar in the brothel. Can't you hear how charming Simone's voice is, and how moving his zither is? In my Prime Minister's mansion, there are at least 10 singers whose voice, zither skills, and looks do not lose to this kid, the dwarf said proudly. Ew, why do you keep a male singer? Jamie said in shock. Jaraba's eyes lit up. He patted the dwarf's shoulder and sighed in relief. Tyrion, you're finally enlightened. Scram! The dwarf slapped the Black brother's hairy hand away and sneered. For every 10 male singers I keep, I have to keep 100 female performers. Zither and songs. There must be both men and women. Don't you understand this? Keep 100 performers? That's too extravagant. Jamie frowned. 100? Don't you understand? There are at least 10 male singers who are better than Simone. The dwarf raised 2 fingers. Let's be frank, in my mansion, there are more than 2,000 people, including the singers and servants. Don't talk about extravagance. The Prime Minister has to act like one. No one cares about you? What about Prince Beau? Jamie was puzzled. The old prince died 3 years ago on a horse. When a new prince sees me, he has to bow and call me Prime Minister, which is Father Prime Minister. The dwarf said proudly. Fuck. Jamie's expression twisted. Jaraba's face was full of envy. No wonder you didn't come back for so many years. I brought a dying dynasty back to life. I deserve such treatment. Tyrion smiled smugly, in a good mood. He took the initiative to ask, You said you wanted my help? What is it? Jaraba said sorrowfully. The Midsummer Islands fell. My people died tragically. In this time of crisis, I hope to bear the burden of rebuilding the kingdom. What's your kingdom? The Safflower Valley Kingdom. Jaraba emphasized in a deep voice. You want to restore the kingdom? Jaraba's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, If possible, I hope to bear the responsibility of reviving the Midsummer Islands, to turn the countless scattered small kingdoms into a unified and powerful empire, just like what Aegon the Conqueror did to the Westeros. Jamie stopped playing with his grandson's face and looked over with a strange expression. Tyrion lowered his eyes and whispered, You're a little ambitious. If it was the ancient Celestial Empire, Jaraba would have been on guard, but Westerners appreciated ambitious people. Danger, there are opportunities in danger. There used to be dozens of kingdoms in the archipelago, but now they have lost almost all of their heirs. I'm from the Midsummer Islands, and I'm a prince. Even if the Safflower Valley was not the strongest kingdom in the past, I have a status. Tyrion's eyes flashed. How can I help you? Just clearing the millions of ghouls on the island is extremely difficult. Let me tell you a secret. The Frost God hopes to let the other ghosts replace the humans and become the main race in this world. So he spent a lot of effort to occupy the remote islands and use the islands as a breeding ground for the other ghosts, just like the land of eternal winter beyond the Great Wall. In other words, even if the other Ghost King is killed, the other ghosts and ghouls will not all die. So that's how it is. Jaraba was shocked. But the Dragon Queen has the ability to easily solve this problem, he said again. Tyrion frowned. Jaraba immediately said, after the matter is settled, I can have my descendant marry her descendant, or divide an island and confer it to a Targaryen. How many orphans are left in the Midsummer Islands in the world? 10,000? Jaraba was a little embarrassed. From what he saw, there were not even 200 people. The dwarf continued. You also know the current situation of Ursos and the Seven Kingdoms. She may provide some support to the millions of ghouls surrounding the city, which concerns the survival of 100,000 humans. But she won't care about small-scale ghouls, and she can't manage them. The Midsummer Islands have complicated terrain and many islands. She can't spend years there. If you vouch for me, I can get funds, ships, and soldiers from the trading princes, Jaraba said. Are you sure? Jaime said, doubtfully. Half a month ago, Dragonstone Island announced the World Crisis Index. Bravos, which once had a population of 1 million, only had 50,000 people left. Pintos had less than 100,000. Roras had 5,000. Mir had 20,000. Tyrasai had 15,000. Dany and Liz had less than 500,000. Volantis had 200,000. And Rhys had 100,000. That's barely 1 million in total. How can I help you? There are still a few million people in Slaver's Bay and Westeros, Jaraba mumbled. I can't wait to create another 2 million people to fill up the Western Territory, Jaime said indifferently. As long as we work hard to have children, we can recover the population in 100 years, 1,000 years, Jaraba said. Tyrion thought for a moment and said, How about this? I have a fief in the barren land near the Daybreak Mountains. It's bigger than the Western Territory. You bring the remaining people of the Midsummer Islands here, and I'll give you a kingdom as big as the Red Flower Valley. I'll take care of you from now on. How about that? The barren land is too far away, and the rich Midsummer Islands can't be left empty. Then I can't help you. I can lend you money, but it's almost impossible for my sister to work as a coolie. Jaraba rubbed his hands and said with an embarrassed smile, Then lend me some money first. We can talk about the Midsummer Islands after the long night. I'm still young anyway. The dwarf was stupefied. After Jaraba left with the Tidehead Island banknotes worth 5,000 gold royals, James asked, Are you interested in the Midsummer Islands? Tyrion shook his head. What do I want that place for? It's my sister. She plans to move the Midsummer Islands tens of thousands of miles south after the long night and make it the Dragon Island where the pterosaurs and megalosaurus live. In addition, the giants, children of the forest, and elves will also move there. Move the island? Jaime was stunned. Don't treat her like a normal person. As the two talked, they had already returned to the camp of the Western Territory soldiers. While there were about 5,000 Western Territory soldiers in the King's Landing, a legacy from Cersei's era. Previously, it had been under the care of the one-armed hero, Lancel, to serve the church. Next, Jaime would lead them to form an alliance with the other vassals and go to Hajien to deal with the Ghoul King who was about to go south. Is Myrcella okay? Back in the study, the two brothers could also talk about some private matters. In Slaver's Bay, no one cares about her background, because the Dragon Queen's parents were also brother and sister. As the Queen's court steward and a Duchess Jean with a rich fief, her status is not lower than anyone except the Queen. And her husband, Tristan Martell, is her childhood sweetheart. He is gentle and polite, and they live a good life together. Jean Island is your fief, right? Jaime looked at his brother gratefully. Tyrion waved his hand indifferently. If Joffrey was still alive, I could even help him get a duchy in Asha. The people there are simple and honest, and he can do whatever he wants. Jaime's mouth twitched. The world is too big and too empty. The dwarf sighed. You and Yelena have been married for 4 or 5 years, Why don't you have a child? Jaime asked with concern. Tyrion's face darkened. I'm a dwarf, born with a genetic defect, and can't have children. Are you sure? Jaime's face changed dramatically. The dwarf smiled bitterly. Actually, I've been suspicious for a long time. How many women have I played with? When I was caught by Jenny, I was crazily exploited by her, but I still couldn't get her pregnant. Even holy healing art is useless? Even the Holy Mother is useless. Dang dang. Just as the atmosphere was miserable, the sound of the great Templar bell rang outside the house. The two brothers looked at each other. Generally speaking, the 7 bell towers of the great Templar bell would only ring when a major event happened, such as the death of a king, the coronation of a new king, or the attack of a deviant ghost. But as the commander of the Southwest City and a great duke, Jaime could not be like the civilians in the city and know about the arrival of deviant ghosts from the bell. The death of a king? Tyrion was puzzled. Are there still kings in the 7 kingdoms? Mia the First. Chapter 1062. Roar. While the Lannister brothers were still in shock, a loud and violent beast roar suddenly sounded from the sky outside the house. Megalosaurus? It doesn't look like one, and it's not a pterosaur either. Tyrion was puzzled. It's Stannis' 2-headed demon dragon. Jaime exclaimed. The two of them immediately climbed down from the warm and comfortable brick bed. When they climbed up the watchtower, they saw the 2-headed demon dragon rolling and struggling crazily in the sky above Aegon Hill in the east. From time to time, it would spit out dark red dragon flames and purple venom. Its movements were chaotic, and the dragon flames would even burn itself. It was like a big black fish that had swallowed a fishhook and was being dragged to the shore. Jaime's eyes were ordinary, and he could not even see the demon dragon clearly from a few kilometers away. On the other hand, a vertical dark red double pupil gradually appeared in the dwarf's heterochromatic pupils. He adjusted the focus and zoomed in. He could see the demon dragon clearly. It was a little over 25 meters long, and its dirty green and yellowish-white scales gave off a feeling of feces, like an albino black person. One of its 2 heads was bigger than the other. The big one was similar to a normal pterosaur and also had a beak. The small one was thin and short, only as thick as a horse's neck. Even with the head as big as an elephant's head, it was less than 5 meters long. The neck and head of a normal megalosaurus and pterosaur accounted for 1/3 of the total body length. The small head's face was also abnormally deformed. Its mouth was between the nose and the eyes, and its eyes were slanted. One of them was as big as a bowl, and the other was so narrow that it could not open. It looked like a wax figure that had been melted by high temperature. But the dragon flames were spat out from the small head's mouth. Half of it was dark red flames, and the other half was thick black smoke. It looked even more terrifying than real dragon flames. The 2-headed demon dragon has gone crazy. The mage in the Red Fort is trying to control it with his will. I don't know if it's Melisandre, but it can't be suppressed anymore. The demon dragon is about to break free. Tyrion seemed to be deep in thought. Jaime's complexion changed. He leaned over and shouted to the Western Region people on the city wall. Quick, set up the dragon-slaying crossbows, change the dragon crystal arrows, and switch to the steel crossbows. Because of the existence of the evil god of frost, the castles of the 7 kingdoms had prepared ballistas on the city walls. Those who were able to afford it even used dragon-slaying crossbows that were effective against the megalosaurus. However, the crossbow bolts were replaced with brittle and hard dragon crystals. Clang, clang, clang. The cultivators of the great cathedral also sensed the danger. The bell rang again, this time even more urgently. At the same time, the 7 towers of radiance suddenly lit up. They were extremely resplendent, like 7 golden crows descending into the mortal world. Almost half of the king's landing was illuminated. Along with the holy light came a divine pressure that was as majestic as the sea. Even Tyrion, who was 2 kilometers away, felt a prickling sensation on his back. The dwarf's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile, "The cultivator's brain is quite nimble. You know how to use your divine might to chase away the devil dragon. This skill and this brain are much better than back then when I first grasped great power, but I was still clueless when it came to matters of the extraordinary. Roar! The devil dragon finally broke free from its invisible restraints. It roared furiously, and its eyes lit up with an explosive and chaotic red light. It swooped over the ground, leaving behind a dark red scar on Aegon's hill. Dong! The sound of the bell drowned out the beast's roar. The holy light gathered by the cultivators swelled, making the devil dragon feel fear. It ran away. It ran to the Rhaenys Hills in the northwest. Dragon flames and venom sprayed out wantonly, leaving behind 7 or 8 destructive scars and countless miserable howls and curses. It was hit by a dozen arrows as well. With a sorrowful cry, it staggered towards the north. Jaime's expression was strange. The Rhaenys Hills are filled with red god believers and red monks. Their Lalo didn't come out to chase away the devil dragon. I remember that the devil dragon was created by Lalo using blood shaman arts. When Erlu and Yuluan fought over the King's Landing, they burned the Rhaenys Hills to the ground. Because St. Matthew had followed the example of Moses and led most of the refugees from King's Landing to the Land of Storms, most of the houses in King's Landing were left vacant. In order to better defend against the deviant ghosts, the local residents of King's Landing, regardless of whether they were nobles or civilians, began to gather in the Visania Hills where the great cathedral was located. Later, the red god priests of the cities of Ursus brought the hand of sacred fire to the King's Landing, and the empty Rhaenys Hills became their residence and station. Well, the red god priests guarded 2 of the 4 walls of the King's Landing, and the other 2 were guarded by the church's armed forces and the vassals who believed in the 7 gods. For example, the camp of the soldiers of the Western region was near the Lion's Gate in the southwest. When the 2-headed devil dragon disappeared from sight, Tyrion's pupils returned to normal. He said thoughtfully, "Who is the rider of the devil dragon?" When Stannis was alive, he often rode the dragon out of the city to burn deviant ghosts. After he died, no one has seen the devil dragon since. Jaime said, "What about Mia the First? She is Stannis' successor, but she didn't inherit Uncle's devil dragon?" Tyrion asked again. Dong, dong, dong. Before he finished speaking, the bell of the great cathedral rang again, a total of 7 times. It should have been a warning to the people that the devil dragon is out of control. "What's going on now?" Jaime was puzzled. Tyrion smiled and said, "I'm afraid that the king has really passed away this time." As expected, a servant came to report that the Red God Queen, Mia Baratheon I, had failed to tame the mystic dragon and had died. "Duke, the Earl of Rainforest, Onion Knight, invites you to the Red Keep to attend the king's funeral." That afternoon, before the news of the king's death and taming the dragon could spread among the people of King's Landing, a messenger from the Red Keep came. "So soon?" Jaime frowned. "The funeral is just a pretext. With the death of the old king, a new king is born. They most likely want you to witness the coronation of the new king," the dwarf said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he suddenly took a few steps forward and carefully looked at the tall knight with the family emblem of a white gold coin on his chest. A hint of shyness from the past could be seen on his resolute and handsome square face. The simplicity in his blue eyes was also oddly familiar to him. Tyrion patted the knight's shoulder and sighed. "Kid, in the blink of an eye, you've grown so big, and you've even become a duke?" "Sir, you don't seem to have changed much," the knight said with a smile. "Irene Pine didn't leave behind any children, and the Pine family's close relatives also died in the hands of the deviant ghosts. I'll let Bodrick inherit Pine's title and fief," Jaime explained. Then he asked, "Is it just me, or are all the vassals invited?" Bodrick stopped smiling and said seriously, "It's not just the vassals. Holy Light Lone Hand has already arrived at the Red Keep. I'm guessing that the Earl of Rainforest personally went to the great cathedral before inviting the vassals. I guess it really has something to do with the new king." "Bodrick, go and arrange the troops," he ordered. "Right, are you going?" He looked at the dwarf. Of course, how can I not participate in such a grand event? Bodrick received the order and left. Tyrion said with a smile, Holy Light Lone Hand can't be that cousin of ours, right? What a lousy name. Jaime nodded and called the old granny to take little Tywin away. He then had the attendant put on the golden lion armor for him and explained, after St. Matthew left for the east, the position of Archbishop of the Holy Cathedral has been empty. There's no archbishop who can convince the masses. Archbishop John of the Starry Cathedral is brave enough to take on the role, but now the archbishops of the Great Cathedral of Baylor are all from the Great Sparrow faction. Because of the matter of the church's bank in the early years, both sides have always been at odds. Archbishop John is only a mid-ranked level 3 priest. He can barely make it into the top 10 of the Great Cathedral. I remember that Lancel used to be a warrior's son, right? Tyrion wondered. He's missing an arm, and he's known as the warrior's son, but he didn't become a paladin. He's always been a priest. Speaking of this, James couldn't help but lower his head to look at his golden right hand. Perhaps when little Tywin comes of age, he could learn from Lancel and Randall and give up his title to wear a colorful cloak. Or maybe try to become a priest. After becoming a priest, he could continue to protect Lannister and Casterly Rock. After a while, Jaime said, Lancel was able to become an archbishop thanks to the Holy Mother's blessing. 3 years ago, he followed a group of warriors' sons out of the city to clean up the ghouls, but after the resurrection of the King of Wraiths, the ghouls became more cunning. They grasped the movement patterns of the church's armed forces and set up traps to ambush humans. Seeing his church members dying one by one in front of him while he used up all his divine spell slots, Lancel was in extreme pain and despair. Tears of blood flowed from his eyes as he called out to the Holy Mother, praying for a miracle. Then, in the dark, he saw the Holy Mother. The Holy Mother told him that as long as he understood, he would be able to create a miracle. The ghoul grinned and swung a sword of ice at his neck. In an instant, Lancel's time slowed down. He remembered his childhood, when the sun shone on his face. Wait, the dwarf couldn't help but interrupt. Even if legends need artistic embellishment, isn't it a little too ridiculous to remember his childhood when he's about to lose his life? Jaime glared at him. Lancel told me himself. He had a sudden epiphany at the brink of death. He recalled his entire life in an instant and became a level 4 priest on the spot. He was lucky enough to learn the rarest level 4 divine spell, the Holy Mother's Palm. When he used the Holy Mother's Palm, his entire arm was covered in holy light, so everyone called him the Holy Hand. Because he became a level 4 priest, and because the Holy Mother's Palm represented the Holy Mother's blessing, the monks chose him as their archbishop. After becoming archbishop, Lancel decided to follow the example of the Great Sparrow and 7 Treasures. The 2 sages gave up their original names, and he changed his name to One Hand. Fuck, that was all the dwarf could say at this moment. Jaime put on his sword belt and sighed. It's different now. It's clear who's stronger. A priest level is determined by their devotion to the 7 gods and their understanding of the church's teachings. They can no longer be promoted to archbishop through connections. Not to mention the archbishop, even the local nobles would not allow the archbishops and the abbot of the holy church of the various dioceses if their level was too low. Previously, the Great Cathedral of Berea only arranged for a level 2 priest in Casterly Rock. Even if Jimmy's grandmother was a distant relative of Lannister, I still told him to get lost. After praying for a day, a level 3 priest will get 10 times more divine spell slots than a level 2 priest. Jaime made a 10 with his index fingers. A difference of 10 times is enough to change the outcome of a war. Moreover, there are many high-level divine spells that low-level priests can't use at all, such as the mighty heavenly dragon that increases the morale of the entire army. Let me bring a level 3 priest back to 12 years ago. I'm confident that I can defeat Robb, whether he's a shapeshifter or not. In an era when the Law Sea was broken and other extraordinaries could only rely on the King of God's cauldron to live, the priests of the 7 gods who still enjoyed unlimited traffic were indeed bugs. But 12 years ago, even the Holy Mother didn't appear, so giving you a level 5 priest would be useless. The dwarf secretly rolled his eyes. Chapter 1063. The dwarf asked curiously, I remember that Brother Marabad is highly respected. His fame and power are second only to Big Sparrowback then. Can't he convince the masses? That's not it. Before Lancel broke through, the monks wanted him to inherit St. Matthew's position. He also stayed in the Grand Cathedral of Bell for a while. But Brother Marabad felt that the archbishop was too restrictive. When he thought about how he could no longer walk the world barefoot like before, he felt tired. So, he returned to Crabclaw Peninsula. Not long after he returned, he broke through the realm of level 5 divine priest. Jamie said, with a complicated expression, Fuck, I preached scriptures in the eastern lands, became a god in the barren lands, and subdued demons in the far east. I didn't even become a demigod with such great achievements. That old man. Sigh. The dwarf could not hide the jealousy and indignation on his face. Take Marabad and St. Matthew, for example. They are not greedy for money or fame. They gave up their mortal desires and served the Holy Mother wholeheartedly. Only then can they become divine priests. Look at yourself. You have more than 2,000 servants and performers. How can you compare to them? Jamie disagreed. Right, what's St. Matthew's level now? That bald donkey Chizong. When Chizong was mentioned, the dwarf felt even more upset. He was already a level 4 energy angel 4 years ago. I wonder if he has broken through to strength angel now. What are the levels of energy angels and strength angels? Jamie asked curiously. Level 5 divine priests are reserve angels. Level 6 heavenly priests are level 1 normal angels. After that, there are level 2 archangels, level 3 authoritative angels, level 4 energy angels, level 5 strength angels, level 6 dominion angels, level 7 throne angels, level 8 wisdom angels, and level 9 blazing angels. Oh, St. Matthew is equivalent to level 9 priestess. Jamie gasped and said in shock, how much stronger is a level 9 priest compared to a level 3? The difference is like heaven and earth. There's no comparison. The dwarf shook his head and sighed. Mastering the power of laws and domains is the foundation for a level 4 energy angel. Just this alone is more powerful than most of the gods in the world. You see, Barbarian City has never received any support from the Dragon Queen, but it still managed to survive the siege of millions of deviants. Why? It was all thanks to Chizong. When I returned to the Westeros this time, other than handing little Tywin over to you, I also need to discuss with the vassals about the time to head north. Once the vassals decide when to fight against King Strange Ghost, Chizong will look for an opportunity to sweep through the ghouls north of Barren Capital, doing his best to draw in as many ice evil gods as possible to reduce the pressure on your side. Jamie nodded in realization and asked, What level of angel is Dragon Queen? The dwarf's expression became very strange. A level 7 throne angel is a true god. She is currently singing the 2 songs of light and fire, but she is not a true god. If even Dragon Queen isn't a throne angel, then how terrifying would a blazing angel be? Jamie was at a loss. Soon, Podrick came back to report that the men and horses were ready to go to the Red Fort immediately. Jamie and the dwarf then walked out of the mansion and mounted their war horses outside. The 2 Lannister rode side by side, accompanied by 50 armored soldiers with swords on their backs. The sky was dark, and the north wind was bone-piercing. The horses' hooves and military boots made crisp sounds on the cold and firm road, spreading far and wide. It was only when they were 500 meters away from the city walls that the number of people on the streets suddenly increased. Yes, because of the strange ghosts surrounding the city, the inside and outside of the city walls were often turned into battlefields. The commoners had already moved to the central streets, far away from the city walls. They looked over curiously, pointing at the 2 people on the war horses, especially the former internet celebrity Little Devil. Half-Man has grown taller and more handsome. I heard that after kissing the prostitute 10,000 times, the curse of the forest which was lifted. The scripture teaching ended a long time ago, but he never came back. I thought he was captured by the strange ghosts. He should be hiding in the warm and sunny Slave Bay. He is Dragon Queen's illegitimate older brother. Looks like everyone hasn't forgotten about me, the dwarf said with a smile. In a few more years, when the children in the long night grow up, our generation will become history, Jamie lamented. Even after 10,000 years, Dragon Queen is still a legend passed down by word of mouth. This can't be. These people still think that I'm a rich second generation in Slave Bay. Have they not heard of the story of the barbarian god Ascension? I have to spend money. When I return to barbarian lands, I'll get the literati and poets in my mansion to write books together. Lion style, spring and autumn. A generation of famous Little Devil. A generation of martial god Little Devil. The King's Landing. Journey to the East. The legend of deification. The dwarf's record of ghost slaying. Tyrion counted with his fingers, his expression serious. He did not look like he was joking at all. What's the use of making things up? We're not stupid. Who doesn't know about your background and deeds? Furthermore, just based on your great achievement of killing my father with a single arrow, you can forget about becoming a legendary hero. Jamie shook his head, his face full of disapproval. Then I'll write another book. The dwarf saves his father. Old Tywin fell into the 7 levels of hell and suffered all kinds of pain. The little devil gave up the chance to ascend to heaven and resolutely used all the merits he earned in his life to exchange for a chance to save his father. It could be written as a story-type legendary story. The little devil went through all kinds of difficulties and entered the world's edge. Faced with the gates of hell, he was helpless. Then, my sincerity moved the warrior, and I learned the divine technique of using the sky-splitting axe to split open the gates of hell from him. I knelt in the snow and prayed to the blacksmith for 7 days and 7 nights. I used 777 days to complete the 10 trials given by the blacksmith. Finally, I received his praise, and he helped me forge the sky-splitting axe. After splitting open the gates of hell, I had to face the 3-headed hellhound Wong. I have to change my name to something more savage. Ayutai. The combination of Eris, Yuluan, and Tywin, 3 peerless, ferocious men. Tyrion talked nonstop, getting more and more excited as he spoke. Jamie was dumbfounded. The 7 levels of hell are 7 checkpoints. Every checkpoint is a test from one of the 7 gods. In short, the story was as complicated as it could be, as twisted as it could be, and as emotional as it could be. The entire story was like a hero's lament. It could be sung or wept with laughter and tears. In the end, the Heavenly Father announced that I had redeemed my father, and at the same time, I had also redeemed myself. The Holy Mother sent down holy light to wash away my and my father's sins. The young girl sprinkled flower petals. The old woman smiled and nodded at the side. The warrior gave me a thumbs up. The blacksmith clapped for me, and the stranger left us silently. What do you think? Tyrion said proudly. Beside him, Bodrick couldn't help but say, Sir, I think you're dreaming. An extremely shameless dream. No one would believe it. The armored soldiers around him nodded in agreement. Jamie, however, recalled how Aunt Xena had been saved by the dwarf's merit. He said excitedly, You really left all your merit to father? There was a moment of hesitation in the dwarf's eyes, but he didn't shatter his brother's last hope. He nodded and said, Not all. Jamie was still very touched. It's been hard on you. Tyrion fell silent. Perhaps he should ask his sister if she could reverse time and space and extract his father's soul from the river of time. Yeah, that woman. Could she be Little Rose? The group climbed up Aegon Hill. Tyrion noticed that there was another group in front of them. There were more than 200 people. Today, almost 8 years after the long night's descent, they could still gather 40 tall war horses. The flag bearers on both sides of the group held more than 10 flags. Among them was the golden rose that represented High Court Tyrell. It's Marjorie. Who would have thought that after atoning for Joffrey's sins for 5 years, she would become a priestess? Even if she was only a level 1 priestess, she did indeed use the Holy Mother's blessing, holy healing. When news of this spread, it caused a huge uproar in the Seven Kingdoms. Many believers believed that this was a classic example of a sinner turning over a new leaf under the Holy Mother's guidance. Even the Cathedral of Baylor gave a positive response. They claimed that Sister Marjorie was like an ancient righteous person who had redeemed herself after making a mistake. Lancel even specially arranged for a bishop to go to the old town to baptize her. It meant that Marjorie had been reborn. Jamie's expression was complicated. He thought of the Queen Dowager who was as famous as Little Rose. If Cersei was still alive, she might have been a classic example of redemption. In fact, Cersei had become a priestess much earlier than Little Rose. In other words, Cersei's devotion to the Holy Mother had always been much higher than Little Rose's. However, Cersei was not suitable to be described as a classic because her sins were far greater than Marjorie's. If she didn't go to hell, she wouldn't be able to warn the world. Who would have thought that even shitty Rose could make a comeback? Tyrion exclaimed. It's not just a comeback. Once, when I went to the cathedral to look for Lancel, he secretly told me that if Marjorie could stay true to herself for the rest of her life and no longer do anything against the teachings of the seven gods, then after her death, she would have a chance to be recorded in the new edition of the Seven Stars Bible as a classic story of redemption by the Holy Mother. It would be sung by future generations. If even Marjorie could be redeemed, what reason did other sinners have not to kneel at the feet of monks and repent piously to the Holy Mother? The dwarf could not help but let out a long breath. He looked up and sighed. Just looking at this, I can only sigh. I'm really not as good as her. How are you compared to Marjorie? Jamie asked curiously. He thought that she was Little Rose. The dwarf did not explain. He only changed the topic and asked, when did Marjorie become the representative of the vassals? I remember that her right to inherit the riverbend had long been abolished by the Dragon Queen. After regaining her freedom, she married Horace Redwine. In the next few years, she worked hard to govern and reform. She worked hard to learn Sansa's skills in ruling Tez Island. Green Pavilion Island changed from the chaos and inefficiency of Horace's rule and gradually became the most powerful force in Riverbend. The refugee tide that once made Horace's head explode gradually turned into a controllable force in Little Rose's hands. She opened the door to accept refugees. When a number of civilians on the island exceeded 5 million and met the requirements to apply for Dany Lilith's bracelet, Marjorie asked Dragonstone Island to send people to Green Pavilion Island for an on-site inspection. Because her rule was indeed efficient, she soon successfully applied for 30 wind giants and a small sun. After agricultural production was restored, Marjorie chose brave people from the refugees and trained them into militia of various ranks. Then, she chose the best soldiers from the militia to fight the otherworldly ghosts on the mainland. Now, Green Pavilion Island has the most warships, the most soldiers, and the most farmers in Riverbend. Marjorie herself even used the Sword of Holy Light to defeat a duke of the otherworldly ghosts in a duel. Then, she won the support of the people and was respectfully called Holy Sword Rose by the soldiers. Fuck, isn't this the bed strategy that I taught Sansa? The dwarf was dumbfounded. Bed strategy. Jamie glanced at him. She's copying Sansa's homework. But there are many vassals in the Seven Kingdoms, and she's the only one who can copy homework well. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.